Bright and early. Locked in. Mama, sama. Oh boy. Oh my god. Oh my good heavens. Oh my good heavens. My screen's so close to me because I was playing some games last night and I was locked in. Chat. Today's the day. Today's the day. Oh my god. Oh my god. We got a bit of an earlier start because we're gonna do some draft stuff and shit. Some draft stuff and shit. The teaser's out. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. No spoilers on the teaser. We'll wait for all the rats to get in here before we watch it. Otherwise, people are gonna come in every 10 minutes being like, did you see that teaser? Did you see it? Chat, look at this. Homemade coffee. Rare Caedrel W. No? Ooh. Ooh. No more ordering. Rare Caedrel W. How are you doing, chat? I guess your mood will be determined in like 6 hours, no? I have to watch, bro. Bro. My mood today is gonna be determined by 5 fucking Korean players in Paris. Did you swap your pick'ems yet? No. I didn't swap my pick'ems. Yeah, we're gonna do draft stuff. Where's my Google Sheets? I think I removed all of it, didn't I? Oh no, I have it here. I have some drafts that I was talking about to myself.
I am so afraid for today.
Chat, are you scared for today or are you excited? Or are you scared excited? New emote just dropped.
Pog, let's go.
Why duck ass? I feel like we have duck ass already, bro. Don't we already have duck ass? Oh my god. I'm nervous, man. Like, obviously I want T1 to win, but I want the series to be good, you know? I don't want anyone to 3-0. I want everyone to go all in. Like, I want Chovy to go all in. I don't want to see Chovy get gapped in lane and then, like, fucking choke, or I don't want to see Faker just get counterpicked every game and sit on his tower. I want them both to send it. I want them both to send it and show their best form ever. What is this? What the fuck is that emote? That is disgusting. We're not adding that. What is that? That is vile. That is vile. Chat, is it time for Soy FM? We put some Soy FM on in the morning. We got like 2.5 hours, right? Yeah, I saw that tweet. They said that I became one of the biggest streamers on Twitch, which is crazy. But I appreciate the post. I think the co-stream's gonna carry a lot of it though. But we're gonna be doing more variety later. It's a fat W though. Yeah, the World's co-streams this month are fucking nuts. The amount of people turning up to these World's co-streams, yo, I hope you're as excited about the games as I am. What is that? That is such a bad emote. Isn't that such a bad emote? When we fix the light, hold up. Hold up. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. It's so bad that it's good. Okay, you can have it. I can't edit. I got no more spots. If Sally was a Noxus general, I will not attack Ionia. It is unwise. They have numbers events. I will not lead my troops to their death. 30 seconds later. Fuck it. It's not about strategic events. It's about emotions. It's about faith. If I attack Ionia, full send it. Tell Singe to deliver. What the fuck? What? That's not me. That's not me. Me and bro, after our mums meet up at the supermarket, will be standing there for 2 hours. What? What? Wait, this light is cooked. Hold up. Okay, there we go. It's kind of real, yeah. It's kind of real. Check Reddit new. Okay, I'll check it. If it really is the last time, thank you, ZFGK. Yeah, it is the last time, probably, I think. I mean, if they win again next week, but I feel like unless they win Worlds, they're probably gonna swap it up. My goat Showmaker sacrificed himself to curse the whole LPL. The tickets DK handed out expired in the same chronological order in which they were given. LNG first to beat DK, second to beat DK, third to beat DK. Memes if T1 win. Memes if Genji win. Sally oiled up 4K. Bro, what is that desktop? The new generation? Oh, don't spoil the teaser. Not sure if Caedrel saw the sign my boyfriend was holding up, sharing it here. Wait, that sign is sick. Sub to Caedrel on Twitch. Yo, that sign is so cool. So my thoughts are, what if we made it bigger? No, I'm kidding. You're a great streamer. Paid chatter. Rat King! Wait, you're popping off with those signs. Were they on the live stream? I didn't see them. What the fuck? Am I blind? Am I blind as fuck? Yo, dazzling, thanks for the 5 gifted. Yo, thank you so much for the signs, man. Oof, the teaser's done. Shout out to the ELO held AD carries. Gotta be one of my favorite. Okay. When you're T1's biggest lawyer competition and your opponent is Bin. What did Bin say? Bin said, I think T1 has a better win rate tomorrow, not just based on their form in scrims, even though T1 always loses to genuinely domestically. Domestic T1 and Worlds T1 is very different. As I said on stage 4, I would prefer to play T1 and I would like to beat them in the best of 5 at Worlds. Ooh. Bin predicts T1 to win. Bin predicts T1. One more trophy for old time's sake. Bro, if they pull this off, T1, and they get a 5th title, like, that has to be studied. Like, how can you do that? In the current 20, like, the 2020s onwards, like, the amount of star players there have been, like, the best player of the 2020s is probably Chovy, right? The best player of the 2010s is Faker, right? And he's not even the best player of his generation anymore. And he's still fucking at the top. Like, the point is, the player is so good in Chovy, but he still hasn't won Worlds. But Faker still does it with T1. And T1 still pull it off. That shit needs to be studied now. G2 2019, DK 2021, Genji 2024, the illusion of free wins. It's completely scripted. BLG and Genji want to jump T1 and the final 3 teams are there. It is so scripted. Bin Jax, Chovy, and then T1 defending their crown. That's it. There is only 3 teams left. Chat, quick thing to get through the day. I just want to give a big shout out to Displayed. Displays are metallic posters that you can hang up on your wall. They're sturdy. They're robust. It's very simple. All you have to do is put this thing on the sticker and it's magnetic. And then it sticks to your wall. I have 2 right behind me. You can get loads of different artwork from loads of different artists, from League to Elden Ring to all these games and movies and TV shows and more. All you have to do is go to display.com/Caedrel, or you can use code Caedrel and checkout, or you can do !displayed, or you can click the link in the chat or scroll down and you can click the banner below. Mass shout out to Displayed. They've been sponsoring for 2 years. They're sponsoring to the end of the year. They're absolutely goated. And yeah, much love to them. Much love to Displayed. What is that? Did you see this tweet? What is it? Yeah, I saw this tweet. I saw that tweet. Wait, I just saw that tweet. Code is my Yone. No, it's not. Genji wins this, T1 win that. Whatever the outcome, the subreddit will face a loss either way for the remaining day. I would like to look at my brothers and sisters in the face one last time before we march on the inevitable battlefield before Animosity. Godspeed, everyone. Bro, T1 fans, Genji fans, League fans, don't go to war on the Reddit. If T1 wins, if Genji wins, if it's a 5-game series, if this person chokes, if this person misplays, if this person super plays, don't slam dunk on each other, okay? Don't do it. No war. 3-0, easy gigabin. I really need to stop trusting this rat. Knights, KDA in the semifinals are 37. 12 champions in 15 games. T1 doing a bin jacket throw in their style be like, huh? Korean rat met Caedrel right after semis. Yeah, I saw a fan yesterday. Wishing all the best to the teams tonight. He was really nice guy. Promise that you won't put sub mode on today. I can't promise. Bro, look at how tired I look. Look at my face. My teeth are cooked. What is that smile? Oh my god. Ew. My hair. What is my hair? Bro, I just came off raw dogging like a 6-hour co-stream, man. Cut me some slack. Oh my god, here it is. What is this?
Must you really fight? Don't interfere.
Well, why is there... Okay.
This is between us.
Bro, he kind of thick though. What the fuck?
And it ends here. Okay. Let's dance!
Nice edit, nice edit. Nice edit. Damn, bro, today's gonna be crazy. Okay, we saw that. Riot Production let Atlas and Chronicler cast T1 Gen G semis. My life is yours. I do believe Atlas and Chronicler are casting T1 versus Gen G today. I do believe that is the case. Domain expansion. Bro, Gen G, T1 and BLG. Am I the only one who looks at this and thinks of the Egyptian god cards? Obelisk the Tormentor, Winged Dragon of Ra, and Slifer the Sky Dragon. Bro, what is this fucking anime-ass arc? Blue, red, and yellow. Are you kidding? What? That's crazy, no? Jesus. I remember these beasts. Doesn't Slifer, like, get more... Or is it Winged Dragon of Ra gets more damage over time or some shit? Or, like, the more you sacrifice, it gets more attack damage? I remember playing with those cards. Someone needs to make some kind of meme to do with Slifer, Winged Dragon of Ra, and Obelisk Tormentor. I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like Obelisk was the weakest of them, wasn't he? Wasn't it Winged Dragon, then Slifer, then Obelisk? It was yellow, red, and blue in strength. It was right. PLG can make history if they win Worlds. We never had a full Chinese LPL team that won Worlds, and we also never had a Chinese mid laner that won Worlds. True. I am free. I have now successfully uninstalled League. I'll now only watch League. I'm tired of this game and the effects it has on my morale. I'd like to thank my junglers who go down 30 CS's Nocturne vs Nunu. I'd like to thank my Vice who don't gank my lane at 0-0-0 at minute 14. All my enchanted spots. Hope you'll go on a 30-game losing streak. You don't deserve LP for pressing E on us 80 carry. Shout out to my Alistars, Braum, Leonas, Rels, Nauts, Bard. Y'all real as fuck. Lastly, mids. Y'all NA mids are beyond worthless. I may lose lane in games here and there, but at least I roam to objectives. You're perma-farming and then you end up having zero impact in the late game. Negligence from our jungler. Meanwhile, you've been ganked and dove. This game has brought me good times with friends, but this game can go to hell. I'll reinstall the game tomorrow. Bro, this circle of League. Play League, lose in League, uninstall League, watch Worlds, install League, play League, lose in League, uninstall League, watch Worlds, install League, play League. Bro, it's just, it do be like that. That's just the way it goes. Rock, paper, scissors. Man, the BLG Gen GT1, the fact they're all here still is so iconic, man. Caedrel guards. No, that is not what's gonna happen. Chill out. That is not what's gonna happen. Can you stop it with the meme? Stop instigating shit. Are you winning, Dad? Son, pack up the stuff. I just lost the house. It's all your fault, Sally. It's not my fault. Ain't no way, Knight. Chat, I want to watch the teaser. I want to watch it now, and then I want to watch it again. I want to watch it now, and then I want to watch it again when everyone else is here. Wait, this has 210k views in an hour? What? Wait, is this one just unbelievable or what? Alright, here we go. We're going in deep. Let me make sure there's no ads that are going to run, because they auto-run. I want to make sure you don't get ads during this. Okay, here we go. Oh my god, bro. Oh shit, here we are again. It's a year later from the All Roads Lead to Me. What do we got to?
Michel-Ange a dit « J'ai vu un ange dans le marbre. Et j'ai seulement ciselé jusqu'à l'en libérer. »
I already have goosebumps, man. Yo!
Et tout comme il le dit, nous sommes nombreux aujourd'hui à travailler sur le marbre. Sacrifier tout sur son chemin pour réaliser son rêve. Le voyage n'est pas pour les cœurs fragiles. En 2019, Chovy affronte Faker en BO5 pour la toute première fois.
페이커 선수에 대한 첫인상은 일단 기본기도 되게 좋았는데 계속 끊임없이 심리전을 거는 게 인상적이었어요.
Mais ne parvient pas à le vaincre.
계속 뭐가 문제였을까 생각하게 되더라고요. 내가 못해서 졌다기보단 상대가 잘하는 게 많았고, 그래서 이기려면 그 잘하는 상대보다 더 잘해야 한다고 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
페이커 선수를 이겨야만 최고가 될 자격이 주어진다고 생각을 합니다.
초비 선수가 굉장히 뛰어난 선수이기 때문에 같이 맞붙는 게 굉장히 저에게 있어서 재밌고 스스로도 많이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 것 같습니다.
En 2022, Chovy a enfin pris le dessus.
제가 처음 우승했을 때가 2년 전이었는데요. 했던 말이 말도 안 돼라고 하고 우승을 했던 걸로 기억하는데 그만큼 마음의 짐이 많이 덜어진 것 같아요.
Genji continua de gagner à domicile. Ils étaient imparables.
처음 우승했을 때 그때 당시 목표가 리그 우승을 해보는 거였는데 데뷔 첫 시즌 만에 이룰 수 있게 돼서 너무 좋았던 것 같아요.
2022, 2023 et 2024. Genji a battu T1 encore et encore quand cela comptait le plus.
이제 첫 우승을 이제 T1 상대로 우승을 해가지고 감정이 푹 받쳤던 것 같습니다.
결승에서 많이 진 후에는 저희가 많이 부족한가 라는 생각도 들게 되었던 것 같고 실망도 많이 했었던 것 같습니다.
여기는 LCK가 아니고 월즈이고 월즈는 T1에게 적합한 무대라고 생각합니다.
챔피언으로 참가했고 챔피언으로 떠날 계획입니다.
À ce jour, 53 victoires pour Faker. 52 victoires pour Chovy. Mais malgré toutes ces victoires, un sentiment d'inachevé persiste au fond de son cœur. Le rêve d'être champion du monde. Imposant. Et le fardeau. Pour l'un, le fardeau de rester au sommet.
Oh, this shit's gonna make me cry.
Pour l'autre, le fardeau d'atteindre le sommet.
Genji was pushed to the limit. They were pushed to the edge, but they were built for these situations. They were built for victory. They were built to win, and they will do just that.
페이커 선수 새로운 미래를 열겠습니다.
초비 선수 미래를 원한다면 증명하세요.
무거운 왕관의 무게 함께 짊어지겠습니다.
저희가 새로운 세대입니다.
T1은 과거, 현재, 그리고 미래입니다.
Bro, that shit made me cry, scream, and shit my pants. What the fuck? That was unbelievable, man. Everyone, round of applause for Phil Choi, the maker of the teaser. Everyone clap for Phil Choi. Everyone clap. Everyone clap for Phil Choi. What a fucking banger. What a banger. Yo, he delivers. He delivers, that guy. Oh my god. The storylines are nuts. Also, round of applause for Law. Worlds in Paris, the French narration.
J'ai vu un ange dans le marbre.
Really hits different, man. I think Law was perfect for this. Oh my god. Actually insane. Bro, their head-to-head is 53-52. Can you write this script any better? Can you write it any... If Chobi's never got a world title and Faker's got all of them? Like, can you write this any better? Also, that shot of Faker. Where is it? Where is that shot of Faker? This one. They had the same shot in 2019. Didn't they? What teaser was it? I'm pretty sure they had a Faker shot somewhere. Wait, that was the semi-final teaser. Am I crazy? I swear I've seen that shot before. Maybe I'm going schizo. There it is! Okay, it's not the same. It's not the same. Fuck! It looked the same in my head. I remembered it. Fuck. It was close though. Close. Close. It's close. It's close. It's close. You see, he's going up the stairs into a gate. It's close. Just it's from the other side. It's close. It's after that. Keep going. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Le voyage n'est pas pour les cœurs fragiles.
Watch this. No, it's not that, Chad. You fucking lied to me.
저희 팀밖에 없다고 생각합니다.
Close. Close. Was close. Was close. Was close. What are the comments? Who is the writer who writes Faker's world's famous lines? It's really the best. They said, the king is back, but I never left. A fourth win is for the team. Bro, I don't know who's saying these lines. Because I don't think... Listen, I love you lots, Faker. But I don't think Faker's the one coming up with these lines. I think they've definitely, like, scripted the lines a bit for them to read out. But, like, obviously it's scripted perfectly. It's all scripted perfectly. Where's Phil Choi at? Where is he at? This motherfucker. This motherfucker made that. This motherfucker. Go give him a like or a comment or some shit, Chad. Go fucking give him love. Maybe we should do an interview with Phil. Should we do an interview with Phil on stream one day, if he's down? I'm curious what his work's like. What it's like getting these players to do these things. That would be epic, eh? That would be epic. Bro, Phil Choi's crazy, man. He always makes these teasers. From rap to delivery in 36 hours. Yeah, he's crazy. He's nuts. Bro, the music in these teasers has been unreal. Like the music. Can you hear the music? Can you hear the music? We're gonna watch that teaser again. But not yet. We're gonna watch it soon. What does that say? Well, let me see it. These words come from someone who has already proven it, so I feel a tremendous amount of weight in those words.
초비 선수.
Oh my god. Chovy, prove it. What a chat response. I'm finally gonna do it. Go on then, do it. Prove it. That's a bar. I'm a Gen G fan, but I'm also rooting for T1. Please show good performances for both teams and let LSK win. That's the same for me with T1. I'm a T1 fan, but I also want Gen G to win as well. And not win, but like, obviously you can't be biased to one team and want the other one to win, but I want them to both play their hearts out, man. I want them both to, like, whether it's a 5-game series, whether they're playing their best champs in their peak team fights, in their best mechanics, their most skilled, highest form. I don't want them to be sloppy. I don't want them to get caught out. I don't want them to get solo killed. I don't want them to get caught on sides. I want them to play smart. I want them to play clean. I want them to play clinical. I want to make sure that they're in the team fights in an even state. I want Elder Dragon fights. I want 60k even gold states at the 30-minute mark, at the 40-minute mark. I don't want none of that smolder. I want Sylas. I want Akali. I want Yone. I want Aatrox. I want some brawler. I want 4 melee champs on both sides. Both AD carries fending for their lives against 3 divers each. Outplaying, dodging skill shots left and right. I want to see flashes. I want to see flash engages. I want to see buffered flashes. I want to see the craziest team fights I've ever seen in my life. I want to see double Galiols. I want to see all of that shit. And I don't give a fuck who wins it. I just need it to happen 5 times in 5 games with 5 separate drafts. In some of the most insane League of Legends we've seen in the last 15 years. That's what I want. I want it to go out with a bang. This could be Faker's last chance with this roster. This could be Chovy's best chance at a title. We need the pace. No pace, no 3-0s. What else? Are you crazy about the battle between believers and a god? I participated as a champion. I plan to leave a champion. Check out the first comment. Will the goat kneel to the Church of Chovy, or is the church fated to be another shit disciple in the shadow of a true god? Jesus. Jesus. T1 Rat cooked us up a graphic for the games today. Damn. Wait, I see to tweet this picture. What do I tweet for this picture? Okay, I did it. There it is. There it is! There it is! Show your pick'ems. Okay, I'll show my pick'ems. We're gonna do an analysis in a sec. Oh, I have to log in. Man, I should have done my pick'ems on a secret account and actually used my brain instead of my fucking... Bro, I get so impacted when I get excited. If I get excited about something, even though I know it's impossible, I just get on the train anyway. It's so stupid. I can't not do it. If I get sold the pitch well enough, fuck it. Just go then, let's send it. Like, I'm convinced too easily. If I just stop and use my brain cells, then I wouldn't have picked Weibo. It was obviously BLG. Obviously, those BLG. Obviously. Alright, what's happening on the Reddit? What are these clips, bro? I've never seen this many clips on Reddit before. MSI Finals has never been the same matchup as a World Final. Genji BLG was MSI Finals, right? If Genji wins versus T1 tomorrow, it will first time in League history have a repeat match for Worlds Finals and MSI Finals. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. You are the granny who falls for all the scams. What do you mean I'm the granny that falls for all the scams? What are you on about? You know what I want to watch, chat? You know what I want to watch? Shout out to my boy Yamato. I want to watch this. I want to watch this. One time.
Back, to back, to back, to back.
Oh yeah.
Remaining at the top of your region.
Oh yeah.
Batting down challenger after challenger.
Yeah.
Year after year.
Yeah.
That is no easy feat.
Yeah.
And yet, despite this, the world's trophy remains in your sights. Not a reach.
Oh yeah.
Collect trophies at home all you want, but if you fail to show up at Worlds, you're right back where you started.
Peanut!
But with Worlds finally on the horizon once again, this is a chance. And maybe,
I think Yamato should narrate the World's teaser. I'm convinced.
just maybe, one more chance is all you need.
There's Kingslayer. I points to trouble as well. The E dodged away from, flashed away from, but it's a double kill as he has another stopwatch. Knight is unbelievable.
Ignite ticking all caps, uses the stopwatch to dodge the spear. He's going to come back up and with the ammo. Oh my god! Oh, that is disgusting! But are they going to commit for this one? It's absolutely psychotic.
Oh, I was casting that.
Top three. He's frontlining for his team. What a huge play! And Toby gets a massive sweep.
Knight jumps to the rest of his team. Inside the shroud. Can he finish him off? Yes, he can! Knight is insane!
Dub in trouble. The 5-point strike's good. That's the triple. That's the quad.
The pentakill.
Pop's gonna be the pentakill and Chovy.
Like Dragon, timing comes back. It's close! But he's going to jump back. Caps jumping forward. Flashes away from the Q3 and takes the kill. Nexus gets locked down. And now he's able to dodge out. Flashes.
How long till the game starts? The game starts in 2 hours.
No pop in. Clutch! They need to go now. The arrow is going to connect. Now Kenneth looking for it, but Chovy, he dives in first.
As well, change corruption into the air as
Chovy gets the 4 of them, and just like
Wait,
that.
1 hour. Nope.
Worlds isn't just your chance at a trophy. It's your chance at legacy.
The clocks went backwards!
Are you just a joker? Have you already peaked? Is everybody just wrong about you? Well, there's only one way to find out.
I'm only human.
One test left. Welcome back to Worlds.
Damn. Damn! Yeah, chat, it starts in 2 hours. I started an hour early today. I like to start 3 hours before the games. I like to just yap and fucking look at all the drafts and fucking watch all the videos and all the fan content and all the team content. I like consuming their content, man. I'm not queuing up a game. Are you fucking crazy? Or you mean queue up a game? That fucking psychopath. Yeah, I was doing some drafts yesterday. We're gonna go through big time the T1 Genji drafts. I was randomly spitting yesterday. Oh, not yesterday, the day before yesterday. It's in 1 hour, you bozo. Mother sucker. My mouse broke. No, it didn't. You, rat. It's in 1 hour. What time does your clock say right now? Tell me. TBRNR noob 14. Come on. What does your clock say right now? Okay, shut the fuck up. You're so dumb. Why'd I fucking open that shit up? The clocks went backwards. The clocks went backwards. Okay, there was a lot of content that we need to look at. It was at this moment he knew he was cooked. Bro, Breed's only reaction there, if he sees Bin do that, is he has to take his jacket off and throw it as well. There's no other... Otherwise, you're mentally fucking rolled. When Sally doesn't support my team, easy clap. BLG Jack skin idea. Just an idea. If BLG win Worlds, there's a chance Bin is going back to pick his Jacks for a skin. How cool would it be to recreate his iconic jacket, throw into the skin? Yeah, that would be sick. That would be insane. T1 can make history if they win Worlds. We've never had an identical team that wins Worlds twice. We've also never had a mid laner that wins Worlds 5 times. Well, no shit, we've never had a mid laner that won Worlds 5 times. Tell me any other mid laner that's won Worlds 4 times or 3 times. Is there even a mid laner that's won Worlds 2 times? I'm pretty sure the only repeat people outside of Faker are Duke and Beryl. That's it, isn't it? And that's it. Those are the only 2 people who have won Worlds. Oh, yeah, and Bengi, I guess. But Bengi, Wolf, and Bang. I'm saying these are all T1. Bengi, Wolf, Bang are all T1. Doesn't count. Obviously, it counts, but I'm discounting T1 players. I think Duke and Beryl are the only 2 people to win Worlds. I also think Duke and Beryl are the only 2 people to win Worlds on 2 different teams. Which the title Faker doesn't hold. But obviously that's contextualized just by a branding, right? Obviously, like the T1 that won Worlds in 2015 is completely different to the T1 that won Worlds in 2023. Bro, isn't that crazy? I don't want to glaze, but like 2013. What were you doing in 2013, chat? I swear, the year before this, I was at school convinced that the world's gonna end, while Faker won Worlds. And now I'm 28 years old, and Faker won Worlds 10 years after me being in school, thinking about the world ending, and like shitting in my own pants. And like half this chat didn't even spawn before Faker won Worlds, probably. 100%. Half this chat hadn't even spawned by then. 2013. What was I doing in 2013? I was working in 2013 to 2015. I worked at an apprenticeship for IT tech support. So I was just chilling. And Faker was winning Worlds, that fucking rat. I did tier 2nd line technical support. Hey, my printer doesn't work. Oh, for fuck's sakes, your printer doesn't work again, dumb fuck. Turn it on. Watching Gen G versus T1 with chat closed. Watching Gen G versus T1 with chat open. Gen G fighting. You bought their jacket. Damn. And now you're retired. Fun fact, after Caedrel dropped the Euphoria t-shirt, he didn't speak a word for 1,647 seconds. Was it really 1,647 seconds? You're lying. Can you fact check that? Can you fact check that? Turns out the Pike pick was owner's idea. Oh, is there a T1 scored out? Oh, we should watch that. We should watch that though. Will the goat kneel to the Church of Trover? Is the church just fated to be another disciple in the shadow of a true god? Smolder makes me want to eat my own foot. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Okay, let's watch the T1 scored. It was owner's idea to play the Pike.
파이팅! 파이팅! 편하게 하자.
자, 양 팀은 첫 번째 스윗 스테이지 만남에서의 그 어려움들이 있었고 그 어려운 가운데 당시에는 TS가 역전에 성공하면서 그 경기를 얻어낸 적이 있었습니다. 하지만 다전제에서는 단 한 번도 T1은 이 월즈 무대에서 LPL에게 패배한 적이 없습니다.
Man, the storylines for finals are gonna be crazy.
됐어요. 네, 죄송해요. 마우스가 잠깐 멈췄어가지고 됐어요. 마우스 인정치.
His mouse froze. We are ready.
맞을게요. 얘 노플? 얘 노플이야? 노플. 간중 볼게.
있어요. 확실히 레오나가 가지고
트리 본다 나. 오케이. 다 가는 중. 안 맞았다. 일단 끝. 자, 서폿은 남아나 있어 여기.
뭐 트리스타나도 전면 없는 상태에서 먼저 T1.
야, 점프 왔다. 가는 중. Q 3초. 점프 돌긴 했어. 하이번 노플이야. 봐봐. 갈 수 있어. 남아 있어. 여기 하자 왔어. 먹을 생각 해봐.
Nice. Silas really needs to... The second that happens, mid is just a horror.
좋긴 했다 이거.
한번 견뎌내고 위쪽으로 한번 빠져나갑니다만 미리 잡혔고요.
Oh, and then they butchered the bot dive.
명탱이긴 하다. 뒤는 박았는데. 망했다.
아 그리고 시간
이거 빠져나기 어려운데요.
이거 좀 많이 꼬인 것 같은데. 막혔고 마공장으로 레오나 넘어옵니다.
이 사이.
또 안 보이긴 했어 그거. 못 보긴 한 거 같긴.
시험이 비트비드.
That was such a rat move.
미포 노공.
Kabi, wait, what is Kabi? Oh shit, I skipped. That's like, it's okay, right? It's okay? Or knife? Nice try. Nice, close.
우겨넣는 이니시가 가능한 수준까지 이거 결단 내렸네요.
야 쳤다. 나 공항 쓸게 일단 바로네. 일단 올려줘봐. 여기 쌈보자 와서.
Make it golden.
이어지고요. 그렇죠. 카메도 그리고 넘어오고.
이제 연결이 됩니다.
데이지부터.
데이지. 일단
옆구리 대기하고 있습니다.
Kill Daisy.
가야 되고 T1도 여차하면 둘러쌀 준비.
안 치고 있어. 이거 쓸게 천천히. 빨리 와. 오케이. 레오나 럼블도 프리야. 레오나 럼블.
레오나 천천히 패봐.
레오나부터 천천히. 미포군 깔렸다. 할만해 이거 좋아. 와봐.
Did he say Whippo?
천천히.
Is MF? What is MF in Korean?
맞아.
봐줄게.
앞라인부터 캐트리 이거 잡아야 될 것 같은데? 트리부터. 럼블 잡아야 돼. 럼블.
다 잡았어.
야 끝났다. 밀어봐. 이거 끝날 거 같아.
Oh,
턴라인만.
I see.
무시해야 될 것 같아. 무시. 때려야 되겠다. 때려야 돼. 잡아도 끝나. 야 할만해. 하나부터.
빼야 될
빼야겠다 형들. 하나만 깨고 빼.
그러면 날려보고 싶죠.
여기까지 날리고 무리할 필요 없을 것 같아요.
네네.
괜찮아 이득 봤어. 우리가 치러 가긴 한다. 바로 치러 가. 무조건 치는데.
After mutual and amicable agreement between the player and JD Gaming, and with full respect to their personal wishes, we announced the departure of Ruler from JDG. Wow. He was signed until the end of 2025. That does mean that Ruler's return to the LCK is very likely. We could see, with Deft retiring, we could see KT Ruler with BDD. We could see KT Kanavi Ruler. We could see KDF Ruler. We could see DK Ruler. Nah, no, I doubt they'll replace aiming. Man, this is huge for the LCK. Sorry to pause, but holy fuck, this is big news. LCK, bro, Ruler being a free agent is unbelievable for the market. I'm sure all the NA teams are probably like, holy shit. The LPL teams are gonna go crazy as well. Maybe some of the EU teams will send him offers. It's unlikely they'll take any Western offers in general. I would say my biggest bet would be that he either goes to KT, KDF. I doubt he'll go to C9. I think C9 is getting Sven, aren't they? 80 carry. Where else could he go? He could go, you know, they could make a team. So there's a rumor, okay? And I don't want to get you sold on this rumor. But there's a rumor that IG just got bought out by a really, really rich person. Which is true, it's not a rumor. And that rich person, who's extremely rich, is a massive fan of IG 2018. And he wants to put Rookie and the Shy together again. And when LPL teams are broke as fuck, this guy's come in and he's opened up his wallet apparently. There could be a the Shy Rookie Ruler IG team. Possible. I mean, if that guy is splashing his cash everywhere. So the main reason I say that is the LPL team's budgets are going really, really low. Rookie and the Shy have LPL residency. All the LPL teams' budgets are being cut, apart from a few, and IG is the few, because they're mega rich now, apparently. I saw a post about it. So if that guy wants to splash his cash, the Shy Rookie Ruler would be a fucking monster team. Just saying. Damn. Where's Ruler gonna go? That is huge. Los Ratones Ruler sounds pretty good. He goes back to Gen G. He will never go back to Gen G. Gen G have Pays. Pays is 19 years old, and he's not even at the peak of his form yet, and he's still world class. They'll 100% just play with Pays no matter what. He won't go to DK. I think T1 will re-sign Gumayushi and Faker probably. He won't go to Gen G. His options are just KT, KDF, I think. Otherwise, it's just like a DRX run, like a DRX. But I don't know if DRX has money. Nongshim definitely doesn't have money, I think. Bro doesn't have money. Fox, maybe, but I doubt he'll join Fox. And then what is it for LPL? BLG won't replace Elk. He's out of JDG. Top Esports has Jackie Love. LNG has Gala. NIP has Photic, possible. Yeah, HLE will keep Ruler for keep Viper for sure. He could go to maybe EDG if they have money. RNG's broke, aren't they? Who else was pretty good? There was a team I'm thinking of. What's that team with Croco? Is it no, it's not FPX. What is the Croco roster? AL. AL have money, but I doubt he'll go there. Weibo Gaming have Light. I don't think they would get rid of Light. I mean, maybe. But I'm just saying, these 80 carries like Elk and Jackie Love and Light, Gala, these are really good 80 carries. Replacing them for someone like Ruler, is it worth it? FPX, think they're also broke. I don't know. I'm kind of speaking out my ass here a bit, but by the looks of their rosters, I'm not sure if they've got that much money. I guess it is probably like an IG super team, an insanely high Western contract, or it's KT, KDF. I would guess, unless one of these superstar 80 carries gets replaced by another. But it doesn't make sense. I don't know. If I had Gala or Jackie Love, I wouldn't kick him for Ruler, as much as Ruler's insane. That's weird, man. Oof. If Guma leaves T1, to be honest, I feel like, okay, my impression of T1 is like Faker is obviously the face of T1. But I think, to be honest, if Faker wasn't the face of T1, I think it would be Guma Yushi. I think he would be like their branding face leader, like the Don of T1. So I think T1 getting rid of Guma is like a mega mistake. I don't think they'll get rid of Guma Yushi. He's for sure like a big face for them. I think Zeus is going to go to the LPL. I have this feeling inside that Zeus is just like fiending to go to the LPL. I don't know why. This has got no sources, by the way. It's just like feeling. I just feel like this guy would want to go to the LPL. I just don't see Zeus on Gen G or DK or anything. Or HLE. I just don't see it. He does the Nuggery, man. I'm sure of it. And the Khan. All these insanely good top laners from the LCK eventually end up in the LPL. Wasn't Kingen in the LPL as well at one point? And Kana was in the LPL. Kingen was in the LPL. Khan was in the LPL. Nuggery went to the LPL. I feel like these top laners just go to the LPL. Marin went to the LPL. Duke went to the LPL. Damn. Ruler, I didn't expect that. I thought this was a given, man. I thought Ruler was staying for sure. So yeah, Kanavi is likely coming to the LCK as well. Ruler, man, if Kanavi Ruler come to the LCK, that is insane. That means your jungle pool is what? You have Peanut, Canyon, Kanavi, Owner, Piosik, and Lucid. I mean, that jungle is stacked. And Cuz is insane. That jungle pool. You're telling me the 7th best team in the LCK at minimum has someone like Kana or Lucid or Piosik? That is insanity. That is fucking crazy. 80 carry is also insane. Think about it. You have Viper, Pays, Guma, Aiming, Ruler. You even have people like, what was his fucking name? Leaper, who was actually insane. Did I say Kana? I meant Cuz, sorry, Cuz. Jiwoo is crazy good. Actually, I guess 80 carry is not impacted too much because Deft's retiring and then Ruler's coming in. So I guess it is a bit of a replace. Oh man, if Deft just stayed one more year. Just one more year. Peanut, Deft, Kanavi, Ruler. Teddy. Yeah, Teddy's insane. Man, LCK is stacking up big time. Smash. Yeah, I don't know where Smash is going to go. Bro, LCK is like a... Damn. I think the next big surprise would be if Ruler goes to the West. X for doubt, but if that happens, that would be insane. I'm sure I mean, to be honest, if some Western teams have big money and need an AD carry, I don't think throwing it at Ruler is a bad idea. Can you imagine G2 Ruler? Or Fnatic Ruler or some shit? That would be crazy. That would be fucking crazy. Can you imagine Ruler Reckless bot lane in the LEC? Jesus. That would be nuts. Ruler would play with Core JJ. What if he joins Team Liquid? I mean, you're not wrong. Team Liquid Ruler with Core JJ. That's valid. But Yon is pretty good. I think Yon is really good. I don't think they should replace Yon. That roster would have Umti, Impact, Ruler, Core JJ. Like, what? What about the buyers of Rogue? So apparently Rogue was trying to sell their spot to Falcons, but it got blocked. Then they're trying to sell it to Enigma Galaxy, but apparently the deal's taking forever. But I do know that these teams do want to put a lot of money into like getting LPL players and LCK players. But I don't know what's going on with Rogue. Maybe they're keeping their spot because apparently the deal's really delayed or some shit. There was an article about it on one of the websites. But apparently the deal's taking forever. Wow, okay, that's a big drop. That's a big drop. Ruler on DK would be cheat code. Yeah, but it wouldn't fix their mid jungle, would it? Alright, let's finish the video. Man, having Ruler with this world would have been special.
천천히 침착하게만 하자. 많이 유리. 저거 그쵸. 와다 나와 바로. 나 이거 탈게. 공 꼬여놨어. 천천히 와봐. 얘네 극딜이다. 딜라인. 다 올긴 했다 이거. 앞라인부터 천천히. 리포 잡았어. 트리 봐야 돼 형들. 트리. 기다려봐. 딜 좀 안 돼. 좋아.
Bro, it's crazy to me that carry us calling Tristana. Did he even like was he even hitting Tristana?
천천히. 리포 잡았어. 트리 봐야 돼 형들. 트리.
I think the comms must be a second delayed because I think here carry us sees Tristana and wants to stun her into the wall. He's probably screaming Trist now.
천천히. 리포 잡았어.
But she's already jumped out.
트리 봐야 돼 형들. 트리. 기다려봐. 딜 좀 안 돼. 좋아. 아래 좋아. 다 잡았어. 연도야. 잡으면 좋아. 잡아야 돼. 오케이. 잡아야 돼. 다 잡았어. 연도야. 잡으면 좋아. 잡아야 돼. 오케이. 잡아야 돼.
Oh, gotta get high. Gotta get him. Okay.
PS가 자멸한 느낌이고. 어디가?
이거 그냥 지키면서 해, 캐트. 나머지.
내가 이쪽에 있을게.
굳이 안 막아도 돼. 1, 2, 3. 나 미카엘 있어.
야, 뚫려.
1, 2, 3.
Helisan?
헤드샷. 잘했고. 솔라인 뺐고. 나 미카엘 있다 계속. 여기. 천천히 갈감. 러블 공부 빠졌어 한번. 타워. 쌈바. 와봐. 와봐. 레오나. 딜라인 받을래? 빨리 막. 타워 치면 돼. 타워. 끝났어. 타워 치면 돼.
Oh shit.
나이스.
넥서스는 이렇게 파괴가 됩니다.
They just walked into the F and they're like, oh.
대원입니다.
차라리 그냥 어차피 신짜오도 나왔으니까 캐리력 대결로 가네요.
나 뭐하냐? 예?
비에고는 태안 선수의 1편 지역 내에서는 가지지 않았었던 모습이었는데
비에고 같은 정글도 주도권이 중요하니까 미드를 좀 세게 가는 걸 고민을 해보나요? 함성 소리가 점점.
기다려봐 일단. 거의 아린 듯? 아리하다.
양팀의 두 번째 세트입니다. 지금부터 전해드리죠.
내가 볼게.
여기 나오고. 여기 살짝 좋다. 나오면서. 이자고 비고. 오케이 되게 좋고.
이즈리얼 다 빼고 체력 압박 확 넣은 거 엄청 큰데요?
이런데 유충은 나왔는데.
이거 나 이즈 몰래 가는 중. 기다려봐. 여기.
이즈 풀스펠 없어.
여기. 비고. 잡으면 돼. 살태.
앞라인.
Bro, it's crazy to me that top esports, like as much as T1 won this game, look at Ezreal's game state. No sums Ezreal. And they're trying to contest this fucking Void Grub respawn. Like, are they mental, top esports? What are they doing?
비고. 잡으면 돼. 살태.
Are they mental? Look at Ezreal in this fight. Like, what can he do? He can't play it at all.
여기까지.
야 위에 이제 살짝만 봐줄래? 나는 못 가요. 나 잡았어.
페이카!
기가 막히게 물었네요 진짜.
페이카!
치고 있을만해 얘네. 뒤 내려 아직. 이제 땡겼다. 슬슬 뚫어볼게. 나 레이 보는 중이야. 천천히 나가볼게 내가. 레. 조금 애매하다. 앞라인.
Looks a bit dicey.
있었어. 할만해. 갈리오부터. 갈리오 팬 중. 앞에 거. 갈리오 노플. 천천히. 갈리오 죽었어. 못 빼. 천천히 하면 돼. 갈리오 노플이야.
갈리오는 어디 못 가죠?
바로는 돌아도 되기는 해 일단. 오케이. 나올 것 같긴 하다. 막아섰고. 치는 거 보였어? 갖고 올게.
이거 일부러 약간 끌어들이고.
옆구리인데.
레.
I've noticed this a lot in team fights. The way team fight dynamics have evolved. I was speaking to I can't say it, but yeah, I got some clips that I sent to someone. Look at how team fight dynamics have changed throughout Worlds. I'll show you some clips.
To be careful, we'll be spotted now on fog.
Like, look at how these LCK and LPL teams just focus on support. It's interesting how they just always try and burst supports these days. They will invest 2 or 3 ultimates to kill enemy support all the time, or flashes.
Down again, 4 is what matters here.
Just to get the first kill advantage, no matter what.
Transform back from Mega.
Look at Lahen's in this fight as well.
This is not a good state
Maybe he was aiming at
for
Keen
HLE
there,
to try to go
Varus
in for
comes
a
out
fight.
as well.
They wanted to try to grab Lahen's. There's the hand.
I've seen this team fight dynamic change where they always just try and go on enemy support no matter what. Stuff like this.
Zone Zuka off from joining this though.
Like, look at Hung here.
80 carries contest mid push, but Elk moving over.
It's very common for these LCK and LPL teams to just all in enemy support no matter what. Like here, I even sent a clip and I said I think they kind of trolled here Hammerlife. I think if Hammerlife turn here onto Rel, it's fine. They should just turn onto Rel.
But no TP on
I don't know why they're not just Brown ulting this Rel. I don't know what Brown was doing. He should just ult this Rel. And they should have Sejuani ult this Rel. I think that this front to back, this idea of how teamfight dynamics should work, it's interesting. These are all the clips that I found when I was doing some research on teams. Like, look, it looks really worth it. It's really hurts. Like, already now, Rel can't play the game. Like, all of their engage is gone, and you can't fight. And so now, I just feel like supports on these engage champs, they play quite far up, and with the shield, they're deceptively tanky. But I think if you invest 1 or 2 ultimates to force them to disengage on Rel, their fight is already impossible to play. The second Rel comes out of the stun and W's backwards, it's absolutely free reign for AD carries and shit. Anyone can play the fight no matter what. So this dynamic that I've seen is it's mainly interesting because you see it here again. You'll see it a lot from these pro teams at the highest level. That bursting out the engage support, whether it's Alistar, Rel, or Leona, getting their flash backwards, getting their ult, it automatically wins you the fight. Because your AD carry gets so much space when the engage support is out.
좀 칠게. 나 여기까지 와 있어. 스마쌈 2,000대. 여기 쌈이야. 보였다. 쌈이야. 해도 돼. 머리 걸리 버렸다. 빼면서. 이제 갈려볼게. 갈려. 이제 앞라인. 갖고. 위로. 레로 왔어 아래. 나 봐줘. 나 좋긴 해. 레 넣고. 짜오. 구도 좋은데. 이제만 맞아줘. 나 딸 잡아야 돼. 바로. 맞아. 일단 남의 쳐. 나이스. 나 너무 세긴 하다. 너무 이래하다. 말 안 된다 이제. 앞라인 차 나한테 계속 공이 없어서 물림 바로 봐줘. 갈리 왔다. 바우대. 오케이. 레 조심. 오케이. 일단
A month ago, yeah, I sent that message to like a while back, but I thought I would show you because
쌀 여기 쌀 봐줄래? 미안해. 쌀 봐달래? 못 봐도 미안해. 이제 봐야 돼. 이제 잡았고. 미드가. 나 뒤로 나 이제. 내가 야 퍼펙트 해야 돼. 퍼펙트. 저 잡을 수 있어? 끝나자. 나이스. 공 있어서 그냥 드릴 넣으면 금방. 나 뒤에 가만히 있을게 나는. 확인하자 이거. 이거 빌고도 녹음이라 쓰레야. 쓰레기 확인. 나 잡고 싶어한다 이 사람. 쌀. 비고. 녹음. 나이스.
넥서스가 파괴됩니다.
GG.
T1입니다.
Stop calling me Pookie.
T1의 마지막 카드를 한번 확인해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, who says Pike?
뭐야 될까?
파이크.
모르겠네. 나 몰라. 파이크가 좋으면 나는 파이크 추천할게. 너 느낌대로 해봐 그럼. 느낌대로 틱하는 게 제일 좋아. 설건.
owner.
도움을 준다는 얘긴데.
숨 넘어갑니다.
파이팅 해봅시다.
양 팀의 세 번째 세트 전해드리겠습니다.
그냥 블루 이거 칠 수 있어 이거. 이거 블루 땡겨줄게. 얘 못 먹게.
일단 하게.
This was really smart by Carrier.
못 먹어 이거. 나이스.
잘하긴 했다.
한번 볼 수 있고. 입 빠졌고.
It's like, bro, it reminds me of old school blitzcranks. You remember old school blitzcrank. You walk up, you hook their blue buff, ha, and you run away. It's a classic solo queue. And then Syndra came out, and everyone on Syndra would start W, walk up to their buff, and fucking W it and throw it away. Ha.
야 잡았다 이거.
샌데요. 잡아냅니다. 아, 캐리야.
나이스. 여기 살짝 먼저 볼게. 여기서 교전할 수 있어 형들.
캐리어를 집중하면 또 다른 문제가 생기는 경우가 있었는데.
레오나부터. 공거리 돼. 내가 빨라. 확인. 잠깐만 3초 뒤 공거리. 2초 뒤. 빼면서 하면 좋을 것 같아. 빼. 일단 봐줄게. 빼. 빼봐. 오긴 했는데. 들기만. 애매한 것 같아. 빼. 공격. 야 사이렀어. 야 한 번 더 할 수 있다 얘네. 야 끌었어. 짜 높을. 오케이. 오케이. 걔네 궁 있어서 박을 수 있어 얘네. 나 메가 되긴 하는데. 사일 시간 좀 바꿔 메가. 여기 얘 가져갈 듯. 에 와볼래? 야 좋다.
Oh, Zeus, bro. He's so crazy.
공중 더블링.
타이밍. 잡아냅니다. 더블 킬.
나 칠할게. 잘하긴 했다. 나이스. 여기까지 나오면 1로 넘을게. 전령 싸움 볼게. 이렇게 한번 볼게.
비슷하게 신짜오 같은 경우에도
나 오긴 했거든. 나 여기까지. 마무리 돼. 나 돼. 잡긴 했어.
잡아냅니다. 팀원 네 번째 킬.
카이사만 있어. 오케이.
나는 싸우고 싶다.
이번에는 안 된다.
조이는 각을
인원 다.
내가 빼면서 봐야 돼.
나 바로.
빼었어요. 네. 오늘 잡았고요.
나 살짝 볼게 여기. 봐줄래?
달려들어요. 안 끝나요.
야, 안 좋아. 빼면서 봐. 빼. 바로 빼야 된다. 까비. 깊었다.
응어리진 분노가.
야, 누구냐?
Hey, this guy.
와.
Carry is insane this game, by the way.
오케이. 잠깐만. 천천히.
용 40초.
지금 여기 안에 이거 탈출긴 할게요.
걔네 봐도 돼.
Owner's just laughing.
걔네.
대화.
천천히. 앞라인. 천천히.
야, 들어갈게. 가자. 짜고 보면 좋아. 가자. 야, 바로 가자. 여기 올 거거든. 천천히 와볼래? 쌈 봐도 돼. 짜고 노플이야. 살짝 걸었고. 레오나. 앞라인. 레오나부터. 야, 다른 거 조심. 괜찮아. 구도 좋아.
빨개냈어.
난 죽었어. 쌀.
쌀 잡아.
팔사.
빼면서.
야, 들어갈게. 가져.
천천히.
팔사 노고. 별로.
발견했다.
공중에 섰다.
하자 걸었거든. 카이사. 나 딜한데? 노플이야. 좋아.
That hook from Carry was nuts.
달려가면서 학교 작사를 준비합니다.
칠각 한 번 나올 것 같긴 한데.
나올만해. 먹어. 시야만 봐줘봐. 시야 여기. 오케이. 위로 빼면서.
왔어.
레오나.
천천히. 앞라인 좋아.
야, 쌀. 풀고 조심. 아래도. 아래 터졌어. 천천히. 할만해. 더블 3초.
빼면서 볼래?
W 있어. 쌀 태블라거든. 빼면 좋아.
이게 퇴각하면 되거든요. 그러면 먹을 거 먹고 뒤쪽으로 빠질 수가 있는 지원이 됐습니다.
나 이번에 좀 앞에서 할 생각도 해볼게. 커버만 잘 봐줘.
What's your favorite match of T1 all time? My favorite all time T1 match was T1 KT 2023. The summer playoffs. This was my all time favorite, I think.
볼래 이거?
Spring or summer, both were good. All three of them were good.
볼 수 있어.
나만 볼 수 있어. 나만 보자.
It was crazy good. Those series.
노플.
15 games across the entire year against each other in best 5 games series was so insane.
해봐.
나이스. 해가 와봐. 뺐다.
라인이 없어. 라인 멀어.
하나 있다. 해보자.
하나 해봐 이거.
He's calling for a penta.
들어가.
나 탱이야. 해봐. 짜오. 야, 캔 노플이야. 와봐.
웨이브.
캔 봐줘. 와줘야 돼.
잡았어.
Oh my god, the diving was crazy there.
굿샷. 나이스.
Good shot.
넥서스가 파괴가 됩니다.
Good shot.
파리의 디펜딩 챔피언이 누군지를 보여줍니다. T1입니다.
그런 얘기가 있죠 롤판에. T1에 대해서는 감히
Never bet against T1. True. Well, it's kind of hard to bet against T1 at Worlds. It's hard. What is this? We saw this. We're gonna watch it again. Maybe we'll watch it again in a little bit. Was a crazy good teaser. Is anyone in chat who hasn't seen that teaser? Okay, I was doing some draft thoughts a couple days ago. It's a very weird game. I think. And I think T1 is T1 has a really hard time today. I'll go through the reasons why, but T1 is gonna struggle a lot in draft. These are... Wait, did I edit all my drafts? I think I... Oh my god, I have Interstellar playing. I think these were the drafts from... These were some of the drafts I was doing for JDG as well. For LNG as well. For Weibo Gaming as well. Oops. So, the reason I think T1 has a hard time, I'll go through it with you. I'll start from the beginning. Is... If you look at T1 this year at Worlds, they've banned Yone in 88% of games, and they banned Aurora in 75% of games, which is not good. That is not good to have. Now, granted, they have played a lot of red side. They only have one blue side game this tournament, T1. So there's not a lot of quantifiable blue side games to look at for T1 because they're always red side. So you can safely assume that on red side, they will probably ban Yone or Aurora. It just seems to be their go-to. The issue I have, I'll show you why. So let's say, so T1, I believe T1 starting on blue side. I believe T1 starting on blue side. So T1 on blue side against Genji. It's already a hard game. I'll go through a couple things. So T1's biggest strengths in drafts is T1 has this thing where they play combos, okay? That's the best way I can describe it. And you need to kind of avoid giving T1 these combos. What I mean by that is they will play Xayah Rakan, they will play Kalista Nico, they'll play Caitlyn Lux, or they'll play Kalista Rakan, they will play Nocturne Nico, they'll play Sylas Sejuani. They're kind of like set on these combos, and they'll always look for it, always. In most of their games, these are the combos they'll look for. So for example, you can see, this game doesn't count as much, but they have like Xayah Rakan, or they'll have like Sylas Sejuani, or they'll have a Caitlyn lane with a range support, or they'll have like Vi with Ahri or Talia. This is just like their kind of go-to. So you have to be a bit careful about these combos with T1. I think giving them a good Xayah Rakan angle is dangerous. I'll get onto Genji in a second. The only other problem that I see for T1 is Gumayushi's champion pool is pretty shit, okay? As much as I love Gumayushi, this is a player who doesn't play Ezreal or Kai'Sa. He doesn't. Kuma doesn't play Ezreal or Kai'Sa. This is a problem. This is a problem for draft. And that's going to hurt them a lot in this series. Especially against a player like Paze who plays both. Now, it's okay if they put Prio into Guma. He does play Kai'Sa. He's had no success on Kai'Sa this year or Ezreal this year. He just avoided it completely. His trajectory this year, Guma, is he's very focused on caster AD carries. And what I mean by that is he'll play Jhin, Ashe, MF, Ziggs. He played a little bit of Kai'Sa. He played a little bit of Ezreal. Not super, I don't know. Obviously, he can play them, but I guess the best way to phrase it is they don't have high priority on it. In a tournament where Ezreal and Kai'Sa are pretty OP, like a player like Elk has most played Ezreal Kai'Sa, Guma has hardly any Ezreal or Kai'Sa this tournament. Now, the reason that's pretty difficult is it's very likely that if you're Genji and you're not fucking ill in the head, you're going to ban Kalista versus Guma. So I think a safe option here is Kalista's banned against Gumayushi. The reason Kalista's banned against Gumayushi is Kalista is one of Guma's best champs, but also it opens up a lot for Keria, which is scary. Allowing Keria to be opened up for, I mean, look at this, banned against T1 all summer, 43% Kalista, 49% Ashe. Ashe, Kalista are T1's go-to. Banned against T1 overall, 63% is Kalista. I think Kalista is a go-to ban against them. He will play, this opens up Keria's champion pool perfectly. He will play Nico, he will play Renata. It's gonna happen. They'll first pick Kalista, and then they will play Nico Flex, and they'll play something like a jungler here, or Narblind. That's just T1 in a nutshell. Now, T1 have two options. Option one, when it comes to Kalista, is ban Ashe to force it, because Paze is a great Ashe, and he will probably look for Ashe. Or option two, do you leave the Ashe open? Now, if you leave the Ashe open, Genji might not ban Kalista, because their answer to Kalista is Ashe, okay? So, like I said yesterday, if T1 ban Ashe, Genji will have to ban Kalista. They don't have a choice. Now, this already is a problem. It's a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is both these AD carries are out, so it makes T1's first pick a bit easier. The bad thing is that hurts Gumayushi a lot. for his champion pool, because he does like Kalista and he does like Ashe. So that basically means the early rotation for T1 is, we'll say they first pick something here. I think it's likely they're going to have to do Xayah Rakan here. Or they're going to have to do something like MF. Because what Gumayushi will play this series, if Ashe Kalista is banned in every game, he will play Xayah, he will play Jhin, he will play MF, or he'll play Varus. That's pretty likely what he will play. He won't play Ezreal or Kai'Sa. I think you can kind of expect that Guma will do this. He will play Draven if they give over Kalista. This is possible. This is a T1 classic. I'll get to Caitlyn in a second. He will give over Draven. If T1's on red side one game and they give Gen G first pick Kalista, it's likely that he'll play Draven into it. And then his final answer to a lot of things is Caitlyn. The problem with Caitlyn as a champ is it's very hard to blind pick Caitlyn. And they are blue side for game 1. The reason Caitlyn can kind of work in these games is because he's playing red side Caitlyn. And if he does get pushed in draft a bit, like here, for example, you see Kalista's banned, Ashe is banned, Ezreal's down, they have MF. He did go for Caitlyn here, Caitlyn Bard, and it worked. Against a team like Gen G, I mean, you saw it yesterday, right? They played Varus, Nico, bot lane, Weibo Gaming versus Kalista, Renata. They'll play poke lanes, and poke lanes really hurt Caitlyn. It'll really hurt her. As much as that game was a success for Guma, you need to be careful of blinding Kate. Because if you play Caitlyn against Varus with a range support, or you play Caitlyn against, like, I don't know, Ashe is open, or MF even with a range support, when you're blue side, you don't get counter pick support. The reason this worked out a lot is because they have last pick support. If you play Caitlyn blind on 4-5 with a support, and you just go Caitlyn Lux Slam, and they have something like MF or Varus, they can just play a range support into you, and it's just going to become an Armageddon bot matchup, right? And if Caitlyn Lux don't get the push, it's a bit tricky. Anyway, we've gone down a rabbit hole there. I think from my research on these teams, I think I would put a lot of money that Ashe Kalista is banned. I think T1, it's likely they do this. Or T1 plays a game of chicken, which is absolutely fine as well. And they play for Ashe first pick, which I don't mind at all. The bad thing is we don't have a lot of intel on T1's blue side. Like I said, they've only played blue side once against Pain, and they first picked Yone, right? So, and Ashe was open the whole series. He went Draven into Kalista. Like I said, he will play Draven into Kalista. So, I think Ashe first pick is likely. If Gen G start to, I mean, if T1 don't ban the Ashe and they don't force the Kalista ban out of Gen G. So that's the first layer. I think the first layer is definitely AD carry pick, because Gumayushi needs resource in draft. The second layer is Faker. Faker's champion pool is also kind of small, and you're going to disagree with that because you're probably a Faker fan or a T1 fan, or you watch Worlds and you're like, well, Faker plays everything. Faker does play everything. Trust me. I'm completely there with you. Faker does play everything, and he can probably play everything. But at this tournament and current day Faker, I think his champion pool, in terms of prio, with Azir not being at this tournament, hurts. He will play Nico, he will play Ahri. These are probably his two go-tos, and Sylas. This is probably like his 3 core, you know? This is really like where he's comfortable. He can play things like LeBlanc and Orianna if the draft allows it, but this is kind of where Faker stops. You know, we saw his Galio, which was good into, like, I think they had double AP solo lanes, and a Kai'Sa, which was like a really good pick. But Galio's not a pick you can rely on all the time. Galio is a pick that's very, very situational. Like, for example, the Bwipo Galio, I think he played it top. Galio is only really draftable if they troll into you with double AP solo laners. And I think Gen G have already been hit by the Galio card, and they saw Faker play Galio. So if they're smart, they're not going to draft double AP solo laners into a Galio. Now, I'm not saying that Faker can't play these champs around them. I'm just saying Faker has looked a lot more comfortable on these champs, right? So they might have to put some resources into Faker in the early rotation. My main example of this would be, how high prio is Ahri at this tournament? It's very high prio, right? We saw Knight play a lot of Ahri, or he played 1 game of Ahri. We saw Faker play 3 games of Ahri, I think, at Worlds. He had a lot of success. We saw Chovy play Ahri. Not as much success, but it looks like it's one of the stronger blinds. If Gen G early rotates Ahri, what does Faker play into it? I wonder. Is Ahri a first pick in this series? I feel like Ahri, to me, is a big, big pick for both sides. It's likely Faker will play something like Sylas into it. And then what happens if they first pick Ashe and they pick Ahri? It's likely we can expect the T1 will do Sylas Sejuani. You know when I talked about those combos? This will be their go-to. So it's not that T1 doesn't have the champs. The reason I'm saying that T1 will struggle in this draft is it's quite... You can kind of predict what T1 will do based on what they've shown priority-wise, right? If Genji take away an Ahri early rotation, I think they can pretty much guess that Sylas Sejuani is going to come out, so they can like draft around it, right? So I think that the reason T1 has a tough time in this draft today is because it's quite easy to expect what they'll do. If AD pulls pinch, they'll early rotate Zyra Khan. If Kalista's open, they'll play Kalista, Nico, Renata. If Sylas has picked into Ahri blind, then they'll probably play Sejuani. If you push their AD pool a shit ton, then maybe he plays Caitlyn blind. Another option that they could have is, I mean, something that T1 is notorious for, and we haven't seen it too much this tournament, is this one, which is a very big T1 combo. They love Nocturne Nico if they get a good angle. They also, so for example, I wouldn't be surprised if they first pick Kalista, that Nico Nocturne comes out and they flex the Nico. This is another one. So the reason I think Kalista needs to be banned by Genji is I think the Kalista, it just makes the draft so hard, I think, for Genji. It's just become so difficult. Even if they don't do this, they can do Renata plus like jungle, Vi, Skarner, doesn't matter. So Kalista really hurts their draft. Anyway, we've talked about Faker. Another thing that I think is really, really important is Rakan. I think Rakan is becoming the pick of the tournament quietly, and it's creeping up in prios for a lot of people. Rakan is turning into this early rotator. Genji have Delight, you know. Not Delight, sorry, they have Lehens. Rakan early rotation denial wouldn't be too big of a surprise. And Carry has already shown that he early rotates Rakan. We even saw it in the BLG series yesterday. I think we saw the Rakan early rotation, didn't we? In draft, in one of the games. Rakan was banned against them. I believe it was banned... Why doesn't we see the draft? It doesn't show it. Oh, it does show it. So Rakan was banned against BLG for the early rotation blind. And then game 2, Rakan was banned against him again for the early rotation blind. And then the second, Rakan is open in game 3. Oh, it's actually banned all 3 games. What am I saying? Anyway, it was one game where on early rotated Rakan. I'm scared of Rakan. If I'm Genji, I would be very concerned about Rakan. I wonder what Rakan's presence is at Worlds, actually, if you tee up the bans and shit. How do you see how many times a champ's been banned? 66.6% presence, 17 bans, 21 picks. It's actually insanely high win rate, no? Look at that win rate. 66.7% win rate. I think On played it. Here it is. On HLE versus BLG. He was early rotating Rakan a lot in their series. And I think that that's something that T1 will do as well. Because I think T1 did the same thing. They early rotated a Rakan game. So I would be very scared of Rakan if I was Genji. So we talked about Faker. We talked about the Kalista Ashe prio for Guma. And we talked about Rakan. These are like the 3 things that I think that I would be concerned about as Genji. The last thing I would be concerned about is Zeus. Because I would ban Yone for Zeus. I wouldn't ban Yone because of Faker. As much as I think Faker is good at Yone, I think the fact that they can flex it on blue side is scary to play against. So i.e., I wouldn't ban Yone straight away if I was Genji. What I would do is I would see what T1 ban. If T1 bans Smolder, I would consider a Yone ban. If T1 bans Jax, I would also consider a Yone ban. Because that just makes Yone blindable top if they get it first pick. So I think Jax and Smolder will alert the Yone card. Like, what I was going to say about Zeus is Zeus's Gnar is by far his best champ. By far. And you saw it yesterday in the series of Weibo versus BLG. BLG was banning Gnar to stop Breed getting a strong blind pick. So, when it comes to prio champs, Gnar, Rakan, Kalista, Yone, Aurora are the ones that you think about on red side if you're Genji. And then you have the jungle trade of Skarner Vi, which is also a bit scary. Giving T1 Vi is always annoying because Vi opens up Faker's champion pool a bit. If Ahri's open, he'll play Ahri. If Ahri's down, he'll play Talia, and he's pretty safe. The last thing is Aurora. Will T1 play Aurora? Will they do it? Zeus has been playing Aurora in solo queue, I believe. He's played a bit of it. I don't know where his stats are at. What the fuck? He's been playing everything in solo queue. Scrap that. Faker has been playing Aurora in solo queue. He's been playing a lot of Yone Sylas. He's been playing a bit of Aurora. The problem is Genji have shown Aurora, okay? And if I'm T1, I actually wouldn't be surprised if T1 take the Aurora ban. The reason is T1 haven't shown much Aurora, but Genji have shown great Aurora. They've shown the fact that they'll play Aurora Nocturne. They'll play Aurora Nocturne Ari. They'll play Aurora Nocturne Twitch. I wouldn't give that over. I feel like that is just automatically scary as fuck to play against. So I think it's a safe assumption that T1 probably ban Aurora even on blue side. If they do that in game 1, that's a tell to Genji that, hey, we can't play Aurora. We can't do it. We're going to ban it on both sides for the rest of the series. And Genji have that as a given. Do you think Lissandra will get played? I think Lissandra's a really good champ. I think if Ari Vi is played, or Rakan support, something like this, Lissandra is an insanely good champ. But I'm not sure if either side will bust it out. So I think Aurora blue side ban for T1 is pretty safe. I think Ashe Prio or first pick is pretty safe. Skarner ban is pretty good on blue side or Nidalee, depending on what you want to play against. Canyon has shown like he can be your demon, he can be your angel. He will just play Nidalee or he'll play something like Skarner. I mean, look at Canyon's Nidalee this year. Do you really want to leave that open in game 1? And if you lose game 1, do you really want to have to be forced to ban it on both sides for the rest of the series? Or is it better to just ban it on blue side game 1 to just avoid it? It might be better to just avoid it. He's shown it already twice against FlyQuest, and in both games he looked like a fucking monster. So again, if I was T1, I think Aurora's pretty safe. I think Nidalee's a pretty safe ban. Coming out the gates, you target Aurora comps and you target Canyon completely 1v9ing an entire game and making owner's life hell. What did they ban against each other last time they played? They haven't played each other in a while, have they? It was this series they played against each other. T1 banned Ezreal, Maokai, Lucian. Not really prio champs anymore on the meta. Genji banned Ashe, Rumble, Kalista. So, Genji banned Ashe and Kalista on red side. And their answer to Kalista was Senna Ornn. Yeah, okay, maybe they will ban both. We could be in a world where something like this happens. This is very likely, would you not agree? If Genji last time played against T1, they targeted Guma. But you see what I mean, right? Ashe Kalista is down, he's playing Xayah. He's not playing Ezreal or Kai'Sa, he's playing Xayah. When it comes to 4-5, they're not banning Ezreal or Kai'Sa, they're banning Caitlyn, Ziggs. So when Guma gets pushed, that's kind of his champ pool. It's Ashe, Kalista, Caitlyn, Ziggs, Xayah, Jhin, MF. I think that's a very safe look at bans. If that happens, you then get into the world of what is your first pick? Now, Owner's Vi has been one of his best champs all year. But Skarner is a champ that Canyon was even playing in the finals. And he's played it a bit at Worlds already as well. So do you take Skarner or do you take Vi as a first pick? For argument's sake, we'll say this is Smolder. Makes it a little bit simpler. So what prio champs are up? There's Skarner. My mouse is completely bugged. There's Vi. I think Ari and I think Rakan is also quite a high prio champ for T1. How's Lehenz's Rakan? Has he played a lot of Rakan? He played 3 games this year. Or this summer. You know what also surprised me? I was doing this. Look at this. This is actually funny. Well, not funny, it's interesting. Hold up, let me open up the Riot game stream on my screen here. Wait, where's the timer at? Okay, there we go. Lehenz doesn't play that much Rel. Shocker. Last time he played Rel was against Hamolife, they lost. Before that, he won. But if you look at like the amount of games he has on Rel, he has 3 Rel games this summer. He has 15 Leona games. Not that he can't play Rel, but he doesn't put much prio on Rel. You know who else doesn't put much prio on Rel? Carry, I don't think will put as much prio on Rel. Leona, Alistar are his engaged supports. Whereas for people like, I would imagine Delight is probably, yeah, most played Rel. I would say maybe On has a lot of Rel games. Yeah, these supports will always prio Rel very high. But Keria and Lehenz, I think, are the 2 supports at the tournament that would put lower prio on Rel. So there's a world where Rel's only picked a couple times this series, but Leona is definitely like a big prio. Now, according to some sports, I spoke to Mickey X as well, he said that Rakan into Leona is actually not bad. So I wonder where their Rakan-Leona prio will be. Obviously, if you blind something like Leona on 1-1, you're just asking for some kind of Braum lane, right? Like Varus Braum into Leona is just fucking horrendous for... Yeah, this is... Guess, bro, this is Owner's solo queue account. He has 33 games of Smolder. Owner just rocked up to Europe being solo queue, and he plays 33 games of Smolder, and he has a couple of jungle games. That's it. All he plays is Smolder and Jhin in mid lane. Jhin mid and Smolder mid, that's it. That's his solo queue. Imagine you open up Owner's solo queue like, let's do some jungle research. Ah, yes. So yeah, Leona probably won't be early rotate blind. This is where, you know, the draft can take many directions. If Vi's first picked, if Skarner's first picked, I think there's definitely iterations for both. But both junglers being up, and the fact that there's 2 junglers, and Sejuani as well, makes me think that I don't see them first picking jungle. There must be something else that they think is prio. What would it be? What would it be? It could be Jax. It could be Rumble. It could be Maokai, you know. I think Maokai is quite a... Gen.G have banned Maokai quite a lot. Yeah. The Maokai flex, I forgot about that as well. Yeah, I wonder if Gen.G would flex Maokai. I mean, that's the scary thing. If you play Skarner, Xayah, Rakan, I think they would flex Maokai here and have Ahri. That's a bit difficult. I also think there's a world where if Skarner's first picked, a lot of people have been playing Xin Zhao into Skarner. I'm not sure if that'll happen. But I saw some junglers playing Xin Zhao into Skarner as a counter rather than going for something like Vi or Sejuani. They would flex Maokai support here. Maybe they... Yeah. I'm not sure. But I think this is probably a safe assumption, these bends. The prios on the champs are hard to predict, right? I mean, you have... We can go through them. Like Keen, for example, will play Rumble or Cassante. Zeus will probably play Gnar or Rumble. Owner kind of favors champs like Vi. And I think his Sejuani win rate this year is kind of shit. Oh, it's 69%. It's actually not bad. Maybe Vi, Sejuani. Canyon will play Nidalee or Skarner probably. Faker will play Ahri or Sylas probably. Chovy will play AD mids or Ahri himself. Because if you look at Chovy's success against FlyQuest, AD carry mid win, AD carry mid win, Sylas lose. Casted and cheese pick win, or like good angle in draft, Ahri lose. Guma will play Kalista, Ashe, and caster ADs. Pace will play Kalista, Ashe, Ziggs, and Ezreal Kai'Sa. Keria will play he'll play range supports. Rakan or range supports. And Lehens will play Leona or any engage support. That's kind of what their champion pools are like if I had 2 or 3 to summarize it. I think... Yeah, they also have, like, Gen.G has this one thing where they have... if you blind a range support against Lehens, they will play Maokai jungle with Blitzcrank, and that range support is not playing the game. So the draft will be very interesting, but I think if I had to gamble on the draft, I would say those are the bans from both sides. Kalista, Ashe, Yone on red side for Gen.G, Aurora, Nidalee, Smolder on blue side for T1. The Smolder ban forces the Yone ban. I think Gen.G have to ban both ADs to take Guma off comfort. I think Nidalee removal in game 1 is beneficial for T1. I think Aurora ban is probably going to come out from T1, and that's essentially saying we don't play Aurora for the rest of the tournament. And that's going to happen. That's going to happen. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm hyped for today. I'm hyped. Today is gonna be fucking crazy. Today is gonna be unbelievable. It's gonna be unbelievable. It's gonna be unbelievable. Go now. Get your snacks. Get your drinks. Get your blankets. Wake up. There's 37 minutes. The game starts in an hour. 1 hour. You're gonna watch the most historic league series of the year. Maybe of the decade. If it's a banger. Chovy versus Faker. Chovy versus Faker. Maybe one of the last times, but it's gonna be a good one. Faker's win rate against Chovy, 53 wins. Chovy's win rate against Faker, 52 wins. That's crazy, no? Look at that. Damn. Damn. They never drew? No. We're gonna watch the teaser again. Okay? For the rats who didn't see the teaser, we're gonna watch it again. One more time. One more time. We're gonna watch it. Actually, should we do daily dosing to watch? No, we'll do it. You'll just watch it. Where is it? Lul Esports. Oh my god. Actually, we'll watch it in 10 minutes. Deal? Deal? Watch in 10 minutes. Deal? Lul Esports. Alright, chat, is there anything else we need to check before we get into this series? I can run you through what the picks will be. After I see the first pick and the Genji's answer, I can probably run you through all the picks when the draft's live. But yeah, I think T1 can take many directions. I think they can first pick Ari. They can first pick Sylas. They can first pick Skarner. They can first pick Vi. To be honest, if you put a gun to my head and say, what are they first picking? I would probably say Rumble. Would be my guess. Because Keen likes Rumble. He's a good Rumble. Zeus likes Rumble. He's a good Rumble. And I think that because there's 2 AD junglers open in Vi Skarner, I think you can get a good draft around it. I wonder if there's a Wukong, though. He made a FlyQuest versus Genji edit. Okay, I'll check that out. The chat in Caedrel stream is disgustingly bad. That's all I want to say. Bro, this guy is instigating. He's instigating. We've already been through all the problems and we've moved on. Why do you have to do a post like that? The chat's fine now. There's way more mods on the Reddit. We've gone up from 5 to 12. And yeah. All right, one last thing we got to do. Real quick, chat. One last thing we got to do is... need to give a big shout out to MasterCard. For those who don't know, MasterCard is making a playtest priceless experience. If you want to check it out, you can go to priceless.com/worlds24. Essentially what it is you can bid on me, Baus, Lore, Raman, or Kitty. And if you win, you will come to the O2 Arena the day before the World Finals. And you'll play on the stage of the O2 Arena against us 5 with 4 others who won the bids. You'll play on the World Final stage against us in the playtest games. And you'll also get 2 tickets to the World Finals for the day after, which is the 2 tickets to the World Finals, guaranteed. You must be a MasterCard holder to bid in the auction. And you will also receive a selection of League of Legends World merch. And you'll have a meet and greet with us. And you'll have 2 tickets to the Grand Finals. You can bring a friend along to the playtest as well. It takes place on November 1st, the playtest. And 100% of the purchase price of the sales of the experiences will be donated to Conservation International, a US charity. So yeah, check it out. You can do !prices in the chat, or you can scroll down and click the link on the MasterCard logo, or you can click this link in the chat to bid if you want to win the auction and play against us on the World's Final stage, or and get World tickets. Big shout out to MasterCard. All right. All right. You have a VIP redeem that yesterday was bugged. I erased it. I already VIP'd them, I think. I already VIP'd them. All right, what else are we missing? Crazy thing happened at work while I was watching Caedrel stream. Police came in the office and everyone was ordered together in one place. We're all so confused what happening. Someone told us they found a... What? Bro, what are you posting on the Reddit? It's to do with gummy bears, though, so I think it's fine. It's to do with gummy bears or some shit, so it's... Genji wins this easy. On paper, Genji should win this 3-0, 3-1. There it is. T1, Genji, BLG. The last 3 remaining teams. Yo, Arnold's in the chat. Yo, Arnold, what up? Arnold donated 25 gifted subs. The CEO of Genji. Yo. Arnold, make this one for the history books, okay? I know your favorite, and I know you always beat them domestically. But whoever wins this, whether it's you or T1, I just want the best series in Only Sports history. I just want, he says apata, apata. I just want the craziest fucking games ever. Okay? Deal? Deal? Craziest games ever? Deal? Some psychotic fucking remember games for the rest of my wife. Ruler cried in his last stream as Genji player. I'm going to China. I only want to say Genji if I could play in the LCK. Ooh. Banger video to hype you up. Okay. Yo, my. Show this to Caedrel. What is it? Faker versus Chovy. Strongest of all time versus the strongest of today. Owner of the jungle versus the king of the jungle. Prodigy top versus the top who never gave up. That's true, actually. You have Faker versus Chovy, which is insane. But actually, top lane's crazy, you know? You have this young gun world champion Zeus that just came in and won worlds in his first couple of years. And you have Keen, who's been grinding through the gulag for like fucking 7-8 years non-stop trying to find a world's trophy and even win domestically. And he's finally winning domestically after 7 or 8 years of fucking grinding. He never gave up. The 2 of the best bottom lanes in the world, the most historic Korean org versus the new age of the Korean org, T1 versus Genji semi-final. Oh my god, fucking poetry. 9th worlds, 9th semi-final. Faker's been to 9 worlds, and at 9 worlds, he's never failed to make at least top 4. In 9 world championships. That is fucking crazy stat. That is a crazy stat. How can you make 9 top 4s at every worlds you've been to? That stat is mind-blowing. Like, teams dream of making 1 top 4. He did it 9 times. Today's featured matchup, T1 versus Genji. Yeah, Slifer the Sky Dragon versus the Wing Dragon of Ra. Bro, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Fucking comparisons are great. They're fucking great. Damn. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Comparisons go hard. Me after watching the semis teaser? Okay. It's true, though. It's true. It's true. I'll tweet it. Yoink! Operation Red Light's progress. The hardest part is done. Around 100 to 120 hours of sewing, filling, and sanding. I'm super proud of the result. Could have taken 20 minutes if I had the right laser cutter. But honestly, I enjoyed it. Got the bunker. Yo, this person made these things for each region so that next year when we're co-streaming all the regions, we can have these on the wall. And whenever we're co-streaming the LCS or the LEC or the LCK, we can light up the logo for when we're streaming it. So we'll have them behind us, all 4 of them. Whatever co-stream we're doing, I'll light it up. Boom, on the AC, boom, LCK. That looks awesome. Thank you so much. You're fucking goated. Yo, you need to message me on Discord so I can pay you for that shit. 10k people in less than 8 minutes. Rats assembled. Bro, rats assembled big time. Rats assembled big time. Alright, chat. Is Chovy Duo win for today? Maybe. What is this? This is gonna hype me up, you said? This is gonna hype me up, you promise?
Coming in there, Peke's definitely up towards the next. You can see this coming in there, Peke's definitely up towards the nexus. Kevin is gonna be able to get towards him.
Bro, League is such a special game, man. League is in everyone's hearts. There's at least one series you can remember or you can like... You can never forget. It's that passion, baby. It's that fire. I think I saw that live.
Tries to clean it up for Ryu. Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the moves. Faker, what was that?
Bro, the old cleanse logo.
The QSS. I can't believe I just saw that.
Bro, one thing remains, and it's the exhaust logo and the Zyra splash art and the Vi splash art. Holy, everything else is gone.
Actually won that duel.
And Zed, I guess, too.
Just finishes Trinity Force. Got his gun.
It's all Zed. It's all Zed.
It's all about finding fights.
Imagine someone picked Zed today. It's probably not gonna happen, but imagine. Can someone play Zed Karthus into Smolder? Does that not work? The Flash Gold card, level 2 gank mid. The TF jungle in IEM. Damn. Oh, the Faker classic.
Get the flash from Nagne. Faker comes in. He's got the ult. He's got the kill. And him has been killed. And they even got the
oh, the arrow. Another classic. Yo, turn that shit up.
Look at the arrow. Teleport.
Rox versus SKT. One of the best world semis. Get me another one today.
We gotta keep fighting, keep fighting.
The Elder Steel. Oh, double its movement here was crazy.
Now can they have the follow-up damage? A couple of stuns come in. They've got Bjergsen.
The Lucian was clean here.
With a 1600 damage crit. Can they get double? Meteos another knockup trades his life, but it's double. Gets the GA.
Oof, that Lucian.
They've got 3. Impact goes down.
He was gliding. The Broxa solo kill classic. The flash kick Q. Oh my god, Smeb.
Towards topside. They do see Faker, and the
Faker movement.
Not gonna land though, so can they get anything else? The flash chase, it's Smeb onto his face, looking for a little bit more, and he's not gonna go down. Faker with just the ghost gets away with it.
Go aggressive, or you can't do anything.
The 2v2. The Fervor Leona.
No flash forward, but the heal comes out. They turn to Wolf. His bang feels like he can get back into the fight. Just 100. Has no heal.
Got here.
One more shot as Wolf wants the glitter lands.
Rivington.
The targets. Peanut has Guardian Angel.
The 2v4.
Front line. How much can they really get? Prey turns out. Looks for it all. He's got one. What else can he get? It's going to be Blake in his sights. He's coming back. Baker's low. How much more can they get? The stun's coming in. And it's Duke with the big play. But the turnaround from Prey. Turning it back in. The chase. The resonating strike.
Getting very nerve-wracking for Meteos. He's very far away from his team. If he gets by, he gets it.
Maple flashes away. But Impact, he throws down the hourglass.
The visits into the jungle.
Oh, Febivin, baby.
And there's
Mega.
the Death Mark coming in.
And will it be enough? The pop and the ignites. Febivin.
It's very hard to have position. Here an ultimate pop.
Oh, the Faker shockwave.
Big shockwave comes through. Faker just absolutely devastates the ranks of KT Roaster. Won't force to jump away. The Deadly Venom maybe taking him down. Let me on the chase as well. Faker going towards the turret.
Faker Galio.
Shadow for some damage. Looks for a bit more lightning. Gets himself the one kill. Is okay. Amazing takes a lot of damage. So as trying to get to the backline. He did get hit by Emo Play. Expect is okay. Big O. Shockwave. That shockwave.
Break for now. They got two already. Bang is hiding.
Classic.
Bang looking to come in. Here comes your initiation. There is Faker Shockwave will find them all.
Damn. League was and it's crazy. What a game, bro. What a game. What a fucking game. Man, you pour your life into this game. You wake up, you play 12 hours a day, you go to sleep, man. When you finally win. Oof. Alright, the teaser. Here we go. Are you locked in, chat?
Michel-Ange a dit
Here we go.
J'ai vu un
Present
ange
day.
dans le marbre.
Present day, baby.
Et j'ai seulement ciselé jusqu'à l'en libérer.
Here we go again!
Et tout comme il le dit, nous sommes nombreux aujourd'hui à travailler sur le marbre. sacrifier tout sur son chemin pour réaliser son rêve.
Lock in on her.
Le voyage n'est pas pour les cœurs fragiles. En 2019, Chovy affronte Faker en BO5 pour la toute première fois.
페이커 선수에 대한 첫인상은 일단 기본기도 되게 좋았는데 계속 끊임없이 심리전을 거는 게 인상적이었어요.
Mais ne parvient pas à le vaincre.
계속 뭐가 문제였을까 생각하게 되더라고요. 내가 못해서 졌다기보단 상대가 잘하는 게 많았고 그래서 이기려면 그 잘하는 상대보다 더 잘해야 한다고 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
페이커 선수를 이겨야만 최고가 될 자격이 주어진다고 생각을 합니다.
초비 선수가 굉장히 뛰어난 선수이기 때문에 같이 맞붙는 게 굉장히 저에게 있어서 재밌고 스스로도 많이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 것 같습니다.
En 2022, Chovy a enfin pris le dessus.
제가 처음 우승했을 때가 2년 전이었는데요. 했던 말이 말도 안 돼라고 하고 우승을 했던 걸로 기억하는데 그만큼 마음의 힘이 많이 덜어진 것 같아요.
Genji continua de gagner à domicile. Ils étaient imparables.
처음 우승했을 때 그때 당시 목표가 리그 우승을 해보는 거였는데 데뷔 첫 시즌 만에 이룰 수 있게 돼서 너무 좋았던 것 같아요.
2022, 2023 et 2024. Genji a battu T1 encore et encore quand cela comptait le plus.
이제 첫 우승을 이제 T1 상대로 우승을 해가지고 감정이 푹 받쳤던 것 같습니다.
결승에서 많이 진 후에는 저희가 많이 부족한가 라는 생각도 들게 되었던 것 같고 실망도 많이 했었던 것 같습니다.
여기는 LCK가 아니고 월즈이고 월즈는 T1에게 적합한 무대라고 생각합니다.
챔피언으로 참가했고 챔피언으로 떠날 계획입니다.
À ce jour, 53 victoires pour Faker, 52 victoires pour Chovy. Mais malgré toutes ces victoires, un sentiment d'inachevé persiste au fond de son cœur. Le rêve d'être champion du monde. Imposant. Et le fardeau. Pour l'un, le fardeau de rester au sommet. Pour l'autre, le fardeau d'atteindre le sommet.
Genji was pushed to the limit. They were pushed to the edge, but they were built for these situations. They were built for victory. They were built to win, and they will do just that.
페이커 선수 새로운 미래를 열겠습니다.
초비 선수 미래를 원한다면 증명하세요.
It's crazy, it's so crazy, but it's so unfathomable, I guess. It doesn't even make sense, it's unreal.
무거운 왕관의 무게 함께 짊어지겠습니다.
저희가 새로운 세대입니다.
T1은 과거, 현재, 그리고 미래입니다.
It's so unbelievable. Like, it's so hard to put into words how special this is. This series, like, it's so special. Bro, that series makes me want to cry. It makes me want to scream. I don't know, man. We're so lucky. We're so lucky to have these stories. Like, this is crazy. It's so nuts, man. Faker's gonna make another World Finals, or Chovy's gonna finally get a shot at a world title after this many years. It's fucking ballistic. Like, this shit is scripted out of its mind. It is scripted out of its mind. Oh my god. And Gen G they look so breakable, man. FlyQuest almost did it. The make them believe slogan for Worlds is so accurate. It's so accurate. The French from Law is so, like, it makes it even more special. And, like, it's in Paris, and Michelangelo, oh my god. Also, I just want to say, that line from Flowers couldn't have been more perfect. Actually, hold up. That winning line against FlyQuest, that line was so perfect with the story because of the bricks and shit. That line was so
le
perfect.
fardeau d'atteindre le sommet.
That line
was pushed to the limit. They were pushed to the edge, but they were built for these situations. They were built for victory. They were built to win, and they will do just that.
That line from Flowers was so iconic, actually, if you think about it. They have Pace, who's like their rookie AD carry who came in last year and is like super young and insanely talented. They have Keen, who was like, regardless, one of the best tops from KT. They have Canyon, who's one of the best junglers of history from Damwon. They have Chovy, and they have Lehens, who was from obviously back in the days Gen G still. And they are built to win. They took the best players and made the best players and put it together. And now all they need to do is win. They have 2 series to win, and they done it. And Griffin, yeah, it's so special, man. It is so special. Whereas T1 built a lot of theirs through their own system, right? Other than Keria, who was from DRX, every player, Guma, Faker, Owner, and Zeus were all just a part of T1 only. So Gen G have superstars and some grown talent, and T1 have just made this team. ZOFGK is so special, man. Yeah, I VIP'd them, Florence. I VIP'd them. Okay, what is this? What is this? Guys. You can't sell me this crazy story with all this exciting music and like fucking hype and then tweet that picture. You can't do that. You can't, like, what the fuck are they doing? Hello? You can't do that. You can't do that. I need like a demon photo of Faker and like some kind of a holy... I don't know what the word is. Some crazy ass Chovy angelic photo. Faker's just looking and going like this. And Chovy's doing it back. Where's the radiance? Where's the aura? Where's the paladin vibes? Versus the demon. Oh my god. No, it's fine, it's fine, it's funny. It's funny. Alright, 40 minutes until the games begin. I'll start buffering all the ads now. Woo. Let me put my T1 jersey on and my Gen G hat on, because I just want both teams to have fun and have a crazy series. The camera broke again, you fucking rat camera. I'm gonna cheer for both teams when they both win fights. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. We got the signed T1 jersey. Huge. And we got the Gen G hat. Oh my god. Oh my god, the double curse. Why are you saying belly? Bro, I don't have a belly. Only a little one. It's a little one. Now no one's gonna win? Yeah, they're just gonna draw. And then they're gonna remake it 15 times. Well, now BLG's gonna win. Well, if BLG wins, cuh. I see Rata. Did you see the Blood Sweat Tears video? Yeah, I saw it. I'm an LCK fan, man. What can I... Bro, LCK is my day one. The first thing we ever co-streamed 4 years ago was LCK. It's my day one, bro. What is this? What is this? The 5th trophy is for Reckless? The 5th trophy is for Reckless and their chef. For the chef. Domain expansion. Man, it's crazy because you think of this series as like it's gonna be insane with Gen G versus T1, obviously, but then the winner plays against BLG. And T1's story is that they always beat the LPL, and Gen G's story is that it's Chovy versus Knight for a first world title. So the finals is already set up to be fucking cinema no matter what. It's gonna be cinema no matter what. So get me in now. Get me in now. 10 minutes. Can we start now? Now. I'm not playing Think of It. Shut up, man. If this series is a 3-0, I'm gonna be so disappointed. Does Reckless get a skin if they win? No, he doesn't. The only way Reckless can get a world skin is if he plays one game at Worlds for T1. So unless Keria gets really sick when they're 2-0 up and Reckless comes in, he can't get a world skin. Listen, Gen G T1. Just go 1-1 and then let me and Reckless sub in. I'll sub in for Gen G, Reckless can sub in for T1, and we both get a world skin. Whoever wins. Deal? I'll play jungle. I can do a canyon. Pick me my Nidalee. Pick me my Nidalee. Canyon from Manchester. Yo, let me refill my coffee real quick. Let me refill my coffee. Fuck it. Jack, can I refill my coffee real quick? Give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll be quick. Being ill? You being ill? Na 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 na. Stop saying F when I come back, idiot. Shut up. Shut up. I think this series will be the most viewed series of the worlds. 100%. 100%. The Vietnamese broadcast goes crazy hard. They have so many viewers. Yeah, I don't know how many rats will show up, but much love to every rat that does show up. Whether it's one rat or a trillion rats. I mean, there's only 8 million people in the world, so I can't be a trillion. I knew I would farm question mark pings by saying that. Bro, I love farming this chat. I love farming this chat. Chat, who wins today? T1 or Gen G? Be honest. Say it. Actually, pretty split, pretty even. Actually, okay, maybe a bit T1 favored. The viewers, that guy's right. The viewers. The viewers are the winners today. True. Who did you pick? Well, the official broadcast asked me to put a prediction in, so you might see my prediction graphic. I said 3-2 T1. That FlyQuest series didn't sell me on Gen G. If I didn't see that FlyQuest series, I would say 3-1 Gen G. I think T1 would take a game. But that FlyQuest series has actually concerned me a bit for Gen G. What is this? But I think any prediction is correct. If you want to say 3-0 Gen G, I could see that being correct. If you want to say 3-1 Gen G, correct. 3-1 2 Gen G, correct. Same for T1. I doubt the most unlikely thing, I don't think T1's going to 3-0 them. That's the most unlikely, I think. I think if T1's going to win this series, it's going to be a fucking gulag slugfest to get there. I just don't see T1 winning this series. Stomp. Wait, hold on, let me get my coffee. Complete. Complete. Who's the play-by-play today? I think the cast today is Atlas Chronicler VOD, I think. Atlas goes mega hard. No Dracos buff today. No Dracos buff today for T1. T1 normally gets the Dracos buff. Wait, has T1 ever won with Atlas casting against Gen G? I feel like Atlas probably cast a lot of Gen G series wins. Oh, shit. Dracos, they need saved. Alright, bang that shit on. Turn that song up now. Turn the song on now. Turn it on. Turn on the song. Turn it on. Turn on the song now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Turn on the song now. Now.
Come
on, man. I want the song. I want the song. Put the song on. Now. This song actually tells a really good story about Worlds. It's pouring in, you laid on the floor again.
2 minutes!
minutes! Then 30 minutes, but still!
If your white flags out when the war begins, aiming so high but springing so low, trying to catch fire but feeling so cold, hold it inside and hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not, but inside I know today's gonna be the day you notice, 'cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is. This is what you asked for, heavy is the crowd, fire in the sunrise, ashes raining down, try to hold it in but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for, heavy.
Stop saying Sally is a clown.
Turn to run, now look what it's become. Outnumber 10 to 1. Back then should have bit your tongue, 'cause there's no turning back. This path once it's begun, you're already on that list. Say you don't want what you can't resist. Waving that sword when the pen won't miss. Watch it all falling apart like this. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
This chat is so ill. I'm on no sleep. Please say something to wake me up. Listen to the song. Wake the fuck up! Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god. T1's blue side first game. T1's blue side. I think T1 won the coin toss. But that would be their first game on blue side. Kinda. They played Pain on blue side, but doesn't really count.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Starch.
Welcome back, everyone, for
here we go. Here we go.
Time here
here we
in
go.
Paris for our second Worlds 2024.
Here we go. World semis are always fucking crazy.
Between Gen G and T1, something that is written in the
There's
stars.
the boys.
That should be one of the
Chovy
best
leading the charge.
we see all tournament, and I certainly hope so. Here are our protagonists in Chovy and Gen G heading into the Adidas Arena.
And here's
in front
Faker.
of so many fans, but it will not surprise
And the
you
T1
that
boys.
many of them are cheering for T1 and Faker, the reigning world champion, as they take their place here in Paris. I'm incredibly excited for today. I'll be a little sad that we have to leave this wonderful arena because
it's so sad that one of these teams has to lose, but that's competition.
Let's guide you through it. My name is Shak, joined here by Kobe, Emily, and Dagda for what will hopefully be a crazy day. Yeah.
I'm excited. I mean, this should be an absolute banger. It's nice that we never really get to see these teams face off against each other, so we get something new. It's going to be enjoyable. Yeah.
I see.
They train them. Yeah, they scripted a bit. They tell them to stand there and then they film them.
Believe. Who do you think it's most applicable to today?
I think personally, for me, it's T1. I mean, they stumbled into Worlds. They've really started to ramp up over the course of it.
That's true! T1 was one game away from not even making it to this fucking tournament! How is this now the thing?
You know, T1, they can just slump in summer, you know, they can lose to Gen G all year long to create this storyline, and they're like, yeah, we're the underdogs, the reigning champs
Those
are
rats,
underdogs.
bro, they snuck in.
Gen G having
They
such a good
snuck
record
into
for
this
themselves.
tournament.
But we were spoiled already.
Yeah, I was going to say, I cheated because I overheard it in the makeup room. It's Chovy and Gen G, so you're both wrong.
That's from the Korean community. That's what Laura was telling us. But of course, it works for either way. Now let's talk about
What do you mean losing to Damon's crazy?
the bracket and how it stands. Yesterday, I think we were left wanting just a little bit in terms of how that series played out and hoping that it will be different today.
All right, BLG World Finals.
The series might have been 3-0, but I'm so happy for this BLG team. It was great to kick off the day with the bin jacket throw.
This could
and
be
then
KT versus Genji.
His very
Piosik,
sincere,
Deft,
heartfelt
Barrel.
interview at the end of the day, and then
Time
looking
Tavern moves
ahead,
a chair.
he wants to face T1 coming out of this. He really, really wants that matchup against Zeus, but it was just so cathartic to finally see them overcome their unexpected demons in Weibo Gaming and make it to the World's Finals.
I mean, that team is already, like, there's so many, like, legends there. I swear, Bin is a living legend of top lane already. If he can get his hands on the Summoners Cup
Bin is
on a
maybe the
World
GOAT top
Championship,
laner if he wins Worlds.
yeah, if Knight can do it, like, it's epic already that they're waiting for whoever wins today.
It is really awesome, but of course we need to find out who is going to join them. So let's send it over to Lord to see how the fans voted in our MasterCard fan prediction.
Talk to me about the fan vote. I know T1's gonna roll this fan vote.
It is absolutely insane here.
74% T1. Okay.
Waiting for the players since 8 a.m.
8
You
a.m.
see some drawings of the players, the Korean signs as well, even some flags, and
Since 8 a.m.
even if 75%
Church
of the
is in
fans
session.
think
Make your
that T1
prayers.
is gonna win, there's also some love for Genji here.
That guy's got a
Let's
reckless
ask some
jersey.
T1 fan what they think. How long have you been waiting here?
I've been waiting here since 9 this morning, I think. 9, yeah.
Oh my God. It's 1:30 p.m.
Amazing. Like, my heart is racing like crazy, like crazy.
Well, let's ask them actually, who thinks T1 is gonna win today? All right, who thinks Genji is gonna win today?
Some Genji fans.
One thing is
Wow,
sure,
it's so
it's gonna
T1 favorite, this
be
crowd. I'm not really
banger
surprised.
shots.
I'm not surprised. Everyone's a T1 fan. 2022 spring.
Welcome, ladies
Nemesis!
and gentlemen, to Kintex.
What is happening?
Hello and welcome to the LCK 2022 Summer Finals. We are here.
This is how many times they played against each other?
Hello and welcome to the 2023
I wonder if they're gonna imitate it on the desk.
Finals pre-show. I am Valdez.
Welcome to the 2024 Autumn Finals.
And welcome everyone to the 2023
This is all T1 versus Genji.
Rudy Bank 1 Grand Finals in Daejeon, South Korea.
안녕하세요, 에블리입니다. 오늘은 T1 Genji 2024 Autumn Finals.
What about
I mean, it does
2024
feel like
spring
we
and
kind of
summer?
got cheated out of in summer, right? Like 3
What about
years since
2024 spring and
T1
summer?
hadn't made it to a finals, Hama stopped them. 2 years since Genji hadn't won that finals,
Oh,
and
they didn't
Hama
make it in
stopped
spring
them.
or
but
summer.
we still
Oh,
get it for Worlds, so it kind of
yeah.
works out in the long run. you know?
Yeah, it works out for sure. Now, to get us going, we did prepare a little quiz for you.
Well, they did
because
make it in
there's
spring.
T1
They didn't make it in
versus
summer.
Genji again, and there is a lot of stuff, so you can grab your whiteboards, and I will ask the question. Then, if you want to answer immediately, you very, very much can.
The
But
Autumn
it will
Finals,
be a 20
classic.
second timer. I'll
20
just wait
second
till
timer?
you're all prepared.
Ooh, I want to write
All right,
something down.
So, in this question, you get a point for every answer because it's twofold.
Oh,
Here we
yeah?
go. Genji has 10 straight series wins versus T1, which is the longest win streak in their head-to-head history. But what was the previous longest streak between them, and when?
I will say, the previous longest streak
It is
between
hard, I
T1 and
know.
Genji. T1 probably had a win streak against them. Maybe 6-0.
10 seconds. I think you're all kind of guessing,
I guess.
to be fair.
I have no idea.
5,
Oh, the long.
That's a really hard question.
2,
I would say
1.
6-0 to T1 maybe.
You're done. You're done.
I have no.
All right, what do we got? What do we got?
Okay. So I got T1 2022, well, 2019 to
Oh, they're going
2022, and a
backwards.
6th streak. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So we
thought
have
it was
the
only,
same
I put only
years.
4.
I have T1 won 9 straight, spring 2019 to summer 2020.
Oh.
Okay.
Damn,
Yeah,
9 win streak.
It was
for
difficult.
T1.
Okay, also 2 points here.
That's a lot.
How many consecutive best of 5s has T1 won at Worlds is the first part. And what is the longest streak all time? Also
They have won 1, 2, 3.
I think this should be
How many consecutive West
because
T1
we're
won
going-
at Worlds?
Just count backwards, I
Oh,
guess.
what is their longest streak? Wait. Is this
Best
now
of,
or all
right?
time?
Best of.
I don't get it.
Series. Okay. Yeah.
If it's all time, it's 5, no? They lost 2022 finals.
7,
Then they won 23 quarters, 23 semis, 23 finals, 24 quarters. 4?
3, 2, 1.
Oh, or
stop.
at A Worlds.
All right, show me your answers.
Is it 4?
Yeah.
I don't get it then. I don't understand the question.
7. I mean, they beat all the LPL last year, and then they beat TES this year.
Is it at one Worlds or is it many Worlds? Oh, it's 4, so I was right.
Why did you take it away?
I should have erased it.
I was right.
No!
And the longest was T1 won 10 consecutive best of 5.
Oh, so it was 2 questions. Oh, I see.
Let's go.
You got that?
Yeah.
Let's go.
I said 4. I said 4. I said 4. I said 4. I said 4.
Question 3 is worth 1 point. How many consecutive international matches, best of 1, best of 3, best of 5, has Gen G won?
How many consecutive international
matches? Yeah.
And best of ones?
Yes. We're counting everything.
Is this year or all?
Is this series or games?
All time, I guess.
Is this series or games?
It's going to take a while to count backwards.
Just MSI and Worlds and consecutive.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's series, I would say like
the longest streak.
This is hard.
It's very hard.
5.
Actually.
If it's games, I would say like 12.
These questions, I would definitely not be able to answer them.
Maybe more. Maybe like 16 games.
I am just writing a random number.
5 or 6 series. I don't know.
Let's do. All right. I don't know. I picked a number.
I'm bad at reading.
This year and Worlds this year.
Yeah.
It's 8.
Let's go!
I counted correctly.
So I don't get it. 8 consecutive international matches wins.
I mean, I studied incredibly hard for this test. And,
does that make sense though?
That is
so I really knew my.
They won 3 games against FlyQuest.
Getting a win at Worlds, did you stumble
How many did they win in Swiss stage? They must have won like 4. They won MSI finals. Isn't that like 3 games?
Yeah, it is.
That's already above 8.
Gumiushi has gone deathless for a record 7 consecutive Worlds
it has to be
knockout
series
games,
then, I guess.
who previously held the record.
Of knockout games with that weird qualifier?
Man, these questions are hard. Who previously held the record
for
weird
qualifier? Like only knockout games?
I don't know.
Don't shoot the messenger, please.
LWX. Yeah, good guess actually. LWX is a good guess. LWX is a great guess.
Oh, hint. There was some news today.
Oh, it's Ruler.
I already heard before they go.
But the number also, right?
Oh.
Yeah, well, it's fine.
Okay, yeah.
You all got it correct.
You said who? You said
yeah,
who?
Ruler
Cheater.
was 4, but that was my bad.
I was
It was 2017.
We wrote it before the hint, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I did not. Not even.
You're all winners.
I just wanted a high five.
I think I've written down every question.
But that is crazy news. The news she's talking about is Ruler leaving JDG.
Yeah.
He's a free
And Ruler
agent.
has said in the past that
Ruler
he wants
free
to
agent.
end his career with Gen G.
It's nuts.
Which is, I mean, Pace has filled the spot. Pace has already filled the
Ruler
spot.
free agent.
Also, he's
The
kind
cam
of
broke again.
a shadow protagonist in the minds of everybody looking at this best of 5 because, of course, Faker had the catch on him last year. Oh, I love it. It's all interwoven.
Hold up.
Let's talk
Okay,
a little
okay.
bit more as we have unsuccessfully
it keep
played
breaking?
a quiz about these two teams. So I want to start with Gen G just a little bit because they were very much pushed last week, and there was a content piece or content they sent out about Mata in the locker room. I'm gonna say before
Locker
that
room
game
diff from
5.
Mata.
Let's take a look.
Mata had to make them lock in. They were 2-1 down against FlyQuest. To be honest, if I was down in a series and Mata held me like that and supported me, I would be so locked
I
in.
love this from Mata because even on his
Chat, I'm gonna
previous
run the
games, he was
ads
a
now to
player
buffer
where
them. You know the drill. I'm not doing it because I want it. Fucking Farm Eyes or some shit. I need to buffer it so you don't get them during the games. We're buffering it now and then after draft. Let me lock in.
But like, it's great to see that from, again, a former
You can
world
stop to
champion
avoid it if
himself.
you want. You don't
He's
have to.
been there before, just trying to pump up the team in a very crucial series.
Yeah, I mean, Paze is still 18 years old. So I
He's
actually think
18?
like, going
I thought he was
through
19.
that, FlyQuest series, even though,
He's
they
18.
won MSI and everything.
Faker won Worlds when he was 8.
Having a veteran like that, Mata is legendary. To be able to, refocus them is quite good.
Yeah, I think it also proves that we sometimes see them as these infallible demons that are
he's
so
19
good
December.
at League, but that's not the case. All humans with those same emotions as everybody else, and when it gets to the stress in a game 5, you do need someone to step in.
And I think they definitely did on Gen G's side.
Caedrel's
FlyQuest
54.
had them
No,
rattled,
he's not. Shut
you
up.
could see it kind of move back towards, hey, we want some comfort picks for these guys. Pace going on to the Ziggs, having something where they could sit back and just scale into the later portion of the game. It felt like Mata knew exactly what his team needed in that moment and was giving them tools to succeed.
And speaking of the man himself, we're going to send it down to Lore, who is standing by with Mata in our Horizon
Ooh, I want to listen to the interview.
Game Day interview.
Welcome to the Verizon Game Day interview. I'm joined by Coach Mata from Genji to talk about everything that's been happening for the team last week. 안녕하세요. Thank you so much
Mata
for joining
is a fucking
me.
legend.
I want to talk about what happened last week because obviously no one expected you to go
World's
5 games
winner.
against FlyQuest.
2014.
I'm wondering about the impact of you guys going 3-0 in the group stage, in the Swiss stage rather, and having less time on stage to train afterwards.
영향이 없지 않다고.
I mean, I can say there was an impact. I can't really deny that, but also we are pros, you know. I feel like that's just an excuse. So I want to say we underperformed and the opponents have a great preparation. So I think that was a combination of both things.
준비를 잘해가지고 좀 고전했던 경기였던 것 같아요.
Absolutely, and
No
I want to
excuses.
reflect on something Lehens told me after
No
the series. He was like, I don't know what happened after game one. It felt like we were making silly mistakes. We lost our League of Legends, from what he said. How did you refocus them as a coach? How did you make sure that they were going to be able to focus on what they needed to grab the victory in the end? What was the mental process between the games?
보통 대회를 진행하면은
So usually the bigger the stage or the stakes are, the lesser feedback I give to the players. I only bring out 1 or 2 like major mistakes that would have impacted the outcome of the game. But if that's something minor, I don't really bring it up. And also on that day, I felt like my players were not on their best form and their condition. So I focused on that to make sure that they can be back at their full condition. So one thing I figured throughout my Worlds experience as a coaching staff, you know, it's also important to make the players who are not doing their best or like underperforming to kind of make them become their best form again. So I think that's also an important part.
되는 것 같습니다.
And keeping all that in mind, how do you make sure that they're going to be ready today?
일단 뭐 지난 경기에 많은 선수들이 긴장.
Even in the previous quarters, I could tell that they were pretty nervous playing the match. So I wanted to make sure that I helped them feel more relaxed. You know, I was making some jokes for them to feel a lot more comfortable. I think, yeah, the coaching staff play a big role, but also I think Worlds, it all comes down to the player. It's where the players are proving themselves. So I think it's them who has to prove themselves. So I think they have to overcome this by themselves also. And all I can do is trusting and believing in them.
믿음밖에 줄 수 없을 것 같습니다.
Faker's warming up on
Wishing you
Lucian.
the best for today and partying. Thank you so much for the interview.
감사합니다.
I love it how fighting is kind of like the thank you when interviewing someone from the LCK. But yeah, I love it there about fighting the demons every single time, right? Someone who's proven
Lucian's
that
a good
over
champ
and
to warm
over
up
and
on
over
because it's a
4
very
times
high
at Worlds.
APM champ.
It's Faker going up
You just go no cooldowns Lucian and you just try and not cancel any autos by spamming every ability.
Going
It's a good
into
warm up
today,
champ.
Kobe, it's incredible, right?
It's
and
true.
even though Chovy and Genji have had the upper hand, there is always something in the air when it comes to Worlds and Faker.
It is.
Everybody is so ready to latch on to the Faker magic and T1 magic that honestly does exist at Worlds.
Yeah, and I mean, look, these guys constantly set records when you look at the LCK. It's like most kills and assists ever for a person is Faker. Most titles in the LCK at 10. Most worlds for Faker as well. But when you look at the opposite side
it's
for Chovy,
crazy. You think of
the first
Chovy's
player
dominance in the
ever
last few years,
globally
and then you
to
look at
hit
this.
100 KDA. The
It's like
first player
fucking hell.
ever to hit 6 back
He's still got to get 6
of
more.
those playoff opportunities. Like, Chovy has been so incredible for this squad as well. And now he just has to try and take down the long-standing Demon King to see if he can move on to the final spot.
But Chovy's been here before, right?
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of years difference,
and
you know.
it's only
but
like it's very apropos
Faker's
that
had a lot more
he has
years
to go through
difference. What,
Faker
like 7
first
years
domestically,
on him?
then goes
5,
on this
6, somewhere there.
massive title streak, right?
Chovy started 2019, right?
Barely broken this past summer by HLE, but then now he has to go through Faker once again on the international stage. It's just really appropriate.
It is, and we talked so much at MSI about it felt like a dam that had to break for him to get his first international title. Well, he did it at MSI, right? So a lot of those doubts should be washed away.
Bro, I like the Keen Zeus story. Also, the owner documentary has really made me like support owner.
Chovy's been absolutely spectacular at just
Like
trying
the
to
owner
get the
documentary
control over
was
his
so
laning
fucking
phase, have those
heartwarming.
really
It was
high
like,
CS numbers.
oh my
Whereas
god.
when you look across a Faker,
I recommend watching the owner
documentary
documentary if you haven't seen it.
succeed to go onto these late game carries where you have things like the Silas and these kind of picks that can come alive, which only makes it more important when you see him coming out with these big gold leads that he's getting at that 14-minute mark.
And of course, those stats that you had just seen are like a lot of TES crushing stats that are pretty heavily weighted there because there's a lot less of a sample size, but if you look at the LCK stats,
No, my pick
with all of these
Okay.
games, Chovy had just been demolishing. Meanwhile, Faker struggled in a lot of lanes in the LCK in summer, and so now that we're at
Faker's
Worlds
form
again,
needs to be studied.
people are
He
wondering,
was
like,
so
how powerful is
he was struggling
is the
so much in the
T1 glow up
LCK
here,
summer.
you know, changing
Bro, he was
meta,
getting gapped by a
so
lot of mids.
Also more comfortable
It
champions.
was
but,
nuts.
Chovy is a
And then the
monster.
turnaround
Yeah,
into
it also says
fucking
something
regionals,
about
into worlds
Gen G's
is
strength as a whole, right? That Chovy doesn't
Huh?
have to pull out
It's like he
these
flicked a
insane
switch.
Chovy laning performances. I actually did think he had a really good one, very quietly actually,
Vanguard
against
nerfed him?
FlyQuest in Game 5 as Smolder. I thought he was just actually absolutely beasting CS in that game. We see the
225 stacks at
stacks. I
1950.
believe he's second in all of those at this tournament to HLE Zeka.
He also peaked really hard and won the World Championship, so it was a couple of years ago now. All-time game record, it's 53 for Faker, 52 for Chovy. I mean, it's pretty insane. But let's talk about Gen G a little bit more about how they got here, right? And the fact that, what should we take from the fact that they went all 5 games versus FlyQuest? Was it ultimately a good thing for them to iron out their mistakes, or a bad thing in that there is now so much to look at in tape for T1?
What did Boaster say?
So I actually am of the opinion that it
DDoS
was
nerf.
a good thing for Gen G because, you know, they hadn't played that many games at Worlds already, and the evolution of the meta has been pretty quick. If we
Man,
can
I
pull
still
up
can't believe
the
T1
champion
was one
select,
game
then
from not
we'll be
making
able
Worlds,
to look at
and
some
then
of the
they're here.
evolution
Like,
of their
that
drafts
story
in that
is
series.
nuts.
Also, remember the first game of the series? FlyQuest absolutely got a big advantage in the lane swap versus them.
Yep.
Both Canyon and Keen were pretty far behind. I don't know if we can pull up the
When do the drafts start? The drafts will start in
there we go.
11 minutes. Well,
this
there's a
one is going
teaser,
up.
so probably like
this is a
17 to
lot
20
look
minutes
at.
the draft will start.
But as soon as it does come up on screen there for you, you can kind of go back and remember how
Yeah, this
in the
Seraphine
opener,
Galio
Gen
pick
G
was
did a
insane for
very, like,
FlyQuest.
kind of
Complete draft diff.
previous meta star, you know, and they had the
Then
Ari
a
and
Nidalee for
everything, but they
Canyon,
lost
Nidalee for
to the
Canyon
full, like,
secured them
death
2
ball
big
team
wins.
fighting scaling of FlyQuest, and so then they started to make some of these adjustments here, you know, and they were like, well, we're going to need some more side laning and some
That
scaling
Nidalee
with the
is
Caedrel.
dangerous. They need to be
That one,
careful,
they
T1.
barely squeaked out, though, and it was actually a lot of help from FlyQuest giving money early to the Caedrel. I don't believe the drawing is actually showing up there. But as they progress, you know, you can kind of see it on screen.
This guy keeps saying talk draft.
This
This is the problem. People miss a lot of the stream segments.
Gave them extra money.
We did a lot of draft talk earlier.
As well. And after
I can
that
show
one,
it to you.
They themselves incorporated again.
I think the bans for both sides, it's likely this. Kalista, Ashione, Aurora, Nidalee, Smolder. I think that's kind of locked.
There for them
If there's
well.
any
So,
difference, I would
honestly,
be very
working
surprised.
Through more stage games,
I think
and
I
you
went
heard
through
it
about
from Canyon in the
like
interview
40 different
afterwards,
drafts.
too.
I think
He
this
was
is,
like, we are going to
probability-wise,
pick up
this
some
is the
more
most
picks.
likely.
We are going to take this as an opportunity to re-examine, you know, the lane swaps as well as the drafts coming into now an opponent that they know ever so well in T1. I think that this is actually good for Gen G heading into this match.
It might be, and your drawing was wonderful.
What, did it actually show up, though?
I don't know, maybe on the stream,
What did
but not
Boasty
for a
say?
preview. Who knows? Who knows?
Schrodinger's drawing.
Yeah.
You know?
Indeed, and I think we can all agree that regardless of our prediction, right, if you follow kind of the normal order of things, the normal order of how Gen G has done this entire year, taking
What
out
if
the
Canyon
MSI
goes
finals
Nunu jungle?
perhaps, and the summer,
I
sorry,
doubt
not the
that.
MSI finals, the
No shot
summer finals. That they are the stronger team. They should be coming into Worlds, and I just want to remind
Canyon has
people
been practicing
of last year when T1 went up against JDG.
Xin Zhao, Sejuani,
right?
Kindred,
It was a similar
Kane.
story for T1, Dagda. They came into
Kane.
Worlds, people would not rate them that highly, and then this happens, right? In a moment where everything is up against
Keen
it,
is
and
playing
Faker
a lot
has
of
to take it
Gnar.
into his own hands.
Yeah, and I think that's the clutch
Bro,
factor
look at
that
Zeus.
Faker
Look what
brings to the
Zeus has been
table, but
playing.
It was also a lot of T1.
Zeus has been playing
breaking and
Azir top,
redefining the meta to
Echo
fit
top
their
with
style. We're
Grasp,
also starting to see
Sylas
a little bit
top.
of that with the T1 drafts as well.
I don't
with
understand
Harry
why
bringing
he's
in
playing
things like
Azir and
the
Lucian
Bards,
top.
The Nikos, the Pikes, and saying, look, this is our style and our game, and we're going to show up.
It's
and play it.
weird.
And I think when you add to that,
He played
just how
Kai'Sa top as
strong
well
they
with
can
Grasp,
be,
so I guess he is
finding
just
these
mentally
plays,
ill.
making these moments that stand the test of time in the history of League of Legends. That's where T1 thrive, and I'm very excited to see what they can do against Gen G with that.
Carry has been playing 80 carry. He hasn't been playing for a while. He played 26th, 25th, 24th October, and he's just playing 80 carries.
Been able to get the better of T1 pretty routinely for the past 2 years. T1 was looking very shaky. It's kind of insane to remind ourselves they are a 4th seed.
What's
and
Chovy been playing?
Here we
hold
hear
up.
from Chovy himself. He must defeat Faker to
They're
earn
in
the
the
right to be at the top. He knows
yeah.
this. better than anyone, being in that exact same position, and eventually
Gotta beat
having to
Faker.
surpass Faker en route to becoming the best performing mid laner in the world. And I think
actually winning a Worlds after beating Faker.
I'm so curious to see how this is going to turn
That's
out
gotta
with
feel good.
what T1
really
have
good.
done at this tournament already and what Gen G have been able to do against T1 for the past 2 years.
Yeah, in my opinion, I feel like T1 are usually
like the
best
ultimate
looking
boss.
when they have like hard
The
pushing
Elden Ring
top for
boss.
Zeus, very aggressive play, and pushing bottom at the same time. So they have like 2 points of attack, whereas Gen G, normally they're stacking up towards mid and late game, and you feel like unless T1 makes some flashy engages and like fight their way out of it, Gen G have that advantage the later the game does go.
There's so much to talk about. I feel like we won't get there, but there's a couple of
7 minutes.
touching points that I think are really important. You know, Owner is one that comes to mind, and I know you've prepared to draw my life, Emily.
I have. So let's get ready for Draw My LCK Life. Owner. Moon owner Hyun Jun began his pro career with T1 in 2020. He has spent his entire career thus far with the T1 organization. When Owner was 12, he heard about how the Shy, it's always the Shy, hit Challenger at 15 years old, and it inspired him to keep grinding. It was also around this time in junior high that he realized he wanted to become a pro gamer. As part of a controversial 10-man roster experiment in 2021 LCK Spring, Owner actually faced a lot of doubt and strife in his first split, going as far as to say he didn't feel like he was necessarily ready to debut because he was rotating through junglers. He became the T1 starting jungler that summer, and in 2022 found his home with the now famed ZOFGK Zeus Owner, Faker, Kumayushi, and Caedrel lineup. They made Worlds Finals that year, but narrowly lost to DRX. Once a lightning rod for criticism of his team, Owner has become a stable force for T1 and now aims for his second Worlds trophy as a reigning world champion along with the rest of T1. I think the thing I'd
Don't forget, Owner also made Worlds semis in 2021 with Faker.
A lot of ups and downs in his career, both
so he's got a good track record.
The Rift. And this
semis,
past summer, I actually
finals,
thought when T1 were really struggling,
champion.
He maintained a pretty consistent performance to
and
kind
now
of
top 4 minimum,
at times.
semis again in 2024.
Really crucial and not something
That's
we'd
4
yet
years
seen
in a
from
row
him
of
as a
top
player.
4 for
Talking
Owner.
about steadiness in the bot lane, I'm sorry. We've got it. There's so much. You are steady by
least.
my side as well, but it
Top
is time
4,
for
top
today's
2,
featured
champion,
matchup
top 4.
presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's
Insane track record already for Owner.
T1's Gumayushi faces Gen G's Pays in our featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz. These legendary marksmen have faced each other many times over the years and have gone blow for blow, but lately it has been Pays getting the upper hand, winning the LCK 3 times in a row in the last 2 years, and beating Gumayushi in the finals whenever they met, every single time.
Genji's so far ahead. Whippo's going to be your target here next as the Shockwave doesn't do much.
I wonder if there's a Nila Senna game coming out
Genji
for Guma. I doubt it, right?
Cutting them down like flies. Another triple for Pays.
Though we cannot deny the world's buff T1 seems to magically receive every year. As the lowest LCK seed team in the quarterfinals, they were the only one to sweep their opponents. And it was off the back of Gumayushi's deathless performance.
Now the turn back, the bullet time, an equalizer of their own. Ulti coming in, Jackie Love about to fall, Carrier going over the wall, it's a little bit over eager. TES still standing, Jackie Love still standing, double lady carries, but Faker in the clutch, the arm guard.
Oh man, I'm nervous for this series.
TN perfect timing, but it does not matter, because here comes Guma, baby. Double coming through, T1 takeover.
The unkillable Demon Prince now stands unfallen for 7 Worlds knockout games in a row. Will Pays be able to take down the Crown Prince, or will T1 reign supreme at Worlds?
The unkillable Demon Prince. I like that. I like that.
And I do think Pays has been absolutely standout performer for Gen G over the course
Pays is a big player for Gen G, man.
He's been able to
Huge
pick up
player.
things like the Ziggs and be the best Ziggs in the LCK. He's been able to fit into multiple different styles, but no matter what they need from him, Pays has been consistently able to stand up and be that guy for Gen G.
Yeah, it's really important for people to understand that previously I think people saw Pays as being carried by the rest of his team. This summer he really stepped into his own and earned his spot as one of the best.
I can't wait for the intros.
Absolutely, and I think we've seen a lot from the Gen G roster in terms of that stability and being able to perform at a very, very high level. But I think the question on everyone's lips is, Will it happen now
Fuck,
when the pressure is the absolute highest?
Chat, is 35 minutes enough for 3 minutes plus teaser plus draft? Is that enough time?
Into this World Championship, but is it, Kobe?
I think that it will be for Genji this time around. I mean, we showcased, Mata and the coaching there.
Enough time?
I also think for him, it is a really nice to have a bot lane partner like Lehens. They showed the comms clip after the Twitch pick, and Lehens was like, "I told you."
With the walkouts.
And he's like really always like giving him confidence. And
okay, I'll push them now.
They're definitely a team that can also pull out some of these other strange
it's
picks.
Better.
I would say
less people
definitely
here.
Canyon too.
If you want to sub to avoid ads, you can do it now. You're not going to miss much. It's just a couple minutes, and then we're going to get into the teaser.
That was kind of
and then we lock in.
For me, disappointed.
Chat, I'm doing it early, so there's less people here before it comes later.
Because against FlyQuest, it was kind of like, hey, we're going back towards the Ziggs to give you comfort.
I don't want to get.
Because when you look at the opposite
I don't want it to
side
happen
for
where
T1,
it's like
Gumayushi has been incredible. Rain Hailers know this guy is stepping up for them. It doesn't even matter that we're getting carrier like roaming away from him. Gumayushi's playing the laning phase incredibly intelligently, making sure he's picking up all that CS. And then when it gets to the team fight, he's coming in with low resources, divvying out a ton of goal or damage, and as well has the most impeccable team fighting I've ever seen.
And it can keep going, the
oh my
graphic,
God,
because there's
going.
just so much for Gumayushi, who maybe has flown under the radar. And as it rolls out, Kobe.
I still think that active streak connecting
know.
last year to this year TES is for fun, kind of stat.
Yeah, it's storytelling.
It is
We're
fun.
having fun with it. As we get closer, let's take a look at everyone's predictions, as they love doing it in the LCK. You got a little spoiler behind us as well.
And there's me.
Actually,
We're T1 favored, actually.
Do you want to qualify your prediction, guys? Kobe?
I mean, I'm sticking with Gen G. I think that they will.
Man, I wish I should change my prediction. My prediction isn't T132. It's
nerves or bumpy road that
the
they
viewers
got into
win.
with FlyQuest. I think the time that they'll invest after that series, they'll be able to smooth it out here.
Yeah, I also think T1 is an opponent that they're intimately familiar with.
Why does G-Sun say FF?
It's
because she wants both of them to win?
Prepared for T1 specifically. I think it's going to be really, really, really close. But this time,
Captain Flowers said 3-0 T1. Jonah Strong said 3-0 T1.
Yeah, I mean, for me,
bro, Jonah Strong always gets it right.
Was not as strong against FlyQuest. I think T1 are the red
there's Reckless on the camera. I can see his arms.
Because they get that counter pick for Keria. And against top esports, their early game was absolutely impeccable.
There he is! I can't believe it, bro. He's in his T1 jersey.
Set them up so well. Plus, they've got that man on the screen behind them. I mean, if you've got Reckless in Europe, I mean, that's a buff off the bat, right?
That's a great point. Yeah, it's awesome to see. You can hear it behind us that things are absolutely heating up, heating up rather. And we got to sleep an hour extra if you were in Paris last night. And the symbolism, it was not lost on me. Was it a sign of the times changing quite literally, or the seasons ending and getting into a new one? And what is more apt as a backdrop for the match of today, whether it is Chovy, if he can usher in that new era. But he has to go through Faker, who has weathered every single storm. Who will make it to the grand finals in London?
Let's fucking go! Get me in the teaser quicker. Let me bust up the volume as well for a bit. For the teaser. Bust the volume up for the teaser. Third time, baby's a charm.
Michel-Ange a dit J'ai vu un ange dans le marbre. Et j'ai seulement ciselé jusqu'à l'en libérer.
Bro, world teasers are just different. They're just different.
Et tout comme il le dit, nous sommes nombreux aujourd'hui à travailler sur le marbre.
Oh my God.
Sacrifier tout sur son chemin pour réaliser son rêve. Le voyage n'est pas pour les cœurs fragiles. En 2019, Chovy affronte Faker en BO5 pour la toute première fois.
페이커 선수에 대한 첫인상은 일단 기본기도 되게 좋았는데 계속 끊임없이 심리전을 거는 게 인상적이었어요.
Mais ne parvient pas à le vaincre.
계속 뭐가 문제였을까 생각하게 되더라고요. 내가 못해서 졌다기보단 상대가 잘하는 게 많았고, 그래서 이기려면 그 잘하는 상대보다 더 잘해야 한다고 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
페이커 선수를 이겨야만 최고가 될 자격이 주어진다고 생각을 합니다.
초비 선수가 굉장히 뛰어난 선수이기 때문에 같이 맞붙는 게 굉장히 저에게 있어서 재밌고 스스로도 많이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 것 같습니다.
En 2022, Chovy a enfin pris le dessus.
제가 처음 우승했을 때가 2년 전이었는데요. 했던 말이 말도 안 돼라고 하고 우승을 했던 걸로 기억하는데 그만큼 마음의 짐이 많이 덜어진 것 같아요.
Genji continua de gagner à domicile. Ils étaient imparables.
처음 우승했을 때 그때 당시 목표가 리그 우승을 해보는 거였는데 데뷔 첫 시즌 만에 이룰 수 있게 돼서 너무 좋았던 것 같아요.
2022, 2023 et 2024.
Back to back to back to back, Genji, baby.
Genji a battu T1 encore et encore.
They just won it all.
Quand cela comptait le plus.
They dominate the LCK. They own the LCK.
이제 첫 우승을 이제 T1 상대로 우승을 해가지고 감정이 북받쳤던 것 같습니다.
One game away from the golden road.
많이 진 후에는 저희가 많이 부족한가라는 생각도 들게 되었던 것 같고 실망도 많이 했었던 것 같습니다.
여기는 LCK가 아니고 월즈이고 월즈는 T1에게 적합한 무대라고 생각합니다.
챔피언으로 참가했고 챔피언으로 떠날 계획입니다.
À ce jour, 53 victoires pour Faker.
That's crazy!
52 victoires.
That's their head-to-head, 53 to 52.
Mais malgré toutes ces victoires, un sentiment d'inachevé persiste au fond de son cœur. Le rêve d'être champion du monde. Imposant. Et le fardeau.
This part is beautiful, I think.
Pour l'un, le fardeau de rester au sommet. Pour l'autre, le fardeau d'atteindre le sommet.
Genji was pushed to the limit. They were pushed to the edge, but they were built for these situations. They were built for victory. They were built to win, and they will do just that.
페이커 선수 새로운 미래를 열겠습니다.
초비 선수 미래를 원한다면 증명하세요.
Boot it up! Boot it up! Boot it up! Get in the select quick!
Oh my god, are you kidding? 53 to 52? Domestic kings versus international gods?
함께 짊어지겠습니다.
Super team Genji versus T1?
저희가 새로운 세대입니다.
T1은 과거, 현재, 그리고 미래입니다.
Oh my god, bro, you're about to see history. You're about to see history. This series is absolutely unreal. Chovy's never won Worlds, man. But he's won everything else. You have to get through Faker to get your world title? Hey, no one will ever doubt your world title then. Oh, the crowd's loud!
Pour la dernière
the crowd's locked in.
Des mondiaux de League of Legends.
They're mega locked in.
Aujourd'hui, au bout du chemin, une place à Londres, aux côtés de Billy Billy, à se présenter devant vous, les deux derniers représentants de la Corée. D'un côté, champion du MSI, en quête du titre ultime, et de l'autre, 4 fois champion du monde, défendant leur couronne. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, pour vos deux équipes, Genji et T1!
Here they come! Keen versus Zeus! Keen's such an amazing player, but Zeus looks like he's asleep. He just woke up. That kid is so talented, man. Unreal. But Keen's one of the most long-standing top laners ever. He's insane. He's a rocker. Zeus will just pick Yone and mute himself and solo kill him probably. Psychopath Zeus, bro. Absolute rat.
Dans la jungle, Canyon et son adversaire. Oh!
Canyon versus Owner. Absolute mega matchup. You got the best jungler of all time in Canyon. And you got Owner who just shows up at these tournaments, man. He's nuts. He steps up at Worlds, that guy. He steps up big time. Look at the necklace around Owner. Fucking massive tiger. Oh, they're doing 80 carry next. Guma pays. The wrist lord versus the young gun in pace. 18-year-old superstar. Don't sleep on Guma though, that guy is clutch. And Carrier. Oh my god. You give Carrier a counterpick, he'll carry a game by himself. But you let Lehens play the map and he'll outsmart you everywhere. You got brains versus like raw mechanics. Here they come. Here they come. The two kings. I mean, there's not much to say here, is there? The greatest of all time versus the greatest of today. Holy fuck. Oh, someone got left hanging. The Alistar's in the crowd. We got the cowbell. Oh my god, I'm nervous. I'm so nervous for them. The crowd is T1 favorite. Get me into the draft! Oh my god. Here we go. Atlas, speak to me.
Semi-finals.
There he is.
I'm Atlas. As usual, I'm joined by Chronicler, but we're also getting to welcome our friend Andrew Vedius Day.
Yeah, Chronicler,
to the
Vedius,
LCK,
Atlas.
which is absolutely fantastic. Oh, sorry, we're still at Worlds, aren't we? We're still at Worlds.
Yeah.
We've, of course, got a little bit of experience with this particular matchup, but there are a lot of very critical changes moving into this best of 5.
I mean, it's Worlds.
It's Worlds.
It's Worlds.
That really summarizes it.
That's like 98%
Okay,
of the changes, yeah.
I was like, wait, there were changes you didn't tell me about? I was like,
Faker's yawning.
Yeah, throwing us up there, Atlas.
It was such an emotional teaser
right?
Oh,
God, we were all getting choked
so
up
I think
watching
bans.
this. I mean,
What did I say for
there's
bans,
so much
chat?
on the line. Under the banner of Gen G, this is a barrier
Kalista,
that
Ash.
this organization hasn't been able to cross, and now they face
Yone,
across T1, the
Nidalee,
reigning world champions.
Aurora.
I mean, what an accomplishment it would be to beat them
Maybe
on what
Smolder,
feels like
Jax Flex.
T1's home ground.
I feel like these
here
are
at Worlds.
likely the
And I
bans
feel
for
like
both
this
sides.
weird
I don't think
combination
there's
of
much
relief today, but also
I don't think there's
nervous,
much flex in the
because
draft. I think
no matter what
Nidalee, Smolder,
happens
Aurora.
in this matchup, we're going to have an incredible finals.
Kalista, Ash, Yone, it's pretty locked, I think, for both sides. I would be surprised.
The main thing
There's the Nidalee. Oh, they banned Aurora on red side. So now they can do Smolder Jax, and then they can force the Yone ban. So here comes Kalista, and then the Ash Yone is open, and they're forcing the hand with the Jax ban, and then Yone first pick, or Ash first pick. Oh my god. Bro, we nailed it. Did we nail it or what? Did we nail it? Oh, we nailed it. So now the big problem that Gen G has, Ash and Yone are open. So what do you ban? Do you ban one or the other? It might be in your best interest to leave both open. They're definitely going for Yone with Smolder Jax ban though. I wonder if Chobi's going to go for something like the Xayah. Remember I told you about the AD pool? What they're saying is if you first pick Yone, we take Ash, and AD carries pinched because Gumayusi's pool is small. So now they can take Ash Skarner into the Yone, and they're going to have to go Sejuani, the Yone Sejuani combo, and then they're going to have to pick for Guma, I think, unless they want to do Rumble. Unless they want to do something for Rumble. They're in a bit of trouble here, T1, if they drop AD carry. Unless Guma's cooking something. He's got Caitlyn, MF, and Jhin left. I doubt he'll play Ezreal Kai'Sa. There's the Skarner for Canyon. They could do Sejuani Rumble or some kind of Vi Rumble. They gotta pick Ashe here, right? Surely. Skarner Ashe. Maybe they do Ziggs, actually. They could do Vi Ziggs. They got a few options here, T1.
But Skarner, definitely the strongest jungler currently on the patch.
Why are they thinking about this? They banned Xayah. Surely they're going Ashe, right?
Now, Gen G knew 100% that this Yone was going to get picked up.
What is Gen G doing?
This particularly in best of 5.
Just slam the Ashe.
Give it up. What is their answer going to be? I was actually expecting the Ashe to get picked up here.
Wow, they gave Guma Ashe. What? The Xayah ban doesn't make sense then. They didn't take the Ashe. They must have double backed their take. They thought ban Xayah, take the Ashe. Now they don't want it because of Ziggs, I think. I think they were scared of Ziggs anyway. If they took the Ashe, Ashe Renata is powerful. You could see a Lahen's Blitzcrank here. You could see a Ziggs pick for Pays. You might see a Chovy, Ahri, Sylas. Something along those lines. They have 3 options. I'm surprised they gave them the Ashe though. That is strange.
A whole lot of power.
Is it the Blitzcrank?
Yeah, it could be Blitz, it could be Ziggs, it could be Ahri, Sylas. They're gonna go Sylas. Oh my god, Chovy. Sylas, Yone. Now don't forget, the Yone is a flex. I'm not sure if it's mid or top yet because they banned Jax and Smolder. If Faker wants a different pick into Sylas, he has it. They have many options on 4-5 T1. They can play AP jungler with Tristana mid into Sylas. They can play Yone top. They can play Rumble. They can play Gnar, which is a big pick. I would personally ban Gnar and maybe a jungler. Sejuani, yeah, fine. I think they should ban Gnar as well. Actually, no. Gnar ban doesn't make sense. There's the Blitzcrank ban. Gnar ban doesn't make sense. They have Sylas. I think it's fine. It's fine. They could do Sejuani Vi if they want to avoid Rumble Vi. Yeah, Rakan, Betty's right. Rakan, but I don't think Lahen's will play Rakan.
Do they just ban the Rumble because it's still very, very strong?
Yeah, Rumble bans good. Rumble Vi bans are good. It stops the hard engage.
Certainly a lot of things on Gen G's mind.
What is Lahen's going to play here? Rumble ban is good. What is Lahen's going to play?
That they will know where this Yone is going before they lock in their final
He could go Rise. Yeah, he could go Rise. They could do a Rise Yone top, but it's blind, right? Not blind. It's actually pretty good. I think Pays maybe looks at something like Ezreal Karma. I don't know, it's trash. Maybe Kai'Sa. Nah, Kai'Sa Rel is also hard. They're going to lane swap. Ezreal ban is good, yeah. It's pretty good in their champs. It farms for free. Now, what does Gen G do? This is a rare situation. I think they're gonna have to do something like Jhin MF. Ziggs doesn't really suit their comp, even though it would be good. I think Gen G fucked this draft up, you know. I think Pays is cooked here. He's gonna go Ziggs. I'm so shocked they didn't take the Ashe. This has really hurt Pays. One of their biggest strengths was Guma's pool being hit and not taking the Ashe. Now they have to settle for Ziggs Sylas. They're lacking a lot of on-hit damage. I think a tank for T1 would be good. Wukong Vi is good. You know, Cassante could be pretty good here. Some kind of double tank Vi Cassante.
A lot of different
potential options being flicked through by Gumayusi.
Yeah, Vi is good.
A little bit, but in his owner. We're at Worlds, and his buy is going to be the option.
Gragas. Okay. Well, Lehens will probably last pick Leona. Gragas a good champ into Renekton. Pretty good champ. I think last pick Leona and they'll take the game. I think Gen G fucked this up a little bit. This Saya ban. They should have taken the Ashe. They're really scared of Zeus Renekton or some shit. I'm gonna run ads, chat, real quick. If you want to avoid ads, you can use a tier 1 or a Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. You'll be back before the game starts. If you sub now, you won't get ads for today in World Finals either. I appreciate all the subbers. I'll see you in a sec. Ziggs Leona classic bot matchup. We're just gonna talk about draft while you're in the ads. Gen G's probably lane swapping. They kinda need to. You might see an iteration from T1 where they try to match the lane swap. They might try to just run top and match the lane swap with the late invade top. Faker Yone, it's gonna be an important game here. If they lose with this Yone, it might have to be a ban. Zeus Gragas is good into Renekton's. So, good news for T1. They got a really good bot matchup. Bad news for T1. There isn't that much bad news other than their engage follow-up isn't the best. And they won't have many targets because they can go double Zhonyas. The bad news for Gen G is, though, you're playing double mage. It's very uncommon to play 2 mages on a team. It's really not... It's really not that good. You can't really force Baron. Your Baron rush isn't that fast. Your same damage share. Your top laner is an AD bruiser. Yeah, we can put slow mode 15 if you want.
Yone is going to Faker. Faker, not one of our top tier Yones, but Zeka.
This is a big game for Faker. How good is Faker's Yone? How good is Faker's Yone? That's an important question. Let's see it.
Game 1 draft.
And Faker has found success and had some iffy moments on that Yone.
I would have loved some kind of Galio pick, but they can't do Galio top into Renekton.
Yesterday, we'll see whether Faker, our other veteran mid laner,
Ziggs,
as far
Sylas.
as semi-finals matchups are concerned,
Mid matchup will be huge.
I don't think the
mid matchup, mid push.
I think it's about how both of these drafts are going to function when we actually get into some of these brawls. But ladies and gentlemen, it is almost the moment.
I'm pretty happy with that draft, though. I just think Gen G should have taken the Ashe.
In our second semi-final of Worlds 2024
Here we
to
go.
decide who is going to be meeting BLG in the final.
Here we go.
Oh man, already just a little bit of a defensive start. Not going to have those insane
he's playing Grasp Sylas mid into Yone.
Is absolutely
Wow.
electric, and I think
I haven't seen that before, but they do have a lot of melee champs, right?
Epic 5-game
the overlays.
Where did those 5 games come? I'm still actually confused.
Grasp
about where
Sylas.
they
I guess
came
it
from.
procs on his W, right?
I don't think we ever figured it out.
It's a shame that we were robbed in summer of them meeting in the playoffs, and I'm hopeful.
Here comes. So T1 think that Gen G will lane swap, and they're going to invade to match, but Gen G have played a bluff card. They're saying we're not going to lane swap. We know you'll swap into us because you'll think we'll swap, but we're not going to do it. They took it to the next level. So they actually just hide in bot lane. So T1 don't see them yet. I think T1 doesn't want to swap here. They're playing Renata into Leona. So this is going to be a bit annoying for T1.
Does make a fair bit of sense, but leaving a Ziggs in a bottom lane by himself
it's fine, though.
is a recipe for plates.
Well, that's the big thing. Ziggs is a champion that even in top lane, because of his passive, you actually do a decent amount even for all the resistances. And
it's like how many layers you want to go. Do you think that I think that you think that I think that you think, right?
T1 though,
do you run bot and match because you think that they think you're swapping and you're gonna, you know, it's all cooked. In the end, they avoid the lane.
There have been a lot of grasp mids throughout the tournament, even seeing it on range.
Someone needs to help mid here. But Zeus is bot and Carry as top. Normally what happens here is the Leona lanes mid, gets level 2, runs here, you TP in with Renekton, you 2v4 the dive. But it looks like there's different iterations here. Because Zeus is bot, they're going to go for a 4v1 dive. And they don't have anyone to cover. What, Keen's TPing out, they call it off. They could still 3v1 dive.
3 versus 1 could be a
Is
little
Keen
bit
dead
dangerous.
Here? No, he's not.
Having hit level 2, I think he should be alright.
It's actually really nice timing. As he arrives, the minion dies, and he immediately dinks too. So he got enough experience in bot to
So there's a lot of cross-mapping, lane swapping going on here.
A high risk of a dive.
The beneficial thing for T1 so far is that they have TP advantage. The bad news is bot tower is really squishy compared to top tower. So they might get more plates here, Gen G. Or they fix the overlay.
Right, let's see
can they dive
Zeus?
Zeus? Can he outplay this?
Barrel has been charged. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage at this point. Level 2.
Leona tanks. He eased it. Oh, the E missed. Ignite dropped. They have to drop here after one more shot. Now Skarner tanks. Ziggs got it. He's going to heal up with potion. Oh, Canyon got it as well. They push it. Oh my god, he won the dive. That's massive. They're going to have to try and finish this dive somehow. He flashed it. Oh God, Zeus! How you got Leona flash? Oh my God! Genji choked that. They choked that dive. That's a big mistake from Genji. That should have been a clean dive. But Ratboy pulled it off. Oh my God, he pulled off the 1v3. They lost Yone TP, but they got Leona Flash, Ignite, they got Skarner Flash.
Unintentionally getting the aggro there was the big thing.
The bad news is they lost Faker TP, but the good news is Faker based before he TP'd, so he can just run mid and lane now.
Bot time for Faker to TP towards the bottom lane. Only good thing for Genji is that did give Chovy a little bit of time while he still has a teleport available.
Pretty even overall, I would say. Slightly T1 favored. But losing Faker TP kind of sucks, but they can't really get played top or punish the Renekton, so the Renekton's pretty high in XP as well.
Leveling up, but the cannon minion had aggro.
Oh.
Hang on a minute of play.
Yeah, Lehan's flashing in. Not
nice handshake. They got the claims out of Guma and the flash out of Carrier though.
So much damage. Lehan's got to hit those. If Genji
nice play there by Genji.
Some tempo back in this game.
Ziggs TP bot as well, so now it's really awkward because you have no TP, no TP. So Sylas TP's top. Wow, okay. So Renekton base and goes mid. What they're essentially doing is they're like, how can we maximize by getting all the minions without losing the minions? And this is the best way they can do it.
Known as a joker, but has had some moments.
They just want to get as many minions as possible. Doesn't matter about the lane phase.
Of this roster, often been the most criticized. Has had incredible performances. Think back to that first series against Home Life in summer playoffs, but then also often
now Sylas will push out on base and probably take over mid. Renekton catches a wave and maybe takes over bot, Ziggs base and moves top for grub spawn. They can start to shift around the map a bit here.
Catch that top wave, even with Keen being bullied out of that lane.
So watch the lanes. So we saw Sylas, Renekton, Ziggs. In a second, you might see Ziggs, Sylas, Renekton.
The hawk shot there as Chovy rotating back down, spotted on this control ward as Carrier.
So Ziggs bases and runs top, Sylas runs mid and takes over, Renekton runs bottom and takes over. So he shifts down a lane. Everyone shifts down one. Sylas takes over, Renekton takes over, Ziggs base and runs top. So you're on a good lane state for grubs.
The luxury of being able to teleport to the top lane is purely because Faker
good movements from Genji.
Oh,
nice pull.
Good handshake going to come in here. Could this be first blood against Chovy? That would be such devastating news for Genji. T1 already with a lot of control, 600 gold in the lead, and Faker is really having a good time.
Yeah, Faker's having a great time. Chovy no TP. This is perfect for the grub spawn. 30 seconds on grubs, no TP on Sylas. Carrier no flash though. The good thing is Carrier has no flash for Genji. The bad thing is their collapse, also no flashes to punish it.
Who could just keep spamming that Q. The CS advantage, you rightly said, though, coming from the
mid state is great though for Faker.
And Chovy, he's going to be forced back to base very soon. He doesn't want to miss this wave. They're level 6. Faker threatening the potential.
This grub spawn here looks great for T1.
From that farm, but he will be able to get the can.
Looks like Canyon's going to try and sneak a Drake because they can't fight topside. So Owner will go to grubs, and it'll be 3 grubs for a Drake. Pretty even.
Really paid. Whereas Zeus, because he absorbed that early dive, has just been able to catch multiple waves. And I think T1 as a team always look their best when they get to play this aggressive. When the lanes are pushing and they are the ones dictating. As we see the grubs now being started up as well, would be a really big boom, particularly for
looks like
Faker.
Owner got a pretty good camp lead. I didn't see what happened, but he's up a level on Canyon. I guess the bot dive really wasted a lot of Canyon's time and he had the base while Vi was just clearing camps.
Great because obviously looking at the composition, the Renekton is going to lose a lot of value as the game goes on, but Sylas and Ziggs most
Is he trying to steal it with a barrel? Yep. Oh, you rat! He tries to steal it with his ult. Oh, they're going to pull a top dive here. They have no TPs. Yone's coming. Sylas at the base and run out. Oh, the minions. There's only one minion left. Oh, he can't dive here. Gotta get out.
On the Zenith blade, but also, like you say,
yeah, Faker needs a base still. He's going to have Zerker Greaves in his base though, which is pretty good.
Keeping my eyes on a potential cross map as both mid laners made their way up towards top. Nice follow there from Chovy. Losing a little bit in terms of experience.
Oh, both teams are like really respectful and a little bit nervous, I think. Like Genji on that bot dive.
Securing his first 2
also, Genji not taking a disadvantage fight.
We're in a very timid early game. Crucially, though, we talked about those first item spikes for Genji.
You can kind of feel how they're playing.
The early game is the fact that they have Sylas, Skarner, Renekton on the top side.
I think the big win for T1 right now is jungle situation. And Faker has a small XP lead, which is really good for this matchup.
Are going to be a great way to try and force that. Get yourself the second, and then you'll be ready to force a fight around the third. Maybe even look to contest the next grub.
Yeah, and I think I kind of want to draw out a little bit and have a conversation about what these compositions are trying to do.
The Ash Hawk shot, just map hack.
To spot Canyon here this time around.
So now the lanes go back to even states because the grubs are dead.
There is a lot of magic damage here, but also it's solo AD Renekton.
Yeah.
So if you're not building armor, then maybe the Crocodile
damage
just
share for
eats
Gen.G
you,
is a bit sketchy.
which could become a problem if Keen gets accelerated. And I think that is what's so incredibly important about what you say, playing through that topside, getting those skirmishes. Because right now, I mean, we haven't had a first blood just yet. And I think that Gen.G probably
Demolish proc mid for Carrier.
Starts a little bit sooner.
Ooh, Owner could play bot here on a 2v2. I think he got spotted going over the crab though.
Have often taken this
he wants to try and sneak the flash with Renata showing mid. They think they're 2v1 and he just sneaks on them.
And it's not until we really start to see turrets falling or more impactful objectives go over, right? We talk about Soul Point, we're talking about
it's good that T1 got the grubs away from the Ziggs though.
6 grubs I think is attainable for T1. That alone is not going to be enough.
Another Demolish proc.
Trap being set up here. Owner
is it up yet?
Has that ultimate available.
Nope, just farming mid tower with grubs.
Even if you don't
so Renata's laning mid to get tower damage with grubs, while Vi hovers bot to make it so they can't dive the Ash. So they're trying to get gold on one lane while they're saving the other.
In terms of impact in this early game is Carrier.
Nice damage.
Carrier is really making his presence
Carrier's
felt
doing a lot on the map.
And remember, Chovy had a CS advantage because of Faker's
Canyon's been on vision. The Ash Hawk shot.
So Carrier has spent like at least
and when you hawk shot topside and you see all his camps are up, you can safely assume that in a minute's time, 30 seconds, he's going to be bot side, right? So they pink out bot side, he clears the bot, and then you see him again.
And you look at that CS,
T1 have done really good tracking on Canyon this game.
Back in Faker's way. You can see 3 plates secured in the mid
and now with 1 minute on grubs, Guma bases here and opens top. Zeus bases and opens bot. Oh, they Ziggs ult to cancel his base, but they missed. You saw that?
He's even behind.
Ziggs threw ult to cancel Ash base to stop her from opening top, but it missed. So now they can get the swap off. Oh, he's going to go mid actually.
And I wonder if Gen.G's actually eager to try and
so no Ziggs ult
as the grubs now spawning.
Now they're going to base an open mid top maybe.
Because for the 2 plays that they tried to go for, the dive was a failure, and then the topside play we tried to set
Carrier's
up for
holding the wave in Chovy's face to give it to Guma.
Pushing power of the Ash and Renata also not really working out, and that not only set Lahens behind but also started Keen being in a bit of a tough position when it comes to catching these waves. And I do agree, I think Gen.G, if they are denied a good fight, things are going to be very tough. Gen.G.
So Gen.G shifting the lanes, so they have TP
again,
ready.
I think been in this position
Ziggs can get mid push.
Really
Renekton's against Yone. But T1 again, good setup for grubs.
Often, but if you look
you might see an Ash arrow come out soon. Owners finished his camps. He's ready to hover. They might look for a pick here with Ash arrow and Vialt. If someone walks up,
like they were
see that ward, it's perfect for it.
Average like a 1.5k gold lead, and obviously there was a meta
Canyon's
that was
really scared.
Perfection for them, but it isn't like they were getting into fights without anything to grasp onto. In this game, feels like that might be the case as the grubs are going to get started up. You see Gen.G.
All right, Gen.G, let's see it. Are you going to walk in here? 4 grubs is already insane.
Yeah. Is that enough? 4 grubs are definitely going to go the way of T1 here.
Yeah, it's at least 4.
Where's Lens going? He's on ward.
Almost guaranteed to be 6. So 5 are going to be going down here at least.
He's trying to go through top, but they've left Ziggs alone by himself. They could turn onto Ziggs on the right here. Now T1 don't want to risk it.
Are just going to cut their losses. 5 grubs.
They have 5 grubs. Just cut it.
Canyon going to be able to grab this 6th
Ooh,
potentially.
they want to fight here. Silas TPing. Ziggs failed this W over the wall. He tried to W into the pit. Chovy's going to take Ash arrow maybe. There's Owner. Owner's just dead. Oh, the bailout. Didn't get his ult off. Chovy gets Guma's flash.
Still, it's going to be Chovy picking up first blood.
What did Owner just do?
Stoner and T1 just not enough damage.
T1, they could have just taken the 5 grubs.
They could have just taken the 5 grubs and left. It's true. Is that Elkin Bin in the audience?
Chovy,
I think that was Elkin Bin.
Look for the 5v5 and Gen.G punch back.
Yeah, I'm surprised that T1 chose to take that because the thing we've been talking about, right? Renekton in this early game is just, he's just so strong. Ultimate alone is enough to be so
yeah, Vi got chain
CC'd
there. What happened? Did Owner Q in to try and steal it with no smite?
From T1. It's going to be Owner diving onto the back line, attempting to steal the grub. Chovy
oh, his smite just came up now. Oh, he goes on Leona. Nice flash done by Keen. That was beautifully played by Keen.
Gumayushi really can't do much. While the
really well played by Keen.
Good, the front line dissipates, and T1 is immediately forced to disengage.
Yeah, it was a Dominist Renekton, and he was kind of okay with
bit of
just
a weird engage from T1 there.
Way around. So even though it looked amazing, didn't quite work out there. So T1, they lose first blood, but they still have a lot of tempo around this map. Unless Chovy has something to say about it.
So here comes the 4-man trade.
Crash this wave towards the top side.
Zeus backs off.
Certainly going to be valuable.
Ziggs W comes up, but the tower is not going to die very quick. They have 5 grubs. So now when they push in here, they have no TPs.
We've seen how
so they should start to murder this bot tower.
He does get a lead. He's able to very consistently force plays with his catch
It's going to be a trade of towers, but T1 get Drake.
the Chovy that we saw domestically, I think we've only seen
I think they might still get first by tower here. Okay, never mind. They're TPing with Renekton to get it first.
Stats haven't really been comparable to what
they
we
have
seen
5 grubs to 1 though. Zeus can ult the wave. He missed the range creeps, you fucking red.
Have a fair bit, but
I think T1's faster. Guma no flash.
Able to cut this one down. Gumayushi also in trouble there as a solar flare does
oh,
get
they're
cleansed.
just a bit slower. Maybe 1 second slower.
Make his way out. I believe that was Gen G taking it first.
Yeah.
And so despite the
but they're going to keep going. They know they have no TPs, and they're all showing top. Are they going to keep going?
So a bit of extra gold going over
no,
to
they're
Gen G, and that's going to very close
Herald's up in
to
50 seconds, just basing out the Herald.
Between the two squads.
I mean, what? We couldn't really ask for more, could we? Dead even game.
It's just a bit of a game of chess in the early game.
More kills, still just as even.
They're coming. Remember, it's game 1 of a best of 5. You don't wave the entree. You know,
okay.
Wait, Ziggs flashed.
Just a little bit of.
Did he flash W the Ashe and miss or something?
I just want to.
I agree with you, Ben.
The main course is on its way. I think what was smart there from Gen G is, I mean, they had to reset after the grubs. The problem is the dragon was spawning relatively soon, so T1 already back out onto the map in a position to secure that. Gen G leveraged the fact that they had that time advantage to secure
grubs,
that
Herald's coming up.
So ultimately an even trade.
Herald is really important for T1 because A, the enemy team has Ziggs, so they have infinite wave clear, and B, the enemy team has Ziggs, so if they get Herald, your tower's dead no matter what with a W. So because they have Ziggs, this Herald is a must.
Item spike for T1, but they're definitely going to be waiting to try and secure.
Now Zeus pushing another wave towards this top lane and does have
Guma has no sums though. Like they're going to lane top and try and take top tower? What about Ziggs ult? They might Ziggs ult here to stop this.
Mega Inferno Bomb in hand. The siege could be a little bit dangerous. Good handshake for the disengage as Canyon.
Yone doesn't have TP up yet.
Might be able to get in there, throwing some rocks around as you can see.
Ooh, bit of a sketchy position here for T1. They're getting kind of pushed out and Zeus is low on mana. He might have to base and TP in. Guma's calling it off, maybe.
He should have enough money for Blade of the Ruin King.
They're not taking the fight. Guma has Kraken in base, I guess.
Fight yet. It's not worth it.
And Faker has Blade in base. Yeah. 2 massive spikes for T1. They didn't want to fight without them. So T1's just trying to delay this.
Coming down from T1. They have the Ashe Arrow available to try and stall. T1 are saying they do want to fight this.
Yeah, they do want to fight this, but their carries are a bit late.
Here with this ward, as you can see, so Ona.
Their carries are a little bit late.
Right now is Chovy.
It's gone. The Herald's gone, but they want the fight. Carrier a bit far forwards here. Oh, into the ult. Great play.
I think Carrier was there for a second.
Carrier was way too far up.
So the Herald goes to Gen G.
Oh, Chovy wants more here. Could be a bit risky to go deep for Gen G. They have no ults. They have Renekton, I guess.
His way out, and Gen G, they really are taking these
second fight on Grub, second fight win for Gen G.
In these skirmishes has been so
the Herald mid with the Ziggs W, here it comes.
One member is getting blown up in a barrage of CC as Lahens
Tower dead,
driving.
bang.
Always scary.
Oh, the W was propped too early. They didn't get the last auto attack on it.
T1 is able to defend.
Yeah, ever since
should be dead no matter what.
License earlier in this tournament, he has definitely been driving a whole lot better than he was throughout the rest of this year.
We've seen some
fan, you know, exactly.
It's dead whenever they wanted to be dead.
Very proud of him, though.
What we saw there as well for Gen G, and
yeah, T1 are saying that they want this top tower.
A little bit more understandable, but
they're just going to 4-man, 5-man this, and Renekton will get this.
There's so much disengage, and the Skarner in particular.
The reason they do this is they probably think Renekton has TP up. He doesn't, but they probably think he does. And if they use TP spot and defense, then they can TP behind them top and make a play.
On screen, I think maybe when they were looking for the catch on Guma, but he was positioning so safely. There was no way to get on top of
playing a bit cocky here. He doesn't want to give this.
Canyon and Chovy up here towards the top side of the map. 4 members of T1 in the area.
He's trying to scare them off. He might Ashe Arrow them here with Leona ult and try and get a flash out of Renata.
As far as these structures and a teleport to come in from Pays just to
they're
make
losing
sure
bot tower for free.
They don't lose it.
See, Gen G are playing with their advantage.
Gen G's playing the map a bit better.
Because T1, like, the problem with the Herald was the
Gen G's a team where if you just let the game have no action, Gen G is just the smartest team in the world.
Rather than go for a cross map because the bot tower had
already
fallen.
They are so smart on the map.
So rather than play for something like mids, they got over ambitious and they weren't able to make it work. Then what they did was they kept the pressure up in mids. So Gen G could secure that mid tower. They kept Pays there. He had the TP available.
Drake and 40.
He goes back to base and then TP's top.
They have mid tier 1 down, which gives them a lot of wave, a lot of map control. They have 3 outers.
They had the Ziggs
kind of push them back a bit.
Then catch the wave and prevent the siege. So T1 is just losing on the map, while Gen G is continuing to gain advantages.
Maybe Gen G, maybe T1 are gonna trade top tier 1 for Drake here and maybe threaten the top tier 2 if they can.
It's not exactly
26 seconds, Zeus is top. Chovy fired out an Ashe Arrow that was expiring. They might have to try and play for top tier 2, but let's see. I think fighting this Drake is quite difficult.
Well, it's as you were saying, Vadi, because even if you do try to play for mid turret, they're like, Pays can just ult the wave.
Right, yeah.
And Gen G,
Pays might run up here and ult.
And it plays really well into their style, which is always trying to
Let's see if they can
outtrade
stop
you.
him.
And now, what was a 1.5k gold deficit
Top tower's
5
dead.
minutes ago.
Vi is showing. They're pinging top tier 2, so they are going to commit for it. So Lehens instantly starts to recall.
1.5k
He's going to cover it. Chovy instantly starts to recall. They know the Drake is guaranteed. Vi is top, so they're going to come out here, and they might have. They don't have wards behind them though.
Vision coverage around this bot side of the map, pushing Zeus.
Here comes Paze with the ult as well. So Ziggs will double base, cover the top tier 2 play, and get Drake.
There it is.
And the Ziggs ultimate to slow down.
I mean, Genji is just so smart. Like,
Chovy comes on over, he's going to be able to clear it out as well.
It's perfect.
It's annoying. If you're T1, it's so annoying because
stupid Yordle.
You're trying to cross map the best that you can, and it constantly gets interrupted.
What is Zeus doing?
Well, Canyon
he got the red buff.
Here, but Zeus just going to be able to take the red buff just fine. And so there is a win for T1, but they're going to have to do something to try and grab some control back in this game because earlier on, T1 were in the laning phase, able to get a lot of decent advantages. Yes, it wasn't translating.
Man, I think this
kills,
Ziggs is such a big
able to get
problem,
some
even though they're
extra
playing
money.
double
Of course,
mage
was very far
style,
ahead.
and their
Still
damage
has,
is not
I guess, a couple of minions
perfect
in the lead,
with
but he was
on-hit.
20 CS up earlier on. That
The
has been
Ziggs wave
evened
clear
out.
is just so annoying.
And, yeah, this
It is
game
so
state is all
annoying.
gonna come down to, I think, just where team fights will finally erupt when these teams stop just trading
You got Arrow?
objectives
Arrow looks good here, no? Pull him into the Arrow.
Is looking to connect handshake straight into it.
He's dead, he's dead, he's dead.
And I don't think this Leona
Nice
is going
pick.
to last very long. That is
Yeah,
going to be
really
T1's
smart.
first
Give it to
kill. They're
Guma.
holding on to it.
They want to give it to Faker.
Oh,
nice guy Guma gives it over.
She says, you can have it, mate. Let's allow you to scale into this mid game.
I think that's crucial as well because Chovy
Nice
has
pick
that
there from
slight
T1.
advantage over Faker in terms of itemization. So funneling a bit of gold over
What do you mean
towards
3
Faker
ults for
makes
that?
him
It's
stronger
mega
in the
worth.
side
When are they going to
lane,
use their
gets
ults
him
otherwise?
closer to that stride breaker completion. Baron spawning him at 45. I don't think that's going to be a major point of contention this early on, but it adds that extra sense of pressure. We know T1's Barons are famous for both positive and negative reasons.
There's been a fluctuation throughout the years, yeah.
But I think at this World Championship, their Barons have been very good overall, and I think it's something that Genji will have to keep
They want this
track
mid tier
of,
one.
especially
If they
after
can
their
get it, it's
experience
huge.
against Likewise.
Here comes the TP. Oh, Genji's going to force on them with the ults. Oi, 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 T1 in trouble. Nice ult by Canyon. Nice ult by Lehens. Faker down. Vi ult, stopwatch.
The bailout not going to work in Chovy.
They need to get out quick, otherwise there's a Baron force here. Zeus has to base and TP. Guma's out, Carrier should be out. Yeah, Genji's Baron is terrible. They're not going to do Baron. Their Baron is so terrible, it's so slow.
Skirmish win for Genji.
What is Genji going to do with this?
Nothing.
Faker does have
They're gonna
TP
do nothing with
available. It is very early, and I do agree. I don't think they can actually do this. Their
It's a good
damage
kill though.
to Baron,
It's not the worst for T1. They got mid-tier 1, which is actually quite hard to get against Ziggs. And they also got Chovy's TP. But they did lose a kill.
Though, and much like the kill on Lehens, it's nice. But if they get like 2 more kills, you can probably look towards more. Instead, it's going to be TP for a kill. Gold going over
So
to
the map's even
Canyon,
now.
who
Both teams have
finally,
all 3 altars.
gets his first Heartsteel stacks.
There you
20
go.
minutes into the game.
His first Heartsteel stacks.
I will say that I feel that Genji started off this game nervous. I felt like that there were some, like the sense of pressure, the atmosphere, the arena. While it is excited for the matchup in and of itself, there's definitely more T1 fans here than Genji, and we saw some of that in the execution. But now the game's slowed down a little bit, they were able to kind of play out the map. You can see the difference in confidence level.
Randuin's is such a big buy for Canyon against these
Genji
champs.
that we're used to seeing. Really nice collapse from them. They did lose the mid tower.
Genji are
but
pretty
ultimately
strong right
Genji
now.
playing with a lot of control and confidence on the map. Their side lane setups are nice, their vision control is good, and now again around the Baron they're suffocating it. The good news for T1 is that, as you already said, Chronicler, they don't have a fast Baron. So T1, even if this Baron does start, will have plenty of time to react, even if there's not that much vision, thanks to the Ashy.
The game will slow down a bit, maybe Drake fight.
So interesting
Unless T1 try a Baron. Look how much vision Genji have in their jungle. These wards are so sneaky. The sweepers aren't catching them.
Genji are exceptionally used to it. And not just Genji. You look at all of these players just in general. Keen, has he ever had a matchup where he's favored over the last 7 years?
That's fair.
I don't quite remember when. He won his first LCK title only very, very recently. Chovy going to be fighting against Faker here, but I don't think there's going to be
I wonder if we'll see the
big
Sylas
result,
chain
although good
ult
trade
buffer
there for
combo.
Faker. Chovy and Lehens got smashed by T1 in their very first final that they made it to.
You know the one song
they're
about?
used to it over quite a few years, and Canyon was the first one to figure out how
I
to
highly
actually
doubt
do
it.
it.
But if he does that, it's going to look fucking
and then
cool.
became a world champion. So getting over that hurdle has been very important for all of these players.
Yeah, T1 always has the home crowd advantage. It feels like one of the things that they are going to really struggle with, though, particularly with Zeus, I think kind of going, you know, partially
All right,
AP,
Drake
partially
spawning.
tank. But even he is not going to be that
I don't know what's
beefy.
going to happen on this
If you
Drake.
lose control of
Genji
the
have
map in
pretty
this
good poke on
composition,
Ziggs.
You do have the ability to contest
Maybe
vision
T1
just
tries a
because you have the
Baron.
Ashe,
It's
but
really hard though right
face
now, I
checking
think.
is actually
Ashe is
really
so
hard,
weak.
and many of the plays that we've seen thus far have just been Genji finding whoever is closest and blowing them up with this CC as this rivalry goes a while back.
It certainly does.
It's the dawn of League of Legends.
37 to 24.
As we know it.
Because you got to remember that Gen.G, even acquiring all of the accomplishments of the former Samsung roster, right? Like, this goes way, 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 way back.
Yeah, and
T1 are setting up around Baron on 10 seconds to spawn.
There were multiple,
but they don't really have the items for it right now. Ash only has Kraken Slayer Zeal.
Well. Not
looks like Gen.G will get mid push into Drake pretty easily here. Maybe some Shadow Vision on Baron, and it's sole point for Gen.G. There's Hurricane on Ash.
In case someone gets mad.
And ultimately what we're building up to, and the reason why we're focusing on all these things
gone.
is because
so they gave the Drake here, T1, uncontested.
The fourth dragon of the game
here comes the Baron, the ping, so.
I ordered a banger team fight.
Oh, okay.
I'm waiting for it to be delivered.
What about a T1
the
Baron
T1 Baron, like, so smart. They see that
it's not happening. Is it happening? Oh my god, it's happening.
Ultimate is always there. They know this
is started.
God. Let's see how
they're such rats. This is not a good one, I think.
Yep, it's Chovy that's going to make his way
I think Gen.G's in time with Ziggs ult. The owner's going to get really low. Do they have redemption or anything? Oh my god, it's actually going to be finished. What am I saying? It's not a good one. This is melting! This is melting!
Chovy, can you actually stop something from happening here? As it's
going to be
He's out of there immediately. Keeps them up. And there goes Ona, but
Zeus on the side, Lens, no flash. They could look for this.
The Baron buff as carrier.
Oh,
able to get the handshake beautifully.
My rat!
Amazing.
Canyon flash will get two, but there's no follow-up. There's no way they pulled it off again. Canyon has no flash. There's no way they pulled it off again. Again, they always do it on Baron. They always do it on Baron.
The main course has delivered.
Even Gen.G knew this was going to happen. They pushed mid, they put wards on Baron. They knew this could happen. I didn't even think they could rush it that quickly.
That they just couldn't
Faker stacks the Q3 on Baron. He EQ3s Chovy and ults. He catches Lehens on the back of it as well and gets Paze's flash. Hostile takeover, follow-up. Keen tries to peel. Lehens flashes out here, but he flashes into Zeus. Knocks him into him. Paze doesn't know where to hit. Do I hit Zeus? Do I hit Carrier? Do I hit Kuma? I don't know where to hit. Where should I throw my skills? It's all split up. It's not good for Ziggs. Oh my god.
The resources are divided on two fronts with Zeus, putting that pressure on the mid lane. Meanwhile, Ash.
Oh my god, they don't know where to hit them.
Champion for Renekton to deal with. We talked about the scaling elements.
The siege is still hard though. They're against Ziggs, but now
the first major lead of the
it's the 1-4. It's the 1-4. You'll see Faker will be the main pressure point with TP, right? Sylas might TP behind or try and group and try and force a 5v5 on this bot tier 2 to pull the Yone away from top.
Remember, as long as Paze is in the lane, the wave clear is still going to be very annoying to deal with.
It's the 1-4. There's the TP from Chovy. I think they're going to try and engage, but T1 have backed off. It's the side lane which is the pressure for T1.
Comfortably right now, Gen.G doing a decent job.
Gen.G tried to engage there, but T1 respected it.
Grubs and Baron though, it's going to be very, very difficult to stop T1 from taking.
And now Chovy has no TP. I mean, they could just insta TP on bot tier 2 if they want, or they could just keep the side pressure.
Towards the top side of the map,
oh my god, the Yone murders the Sylas on side lane.
So much damage.
He has a Negatron cloak as well to resist.
Trivia's going to be okay, but
Ziggs ult to clear. It's hard to siege, but they're slowly getting it. They might have to Gragas ult them back if they want to get it on the next wave. Top tier 2 dies. Big pressure on side lane.
And then you don't really beat him in a side lane either. There's this
big pressure
in the mid game where you can.
I think they're scared. They're pinging this wave. They say on this wave it's dead.
Right
Carrier moves mid. I think he has Demolish. Procs Demolish mid. I love that from Carrier. Both waves not here yet. Just go mid and proc Demolish and come back. They're getting all 3 tier 2s slowly. They're pulling them around like perfectly here, T1.
Gen.G in game 1, slowly losing more and more control.
Now they can Gragas ult or Ash Arrow if they have to on this tier 2, and it's gone 3 towers just like that.
The first
perfect. And now they'll back off after this tier 2, I think.
This team is
oh, there's the Ash Arrow. There's the Gragas ult. And there's the Dead Canyon!
He finds an Impale, but he has no friends.
Oh, they use hostile takeover as well. That's a kill, but that's another ult. Lehens no flash, Keen no flash. Shomayushi has to cleanse. Chovy has the ult, but if he commits here, he's dead. Down goes Lehens. There's no way they're going to win this game.
And that's going to be a kill going over to Gumayushi.
Oh
only
my
needed
god.
to invest a cleanse, and there
all they have to do now, T1 is reset, stabilize the map against this Drake. Ooh, Faker overstayed a bit here.
into
They have
their
Ziggs TP, but they have
again
no
and
wards.
again and say thank you very much.
Faker's playing. Oh, he
Being
got the
able to
cannon.
stand, but the gold lead keeps
He
growing.
Yone ult Proto Belt East to try and gap
toying
close.
with them here on this bottom side of the
Oh
map.
my
Man,
God.
it really just feels like a big swing back. So much it was give and take in this game, but now
There's
T1
no
are
way
just
that
saying
Baron
they're gonna
play
have it
worked.
all.
They're such rats,
Pick
all of them.
potential of this roster was something
It was,
it was
obvious they were going to go Baron. Gen G knew it. They knew they were going to go Baron. You could see the way they warded around the Nash after mid-wave. But it was so quick, and their engage was so good. You blink and it's gone.
And the game is quickly snowballing in favor of T1.
Yeah, Lahen's not feeling too happy about it. You can see the GOAT as well, not celebrating yet. This is game 1.
The Wits End buy is so massive against this Sylas 6. The scaling on Gen G is not favored. You have Renekton and 2 mages. It's basically done. When they have Yone Ashe, it's so hard to win a fight.
These lanes are concerned, and Gen G back
They have
out
no
onto the map
DPS.
now,
All they have is
trying to
burst,
steal away this
Renekton flash,
move up, and
Ziggs
they will
ult,
be able to do
Sylas
so.
ult with Ashe.
Notice
They
on
have
the
to
map,
one-shot
though,
someone
that
quick.
Faker's pushing out the top wave. Mid has kind of been sacrificed. No one is actually in a position to catch it.
Faker spacing, level 16 Yone. Soul point. Owner needs to be a little bit careful though. He can get one-shot very quickly. He doesn't really have good resistances.
The river has been conceded. Gen G have purchased over that area of the map, while Faker's remaining top has the TP available. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, playing the side lanes very well is
Faker.
As
Oh,
we
he's
can see,
TPing mid
gonna
to get the
immediately
push.
teleport into the mid lane.
They have no
as that
flash on
wave
Ziggs
crashes
yet. If they knew
forward.
that, they can flash in.
He's got his teleport up as well, but he's going to be behind the play
Keria.
just a little bit.
He bailed out himself. He was really looking for an engage there. He used the heal to try and get in range.
Back up and available. T1 are ready to fight.
All right, Gen G have one chance here.
To give this up. T1 only have a single dragon. But it
Looks like T1's calling to rush it. Faker has Q3.
Like in the late game they can't match.
They're trying to zone away Canyon. They might Gragas ult the Skarner back here.
Yep, Chovy's got a casket. The
Drake
ready.
dead.
It is going to be
Gragas
Owner
ult.
denying that soul, and now T1
Arrow
starting
hit
off the
Leona.
fight. Can
Carrier, no
Gen G
cleanse or
actually find
anything.
an angle as
Knock
hostile
back.
takeover comes
Oh
in?
my
Carrier,
god, that
he's
Leona
trying to
E,
bail
what the
himself
fuck?
out, and it's going to work for now. The Impale
Renata
is good.
down.
They take down Carrier.
Guma's
But can
hitting.
they deal with the
Faker
carries?
might die
That's the
here.
question.
He's cooking though. Owner's cooking as well. Gen G's down. This game's over. Owner's gonna live with the Southern Sky. They're gonna end mid. Yo, Guma was gliding on me.
He still hasn't died.
Oh my!
He still hasn't died. It's true,
gentlemen.
T1 in the final team fight of game 1.
They win game 1.
Will snuff out.
They win game 1. Oh, I gotta see a replay of that fight.
Ace at the cost of their jungle and support. The Nexus in their eyes.
The vibe bought so much time. The Leona E went halfway across the fight. Buffer through a Gragas ult.
And they'll say you'll have to try better than that if you want to make it to London.
Nexus turn number 1.
One
Nexus
game
turn
win
number
already
2
for
and
T1. There's no way. There's no way. This game was so well played by Gen G. The early mid game, the macro, the gold lead. Bang! Flip a switch. One play. T1's back and they've won.
Phil was missed. And there was not a lot missed from our teaser today. It was one of Phil's best things ever. But one of the things that was
But
missed
don't get excited. It's one game.
Not only do you have to beat Faker to be the best.
All right, let's rewatch that fight.
Did
you see that Leona E in the fight?
And they're not quite doing it yet. Faker still remains the GOAT.
Did you see that Leona E in the fight?
It's time for us to go to a break. When we get back, game number 2, we're going to break down that
Look
game
at this
number
fight.
1.
We'll watch the fight now. Look at this fight. So the setup is pretty good. Chovy's on the side and they rush down the dragon. It doesn't open pretty bad for Gen G. Zeus misses his Gragas E. Owner misses his Q. Faker only Q3s onto the Skarner. Chovy has good positioning. But what happens here is they commit onto Keria. And Owner just sends it into the backline. Owner's on the Ziggs. Gragas ult's just thrown on the 3. Hostile takeover. All they're doing now, T1, is peeling back. But Owner's going forwards. All Owners do... You see that Leona E, by the way? Let me mute this. You see that Leona E? All they want to do, everyone on Gen G is screaming, well, Chovy, I'm going to kill Keria. And everyone on Gen G is screaming, I'm going to kill Owner. So T1 focus Chovy. The Leona E takes him halfway across the planet. The Zeus ult is a good disruptor, but it's funny how he gets knocked back by Zeus ult, but he hits the E. So Leona goes from here all the way to the entrance. And they're trying to get down the vibe, but Owner's buying so much time. So that allows Guma to just free hit. So Guma is just standing here. Skarner ults down, free hitting. Avoids the Ziggs bomb, and now he opens up on the Yone ult. Meanwhile, they're sweating in the front to back in the 3v3. This rat on the left, you know how he was 4v1 a second ago? Yeah, he's now 1v2ing them. Pace is trying to... He W's himself backwards into the Vi. Gen G realize they're losing the front to back, so they turn around and say, okay, let's try and focus down the Vi here and maybe get one and get out. This guy's still alive. Owner solo won that fight, I would say. Coincidentally, the fact that he gets committed on so hard, but like, this Vi has Black Cleaver and Sundered Sky, that's it, and Merc Treads. I think the Gragas and the Vi disrupted just enough for Faker's ult timing to come out. Skarner ult missed, it only really hit onto Zeus, so that Faker can get that 2-man ult, so Guma can hit with Renans. Just free hitting onto everyone. Look at that Ashe. Oh my god. Yeah, Owner and Zeus. Good dive there. Good disrupting. Really good disrupting. Really good disrupting. Chai, go toilet 1 second. Lock in. Crazy. How is Guma still not killed yet? How is Guma still not died? That red? Bro, plot armor is crazy. The plot armor is nuts. Like, is this serious? This plot armor from T1? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Look at that League of Legends category right there. 1.4 milli. That's right. That's right. Actually, I have a pretty good tweet. I have a good tweet. Actually, no, I'm not going to tweet it. I'm not going to tweet it. I thought it would be funny to tweet, but I think maybe so. Get in, babe. We're going to game 2. Oh, that picture. Okay, what do we do there? Why you all spam do it? Fuck it. There you go. Do you want to, Caedrel, I watch League of Legends because of you. Bro, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm glad I could ignite your passion for League. I have so much fun watching League. It's great. I'm glad you enjoy it. Chat, quick thing. Quick thing. Quick thing. We're doing a massive Worlds giveaway if you want to join it. You can win gaming PCs, chairs, Worlds jerseys. There's a signed Gen G jersey here, which is in the giveaway. There's going to be a signed T1 jersey as well, likely. I'm trying to get it signed. Worst case, I'll send this one with all their signatures on it. You can win chairs, PCs, mice, keyboards. There's like 30 different prizes if you want to enter. It's really easy. I'll link it in the chat now, or you can go to caedrelworldsgiveaway.com. So yeah, much love if you wanna join it.
강한 팀이었지만 이긴 기억이 있기 때문에 저희 구마유시 캐리어 듀오는 세계 최고이기 때문에 당연히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Yes. Is it going to be a
Unwashed.
similar story?
Yeah,
Well,
I'll send it unwashed.
Gumayushi was on that Ash and did really,
He
really
was
well.
on
And
that Ash.
I just want to take a minute to talk about this entire first game because as we were watching it, right, we go,
All right, important thing now, T1 is red side and Gen G is blue side. The thing that surprised me from Gen G is they banned Aurora. Now T1 will have a tougher task. T1 have to ban Aurora. They have to ban Yone. And now they're in a hole here where Kalista, Ashe, Skarner, Vi.
Well, I mean, this was a really good call. You could see that Dragon was taken, Skarner was gone. You need to get the TP in, but Faker with
I wonder
this
if they ban-
ultimate as well was clutch, and that's why it's part of the reliable Cisco network for every second counts. It was absolutely insane to see just how clean they were on this play.
I would personally ban. Oh, actually, I think it's Ziggs or Nidalee ban. I would say. The reason I would ban Nidalee is it prevents Chobi going Tristana into Sylas blind. The reason I would ban Ziggs so it stops Tristana. The reason I would ban Nidalee is to just stop Canyon from getting Nidalee. I think they're probably going to do Nidalee. For Gen G, Ashe ban is really good. And if they do Ashe ban, they get Kalista first pick. I think T1's in trouble. There could be a game here where we get Kalista versus Draven. Game 2. Because I think T1 have two options. Option number 1, ban Nidalee and play against Kalista. Option number 2, ban Kalista and play against Nidalee. So, to be honest, I think their best bet is playing Draven into Kalista. Maybe.
In Swiss, and I'm so happy to see him bring it out again.
Yeah, it was, and the Renekton in comparison was kind of useless in conclusion.
Because you remember back to the early game too, the Gragas already showed up. Zeus outplay under tower during the lane swap. Got also Owner a bit ahead because he was able to get extra camps because Canyon was down there taking damage. So yeah, really big props to Zeus again on his Gragas.
What did my agent tweet, bro? What is that?
Who wasn't entertained, apparently.
Who wasn't entertained?
Let's take a look. I think maybe they should be scared,
Is it Bin and Elk?
but they're not.
Yeah, I saw them.
Oh, did I just tease it and suck it? Look at Elk.
I saw them in the pop-up.
The yawn!
He's just perma yawning. Hey, he was smashing yesterday. Cut him some slack. Hey, cut him some slack. He's tired. He's tired.
Oh, this is not a replay, by the way. This is consecutively. Hey,
oh my God, Al, come on.
I also,
come on, man.
I like how Bin is locked in, though.
Yeah, he's like
Bin is
locked in. As we know, he loves Zeus, so he needs to
stay
saturated with his play.
He's good boy. He's like, I need to pull out the Gragas next time.
Yeah. Let's go back a little bit to the beginning of the game as well, because there were times, I guess, that T1 was in a position where they had to clutch it out later because it didn't necessarily go ideal around the Grubs or the Herald.
He loves Zeus. Yeah, Bin is a big Zeus fan. Bin always says Zeus is the best player he's played against.
I'll say, because there was really not a lot of reasons for them to fight over this 6th Grub. Obviously, yes, you do want to get that, but they already had the 5, and this was so easy for Gen G to just go in.
It's also that you have no smite on your jungler.
All right, T1 was blue side, which makes things a little bit easier. Now is when T1 will be really tested in draft. Like I said, I expect Yone Aurora to be banned unless they've cooked some counter to it, which I doubt. And then playing against Nidalee, playing against Kalista with Ashe ban, that's going to be the hard task. That's probably what they're talking about. I think the coaching staff's probably like, do you want to play against Kalista with Draven, or do you want to play against Nidalee? Or do you want to just leave Yone open or Aurora open and have a counter? To be honest, if they're crazy, they could leave Aurora open. I doubt heavily they'll leave Yone open. There's no way they're going to leave that open. But Aurora being open could be likely if T1 have cooked something into it, because obviously the way Gen G draft with Aurora is they play Nocturne Ahri. They could play Wukong as well or Vi, but maybe if they play against Aurora first pick, maybe T1 has some kind of like Nico Nocturne into it. Not sure. And then Zeus has a counter pick into Aurora top.
I'm interested to see what Gen G do. This was a risk, leaving the Yone pick open, picking the Renekton over the Ashe or something similar. So we'll see.
And that's why I want to keep my eyes on Carrier coming into this game. He was a monster in this early stage, constantly roaming towards Faker, leaving Gumayushi by himself, getting that early control, and Lehens needs to control him. The Hens did not do a good job in the early stages, and now coming into game number 2, he needs to step up big time. He wasn't good in the
16k
last
followers
series,
away from a
and
million.
now again,
Yeah, we're
he's
16k
struggling
followers away
against
from
Carey.
1 million followers on Twitch. It's fucking
Give this
crazy, bro.
directive
What?
that you call him out. I mean, it's true because, you know, this is only a game 1 in a best of 5.
Crazy.
But every game counts for a reason. You're going in now with more information for T1. You can be happy with what you showed.
Bro, if someone said that, if I was watching a streamer who said that, I would just fucking unfollow.
Chink in the armor already.
No, don't do
and
that.
The question is, can you now fight back and make sure that they don't get you to your knees?
So exciting. What an exciting start to this series. I mean, an explosive Big Baron. We saw, like we say, some stumbles in the very beginning of the game. But game number 2, we'll see the adjustments as they swap sides.
Well, Atlas, will Gumayusi finally die in this game 2?
I don't think so. I mean, I haven't seen anything that's going to prove that's going to happen, so I'm feeling that maybe he'll just cruise through this one as well.
Ash,
We'll see
Yone,
whether the Nexus
Aurora,
dies,
Nidalee, or
but I think
Kalista.
that's going to go down before Guma does.
Yeah, Atlas is a fan, famously, of small sample sizes, but this we're getting up there.
Maybe
okay?
they ban
It's 8 days in
Vials.
a row
Looks
now.
like
Like a medium sample size. You know, this is getting real
Maybe they ban,
over here right
Caitlyn or
now.
something.
So we'll just have to see. I think if T1 are going to win, it is going to be one of those games where they should be able to roll over. But I think that there's going to be a lot of adaptation moving into this Champ Select.
Genji banned Kalista on blue side. What?
As already, Genji once again banning away
That
the Zaya
frees
here
up a
this time
ban
on the
for
blue side.
T1. Easy.
And this should give us a really good indication
Wow,
of
they're
how the
targeting
series is gonna
Guma
look
hard.
like, because in game
I
1,
told you
Genji
guys
were on
champion
red
pool
side
is an
and took a
issue.
lot of risks.
I
If
told you guys
T1
champion pool is
is
an
able
issue.
to get it to
Kalista,
tier
Zaya,
lead,
they're looking
breaking
for
them
Ash
from
first
red
pick.
side as well. It's going to be so much harder to fight back. Going to have to be a really big pivot.
Looking for Ash first
And the
pick, I think.
Smolder, even with the Yone not
They
being in the
banned
game,
Ash as
taken
well.
away.
What?
I do think.
Well, now they just ban Aurora.
Gumayusi's pool.
Why
at
are they
this World
targeting
Championship
Guma
is
so
pretty much those
hard
80 carries on
and
his
not
screen.
first picking an
Now,
OP?
admittedly, we've seen him play Caitlyn, we've seen him play Draven.
I mean,
but
I
Ezreal
did say,
and
like I
Kai'Sa,
said,
the
Guma's
usual
pool
de
is not the
facto
best
go-to
for this
meta
tournament.
80 carries that we're seeing
But
often
I'm surprised that
are
on
what
blue
his
side they're not first picking
The question
Ash.
then becomes, where does Ziggs fall
Or
on
first picking
the totem
Kalista with
pole?
Ash ban.
Because we saw how effective it was for Paze and his
Maybe they're
ability to
scared of
stall out the
Caitlyn or some
game.
shit. I don't know.
But is that something that
Skarner
T1
first
wanna
pick for
try and
Genji. All right,
prioritize?
no
If they
shocker.
do,
Now the
what
big
do
question
they
is
then put
T1.
mid
What's their
lane?
early rotation here? Do they take the Vi? Do they take the Gnar? Do they take the Renekton? Do they take the Ahri? What's their rotation? I wonder. What have they prepared T1? What have they been cooking? Caitlyn already! Caitlyn Kindred already slammed! What? I would pick Ezreal if I was Genji. I would go Ezreal Karma or some shit. Bro, Caitlyn Kindred 1-2? Who does that? Who does that?
The biggest surprise to me is the Kindred coming out from
They will go
and
Caitlyn
setting
Lux
into the sky.
or Caitlyn Bard. Very likely. Unless they've got a third support and then they'll drop. Jax. Oh, they're gonna go Jax Ahri. They're gonna go Jax Ahri. Yeah, the Nidalee's open as well. Bro, Genji, all their strengths are just disappearing.
Heavily relied upon.
Is it a Lux game? Is it a Lux game?
Obviously a good adaptation. The Renekton didn't really hit last time
There's a
around.
chance that they have a
He's
third
available
support, like
this time
Caitlyn
as
Lux,
well.
Caitlyn
Exactly. But
Bard, and then something
the
else.
Ahri thus far
And they go
hasn't
5.
really sparked a lot of confidence. Faker can just go
What have they got prepared? They must have something prepared, man. Braum. Ooh, that makes sense. They pick Braum, they ban Rakan.
Again, they had to take it right there.
I like that. They ban like Rakan, Karma, or some enchanter support. Lulu, yeah, Lulu. What do you do as Genji here? Do you ban Sylas, I guess?
It's going to be the Braum instead. That is going to be just the power lane.
What
here
with Kindred mid? Normally you have some kind of supportive mid. Kindred jungle, you normally have some supportive mid. Kindred jungle really needs something like Galio mid or Lissandra mid or TF or any kind of melee champ or setup champ. Yeah, Galio ban makes sense.
Could be an effective answer. So that's going to be taken
You need some kind of frontline setup.
Going to be banned away at the
Ooh, Nico could be pretty good.
Camille plus Galio.
What is he cooking here? Renata ban? Ooh, I'm surprised he didn't ban Rakan. I feel like Ezreal Rakan here is pretty easy for Genji then.
Yeah, gives them some engage options
or some kind of Varus Rakan. I like Varus Ezreal into Kindred, Caitlyn. I like it. Good poke.
Another option that's pretty good.
I think they're fine in bot lane here, Genji. I wonder if they're going to play Lissandra. I wonder if it's a Lissandra game.
A lot of shenanigans happening.
Lissandra into Ahri is an old school classic, but Lissandra Braum isn't that good. They might lack damage. Orianna ban. This Kindred needs setup. Zeus might go Gragas here and keep them guessing. Or Poppy.
Maybe
keep
Gen.G
them
has
guessing.
a plan into it, or
Some kind of
something
tank
like
top,
that,
just keep
because
them
you can
guessing. It's
imagine
pretty
that they
solid
do
here.
have pretty fresh in their mind that is a likely pick.
Maokai top! Oh
Maokai
my
going to be a
god.
consideration though. That could be
Maokai
the
top.
support
Maokai top.
option or a top option.
We saw that.
Maokai top from
I
Breathe.
don't think Braum jungle is going to quite be happening.
Yeah, Varus, Rakan, Ezreal, Rakan are good here.
It was Breathe. Breathe is who we saw it from yesterday. Yeah. I think it's a pretty good matchup into the Jax, in all honesty, and you get so tanky. I don't love Maokai as an engage.
Oh, they're gonna go Kai'Sa.
So
I much prefer Varus or Ezreal with Ahri Jax.
Slow, I said that twice.
It
has
is slow, and possibly slow
yes,
as
exactly,
well.
I think they're playing...
I'm fascinated as to how they're going to round this draft out. You're expecting some sort of AP mage to come through.
Gen.G is just surprising me a lot with their... I mean, it's a good Kai'Sa, but Rakan is a monster pick here.
No, I imagine it's going to be something like the
I'm so surprised if they don't do Rakan. Rel! What are they doing? I'm so sure you should have gotten something like Rakan and Ezreal. It's so much better, I think.
Kindred and Maokai.
Alright, what's it?
They are.
Faker's mid laner.
Great. If you are
What is he gonna do? Is he gonna go Lissandra? Is he gonna go Sylas? He's gonna go Sylas. Alright. Chat, I'm gonna run ads quick. If you wanna avoid ads, you can use the tier 1 on Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. You'll be back for the game starts. Here's a big kiss. I'll see you in a sec. You won't miss anything in the game. We're just gonna be yapping about draft. Appreciate any subbers.
That's great. But Canyon on Skarner,
Caitlyn, Braum, Kindred. Bro, if you paid me $1 million and said, guess their drafter, I'll kill you. You can choose any champion jungle AD support. The only one I would have guessed is Caitlyn. I would never have guessed Braum, Kindred. What? This is so not T1. I'll give you context. The last time Owner played Kindred was at MSI 2023. It was a Kindred. I can't open the website. And his Kindred wasn't good. It was like a Kindred Kha'Zix meta. 2023 MSI with engaged mid laners. He looked so bad on it.
Into Braum, Kindred, Maokai. I'm fascinated. Like, ultimately, T1's engage is very low. It's not the strongest. You're very reliant on Maokai. Maybe Sylas stealing a good ult. Maybe a Skarner ultimate or a Rel ultimate.
Kindred's one of those champs where...
But, I think T1 have cooked. And
you scrim with it, you get 6 stacks in like 10 minutes. You go on stage, you have 0 stacks in 15 minutes.
It only matters if you lose the range battle. But I think they're doing okay in that regard.
That's true.
When that sort of is one of the concerns. And when you can throw saplings around to get as much information as possible, I mean, Zeus should be able to just face check anything that he would like later into the game because he's going to be a walking fortress. I think that once again, T1 are coming out of a draft looking really, really good. And this time
Lehens isn't a big Rel player this year. He's more of a Leona player. I'm surprised they don't take like Rakan. Gen.G, I'm surprised.
To get onto the rift.
With what they're doing in the bot lane picks.
Where their mouth is, so we jump into game 2.
The other thing is zone control. Caitlyn traps, Maokai saplings as you highlighted.
Alright, let's see it, Guma.
You said that Zeus could pretty much face check into anyone, right? Because, you know, he's Maokai.
What is the lane swap situation? Obviously, I think Caitlyn Braum into Kai'Sa is pretty good for Caitlyn Braum.
Like, that is a horrifying
Gen.G trying to get lane swap wards.
Into. And the problem is that even if Gen.G is first on an objective, throw the Maokai ultimate, zone them off the objective. You then regain the space. Once you have the space, trap. Like, and now you've got to walk into us again.
Many good ults. I would say the best is obviously Ahri.
I'm going to be fascinated to see how Gen.G navigate their way through that. I think
he's playing Grasp Ahri again as well.
It's going to be so important for them.
Chovy's going to have a really good laning phase for starters. Did go, by the way,
Chovy really needs to play out of his mind this game.
As we can see.
I mean, Chovy just loves grass.
He does love grass.
It's just another.
You see how they're swapping back T1 because they want to match.
So Chovy needs to do a good job.
They were scared that the Kai'Sa would avoid them. They don't know where to go. They're trying to match them. Oh fuck! They want to find the Kai'Sa. They saw the Jax, but the Kai'Sa is spot still.
Into the Cade Braum. So you're incentivized.
This is not good for T1. Their Caitlyn is going to miss the first 3 melees, and they still didn't match the Kai'Sa.
The Jax to match the Maokai because Maokai
Zeus, don't be a rat.
Doesn't really get to.
He wants the XP from the melees.
Looks like
this is a bad opener for T1.
That is going for the swap.
They missed a lot of XP.
2v2 mid.
You'll notice that Guma was hovering around mid for quite a while, which means that he was quite late to the top wave. On top of that, Zeus was denied.
I think Keen can TP top pretty safely.
So already this lane swap isn't ideal, optimal for the way in which T1 is setting themselves up for success.
Yeah, pretty bad start, but it's okay.
Get level 2
it's whatever.
very
Just
quickly.
Caitlyn
He's
XP.
already on his transition over to bot lane, knowing that, hey, if I get one more minion, I'll level over.
This is good for Gen G, though. The main thing is they avoid the Caitlyn, right?
Faker.
That's the main thing.
Jungler pathing topside, those kind of you'd expect. Oh no, which means that the threat of the dive is coming.
Oh, you carry out. He should be fine, though.
Get stunned up here by
Ooh, maybe not. That drift was insane by Kenyon.
Level 1 for Carry. He's
burning
dead. Down. He's dead. That is going to be first blood going over to Canyon.
And now Zeus is dead as well.
Oh,
this lane swap is a horror for T1.
A whole lot of trouble. Might have a twisted advance to try and outplace
Oh my god, he played that really well.
Was pretty good on the Bramble Smash, as it's known now. As Canyon underneath.
Oh my god, they dropped. Who tanks? Who tanks? Oh, King's dead.
A couple more autos are needed.
It's 1 HP. Pace 1 HP. Oh, they played that drift.
Somehow they navigate the dive.
Oh, Gen G just struggled it.
Dive a disaster. Game number 2 puts Gen G
Yeah, this is much better. Much better. Look at the damage on the map. Jungle's ahead. Bot lane's ahead. There's 600, 700 gold up as Caedrel.
Execution.
That was perfect execution.
They punished the rotation.
That was so well played by Gen G.
They get him before he gets level 2, and then they manage the tower aggro.
I think T1 just wanted to match the Caitlyn into Kai'Sa, and none of this would have happened.
And this is exactly the Gen G that we need to see in this game if we want it to get to a best of 3.
Which we do.
They have to start early if they want to get some of these advantages. You already said that the script is written for how fights are going to go later on in the game, and it's not very fun if you're not on T1. So Gen G, they have to be able to snowball this forward. We'll see what
Owner gets a lot of camps.
It's not over yet. They need
like
to
the main thing is, I think Owner got
Canyon is
this,
quite far behind in terms of camps. Is the biggest
this
downside
and this.
for Gen G. You'll notice that
so
he's
jungle is actually fine.
His bots are, flash once again from Carry. I say again. I mean, he didn't get a chance to flash earlier, but.
Jungle's pretty fine.
Pressure down, I should say, onto Carrier once again, as Faker going to be zoned away from what farm
he already got a stack as well, so he got lucky that the top crab was a stack, and he got basically 3 quadrants of a jungle.
It's a swath shade of blue.
It is indeed. Gen G finding a bunch of advantages. Excellent
fine
use
here,
of the word suave
as
well. Speaking of which, so was that just escape from Canyon. Decides no.
Okay, early game's in Gen G's favor. T1's going to try and farm. Canyon, ideally, they can match the Caitlyn into Kai'Sa now and start pushing a bit.
Criticism for this player, which also ties into his strength, which is mid to late game impact and carry performances, is that he's not doing enough. I think this game he's overcompensating a little bit.
Hey,
still
help.
sitting at 16 CS, but because of the early
Charm Flash
kill,
kills here, I think.
once he picks up his camps that are going to be decent level, should be able to very quickly catch
Faker
back up in
level
experience. And when it comes to the gold, he is still doing fine. Now, this early gold lead for Gen G, a necessity, but good to see nonetheless. Because with how game number
Faker doesn't want to base.
1 played out, it
he
felt
sees
like
Chovy
Gen G
fast
was
pushing,
on
he'll just
track
catch it.
for what we've seen them do so many times, and T1 really threw them off.
And I will draw attention to our viewers who aren't as familiar with our format. Overlay, I should say. You can keep track of the Kindred stacks on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see that underneath the flash, and same for any of the stacking champions, which we don't have in this game. But,
Smolder was banned. Yeah.
Owner actually
has a big
decent
lead.
job if we're going to compare
a really
Kindred
big lead.
performances that we've seen this Worlds. I think he is currently 13 minutes earlier on his first mark, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, not
He's
bad.
almost level 6. Canyon's halfway through level 4.
So that says
Marks
something.
are overrated.
Yeah, we are really snowballing on the marks. If he keeps this one up, it could be completely ridiculous. Yeah, exactly.
Now Paze has transitioned to the top side of the rift. Guma's actually been moved over to mid.
Yeah, this Canyon's still level 4.
Faker has
He's a full level up.
I wonder if T1 is going to try and contest these grubs, but Faker setting up a trap.
Yeah. Got Owner moving on over as well. Does get seen on that control.
Oh, he got 6 on the minions.
Pace gets that information.
Nice
has
flash.
to use the ulti. Chainstone land because the flash.
Faker, Owner might get 6 on top wave if he wants to leech the XP.
With these grubs, but that is not
grubs
a
are
lot
just gone though.
Of extra power
Super
here
hard
for
to
Gen G.
fight.
Losing that flash really important.
3 grubs is good for Gen G.
Crucial there.
Really
Otherwise,
good.
if they get that kill, T1 can then immediately collapse. You saw the rest of the members actually making their way over. But instead, it's a big win for Gen G. They get the grubs, and as mentioned, the Maokai is always going to have a lot of impact.
In trouble here.
Oh, Faker.
Yeah, could be in some trouble here as Lehen's moving on over.
In Kai'Sa ult up here and flash out. Oh, Lehens, that was really smart.
Faker decides to go down, but Canyon's there to meet him.
Oh my god, Lehens, did you see what he did there? He W'd over Faker, saw him take the Kai'Sa ult and flashed backwards so he couldn't ult on him on the right.
Deny the ability for Faker to ult out with the Kai'Sa
So good by Lehens there.
And on top of that, Canyon using his E, not onto Faker, but in his flash path, meaning that he had nowhere to go. Nice
play by
collapse from Gen G, and they funnel that kill onto Paze, crucially to get him further and further ahead. 2-0-0 now for the Kai'Sa, an 800 gold lead for him. And Gen.G
Horror early
came
game.
out the gate
Super
swinging
horror.
here in game 2.
Kaisa and Rel are up over 1k gold on Caitlyn Brown. This is completely criminal.
Even further bolster the gold lead. And the biggest difference here has, I think, very clearly been Lahenza's impact in game 1 versus game 2. And then the inverse, Keria on the Braum. It's just not really the same type of champion.
Lahenza possibly looking for a little bit more here, but it's only level 4. As
Guma's gonna have to make some magic.
Carries that now actually have some levels in them, as we can see here. Some Berserker's Greaves done for Gumayushi. It's a bit of battle towards the bottom side of the map.
He can survive for a while here.
Canyon once again just lawnmowering
his way
as
well.
over. Owner going to get caught by the brambles. Actually not. Because, of course, there's Zeus's. I'm getting confused. Should be a jungler that has that ability. Keen jumping
going.
back, though.
Do they want
I
to
don't
take
know about
this?
that one,
Keen's kind of trolling.
Strike. Zeus now looking for an opportunity here, but Keen looks like he's out. Canyon now the
Does he
one
have W?
moving forward, but Owner is continuing these autos. The Dance of Arrows can get him in range as they get the Bramble Smash to slow Canyon down. Impale's going to be dodged beautifully. Counter-strike for the stun.
Oh my god, he got out.
On about 1 health. And
Jesus, he saved his flash as well.
Not even close. Canyon holds on to
Dearest
his
Carthus,
flash. And
please.
make sure that he keeps that summoner available, but what an almost turn from T1.
There seemed to be a bit of indecision on the side of Gen.G about whether or not
Yeah,
they
Keen
wanted
jumping
to
in there
commit
was
to the
really,
play.
really troll.
But then when they finally decided
So,
to,
Keen
was
TP's
like,
top to catch
fine,
top wave, Drake's
let's
up.
take this 2 versus 2, and you saw the power of the Kindred early on in the skirmishes.
Try and slow down his base.
No kill ends up dropping for either side.
Freeze the wave a little
and
bit.
Keen's able to catch this massive top wave as well.
In the picture-in-picture,
Okay,
also, we were distracted by what was happening, but Chovy actually forced Faker's flash. I imagine went for an offensive ult play, got that summoner out, and that does mean that T1 for a possible contest
Gen.G
on
is
these
running the map.
grubs. Trying to deny the Jack 6 grubs, definitely something that you want to do, but 2 crucial summoners now no
But
longer
Gen.G
going
needs
to be
to
available.
hold
Keen
this
also
lead
had to
and
invest
clean the
his
game out
flash,
with it.
But Canyon still has his.
Yeah.
Maybe we
And
can get a
one thing I
replay
want
of
to
the
draw
mid-fight.
everyone's attention to is the fact is something that we've spoken about earlier. It's a 2,000 gold lead here for Gen.G. It has to be. The way team fights are going to work later in the game should be able to favor T1
Good
if
Drake
they
for
don't fall
Gen.G.
too far behind. Right
They should
now,
be
I
in time
think
for the
that
grub
Gen.G are on
respawn as
pace,
well, and
but
Kindred has
try
no
and
flash, so
create
it's
a
too much threat.
snowball,
I think
but
they're going to have to
cannot
give the
stop.
next
Like,
grub
this
set
is
as well,
about
T1.
continuing to press this
Gen.G
advantage
is in an amazing
as
spot.
much as they possibly can. First Dragon certainly going to help out with
Maybe
that. Next
T1
one
can start the
going to
cross
be
map a
an
little bit.
Infernal.
Owner's going to try and take the stack, and then when they play to the grubs, maybe he can play for some kind of bot
I mean, I
dive.
think it's important to realize
Not
that
sure.
kind of on paper, Gen.G's
I think Gen.G do need their bot lane top side if they want to get these grubs for free.
Yeah, right? Press
Go
R,
in and
engage.
kill.
Yeah, exactly.
Their bot lane
So
is their strongest
T1
point.
in the fight. So we talked about all these tools that they have, but execution is
2
key.
stacks.
Patience, kiting backwards, leveraging your range, being able to sort of
No flash on
circumvent your
Keen.
way
If he
around
shows
all
there,
of the
Owner can
engage
cancel
that
his
Gen.G's
face.
going to have. So if they get a lead,
Nope.
it becomes even harder to do that, and it can look even more dominating when Gen.G is just forcing all of these plays.
Yeah, the fact that 2 out of the 3 kills are on Pays as well is something that could be worrying. Because, yes,
Canyon's
there's
still
a range
1 level
advantage
down.
for
He's trying to
T1,
catch up,
that
but...
reposition from the Killer Instinct can really allow
So T1 have
Gen.G,
double
if
80 carry,
Pays is
Brown
really
shield,
strong in this game,
and a
to
Maokai.
just clean
So their
up
front to
any
back is pretty
situation
strong.
where they can get a
But
foothold.
Gen.G have
So
insane
things
dive.
could go from bad to worse
This
very,
diving
very
on you
quickly.
is
That's
so
getting
hard
ahead
to
of
live.
ourselves, though. Let's have a look at
So
how
can
this
Puma
mid-game is
kite
going
it
to
out?
unfold as already Canyon getting to work,
Faker
trying to
could
lock
take
down
Skarner
6
ults
of
to
these
peel
grubs.
against
On
the
vision
Jax.
right now, but we can see there's Kindred
But
in the
this
bottom lane,
Maokai
so
top
it's
is
not
really
likely
strong.
that a contest is going
Yesterday
to work
we
out.
saw
And this all
Maokai top,
comes
it was
from
so
Schultz
unkillable.
Bio,
So
and
here's Owner, like I
this time
said, come
around
towards
actually
spot
is
on
able
the
to
grub
have that,
spawn.
very oppressive laning phase, and Faker just has to catch the
Not
wave.
much
So
to
I think
do, though.
T1 make the right call. Don't try to fight that. Instead, try to look for the cross map. Gen.G with Pays and Lands arriving will be fine. Also want to highlight
Maybe they
Owner
can
now on
force...
2 marks,
Oh, he's trying to get another mark. He wants that stack.
Found one on the Grump in top sides. But Owner, who I think was by far the most consistent member of T1 in summer, had
Yeah,
a little
6
bit of a
grub
dip
Jax
in
is scary.
playoffs, but then has been exceptional once again. When you think of his best champions, they're champions with really high impact, but not necessarily the carries, right? It's the Vi moments, it's the Rel from last year.
You have to cast your mind back a very long way,
Oh,
right?
man.
It was when he was making
Keen's
his
going to
names on picks
outscale
like
and win on
Graves.
side
You
against
really
double AP
remember
solo lanes.
him being able to
Chovy
carry
has
from the
insane
jungle
mid
role. It's
push
not
and is
something he's a stranger to.
bodying
This
Faker a bit
maybe
in
something
lane.
he's a bit rusty on.
It's
Pace
just
is ahead
not
against
something-
Caitlyn.
Like, it's not about whether or not Owner can do it, but it's about how T1 as a team functions and has over the last couple of years.
I will say that when you look at this T1 draft, it definitely isn't typical T1. Like, seeing Zeus play a full-on tank is not something that we often get to see.
Yeah.
True. Zeus is
Keria,
not a
I
big
always
tank
think
player.
of his supports as, I mean, he's the flashy playmaker. When he's on Braum,
we remember it, but not with a great look in our eye, you know.
So I will say that, like,
The Ahri damage might be quite low though with this build, but she's very hard to kill.
We normally see from them, and while we didn't see the best version of Gen G in game 1, you have to wonder if T1 also trying something different out on the red side to see if they can catch Gen G off guard. So far in the early game, Gen G have been outperforming them in terms of the lane swap and
Caedrel
punishing
looks
them
like
on
a
the
lamb.
side lanes. We'll see how things transition as we get into the mid game and these objectives become more important.
Yep, I think Gumayusi's positioning going to be extremely important, and the way Ona plays
Alright, 2
around
minutes
the
on
rest
Drake.
of his team to try and maximize these marks.
Gen G put their bot lane and go 1-3-1.
4 stacks of the Kindred
Solid.
mark at 28 minutes and 42 seconds. See whether
Shut
Ona
up.
can get a little bit higher than that, because it's the next few that are going to be the most important. Of course, remember guys, 4 stacks
this
on
tower
your
is,
Kindred marks, that's when you get
pretty
the
fucked.
big old range boost
They
and
have
you're
6
feeling
grubs.
really good
It's
about it.
impossible
But
to
Gen G right
defend
now
unless they want to
utilizing
force
6
a
grubs
fight.
to smash down this turret. It's not a race this time. Yeah, T1 just didn't even really start.
It's also the biggest boost, and it's the only one that's actually essential. You know, everything past that is nice, but
yeah,
particularly Lahens.
Yeah, possible catch here.
Should have W on the owner, but he might lose flash.
Door, but Pace says, no,
oh, Pace sends it.
By that one. One more
oh, Lamb's
Look,
respite.
there's the Lamb's respite, and Owner is going to be able to save Carrier. He actually walks out
okay,
so
they
that he
saved Brown
doesn't
flash
get
there.
tagged.
I like the aggression there from Gen G. Carrier, thanks to Owner's ultimate, is able to get him away
I mean,
to
the
safety.
bad thing for T1 is
Carrier
these objectives are
very close
spawning
to losing his life, and you can see how
with
much
like a 30-40 second window between them. So there's a world where Gen G just open Herald, start Herald, deny the stack, run here, get the Drake, and it's gone, both of them.
Set up the pressure onto bot,
Both
they
of them
had
gone.
control over mid, transition that priority,
Every lane is losing.
and then they converted it into an easy objective setup. All of the early game objectives have gone the way of Gen G, and now they return
Herald
their bot
dies,
lane to
mid tier 1
ready
dies,
for the
Drake
road
dies, there are 2 Drakes. If it's Hextech or Mountain, it's completely
still
lost.
going to be Owner. As this game goes on, you can see he's got a gigantic lead as far as farm is concerned, but it is still Canyon. With these early kills, with the amount of objectives that they've been able to
So
lock
now
down,
Skarner will go
does
here.
have a slight gold advantage,
Kaisa can
but it is
hover, they can
very,
maybe
very
dive the
slight.
Ari,
And
force her
Owner
up the tower, get bot tier 1, and then they'll probably cross through mid and fight the Drake, or they'll Herald top for top tier 2.
From T1. And as that range increases,
But I don't know if Ari gets forced off the tower.
As well. Not the
She's
stat,
really
just
tanky.
In general, it's an awkward word to use in League of Legends.
Also, Rel is
apologize,
hovering.
but that's going to be Rift Herald going on over to Gen G as well. A monopoly on these objectives so far in this game as Carrier's flashing on over. Lahens could be in
Carrier
trouble.
sending it.
Shattering strike.
Good kill by Carrier.
Yeah,
just punish them disrespecting. Now they can't fight Drake.
That's going to go to Owner.
They might have to Herald mid or something, or Herald top, I don't know.
Get their first kill of the game.
Really nicely done there by T1. So Gen G started up
mid by
the
Chubby.
Herald as a hold that fought. We might have a collapse imminent
Oh my god, Chovy, what is he doing?
You've got Zeus
Just
throwing
wasted his
down
ult.
the Nature's Grasp, looking to try and catch them in place.
Trying to get
Gen G,
Guma's
they
cleanse.
They just leave.
The move to the left. I like the approach.
Not too
Here
bottom
comes the
there.
cross to
Keen
fight
will
the
get
Drake, I guess.
turret
They
over.
are doing
but
it.
T1 there identified we can't really fight for the Herald, and Chovy was alone
I think
in
they're
bot
way
lane,
too late
so
though. I'm not really sure what
they
Gen G's doing here.
read the play.
I would have much
Lahens
preferred some
actually
kind of
trying
Herald
to
top
cover
force
for
here,
Chovy, but gets
and Chovy to
caught
hover top.
mid-rotation.
But instead they cross to try and fight a Drake that's dead.
But the second dragon of the game.
Oh my god!
Okay, he just wanders on in there. He'll flash away. So they at least get that. Faker also taking the outer turret on the bottom side, but that is so big.
He's shoot a wall and steals it.
Hextech
Oh, it's Hextech Soul as well. T1's in big trouble.
Smite, and the only way that Canyon knew was because he saw the W from Paze go over the
T1's
wall.
in big
he
trouble
saw
now.
the HP. It
Ay,
didn't
ay.
get smited, and so he's like, wait. I think there's an angle
Something's
here.
fishy.
Yeah,
Oh my
so he just
god,
went
Canyon, you
for it.
rat.
Beautiful play from Canyon. Great read from him. The Herald gets dropped in mid. And the player that we haven't talked about, but is getting monstrously scary, is Keen in the top lane. He secured a full tower on the top side, uncontested. He's almost got a
6
1k
grubs
gold
jacks
lead.
with a
That
1k
Trinity
gold
Force
lead.
is on the horizon.
Mama.
And we talked about it in the draft, right? Into double AD carry. Even
Ooh,
into
another
a
stack.
Silas,
3 stacks.
this Jax
One more.
is not really going to be afraid of anyone on the side lane. The Maokai is just going to do his best to hold him off.
Yep, it's going to be about how well T1 just holds Keen at bay.
One more.
And tries to bide their time. But
He needs
as
4,
the game
and then he's
stands
like
right now, it is not looking
decent.
good because this snowball is a-rolling. Gen G are capitalizing. But it's only 2.5k, something like that as far as the gold lead is concerned. 6 grubs and 2 dragons are what they get for it, though, which is still very, very valuable, especially with the soul being this hex.
Yeah, I think that's Gen G can
In
still
game
do some
number
kind of play up
T1
here.
found the one win the way of the Baron call, and it was,
They don't have
it was
TP
a weird
on
moment
checks.
because it felt like Gen G was aware of it, yet still underestimated it.
No
It
TP
brought them
on
back
checks.
in the game, and I think they're going to need a similar moment here because, as mentioned, this composition is really going to struggle as long as Gen G has that map control. Gen G is now the one that keeps
How does
shoving
T1
out
play
the waves,
fights?
keep having
Yeah, I think they just
Cryo
play
on the
front to
vision,
back, first
and
target, no matter what.
It is quite
Gen G
hard
are going to
for
have
T1
to
find a good snapping
Maokai
base. They have
Braum
a
is here,
ton of
Caden's
CC
here.
Once you actually get
They're
on
going to have
top
to
of
go
them,
behind.
but you don't have something like the Rel, like the
Flank
Leona,
or
like the
somehow
Vi
dive behind
to
them.
really start of a team fight
Jump
when
past
Gen
them.
G isn't ready.
Well, we talked
Should
about
work.
how Gen G, if they start off an objective, T1 actually have a lot of ways to gain access onto the objective, even if they don't have the best engage, simply due to the fact that they have a Caitlyn plus the Maokai ultimate. But ideally, they're on the objective first.
This Skarner's getting monstrously tanky though.
They're forcing the enemy
He's building
to face
full
check
armor
into
because they're
their
double
dwarf,
AD.
into their saplings.
He's not really scared of
but
Sylas.
T1 are never being given that opportunity, thanks to how Gen G is snowballing this early game. They have a 3k gold lead. They're playing around their side lanes incredibly well. They've got
I don't
a
think they'll get
4-1
anything
setup
here,
right
though.
now. Faker's in top lane catching another
They're trying to do mid to bot, mid to top,
Gen G
this
is
and that.
just
Oh, they might get
very
mid tier 2
methodically
from that.
suffocating T1 out of the map.
Yep, pulling
Maybe they
them
have to
around,
fight
as you can
T1.
see, moving over towards this inner turret in the mid lane.
Charm
Ace in the
hits,
hole does
Bramble
go down,
maybe?
fair bit of damage
Hits.
onto her hands.
Front to
Decent
back,
knockup
a bit
there, but
hard
Carry
without
had to
Zeus
invest
being
the
closer.
ultimate just to get them away from this turret. It's just Gen G trading up at this point in the game.
The turret stands though. Main thing for T1.
He
is
should
to
have
not
ult up
lose too much
for
of
Drake.
that map control. You see them still
Big
moving
Drake
around
fight.
as a 5-man unit, maybe looking for some stragglers. Looking at the item finishes though, because of the gold leads afforded to Gen G. Pays already on 2 items, and let's not forget this Kai'Sa. It's only going to get worse from
this
free
Kai'Sa is
items
absolutely
onwards.
feeded.
When you get your revolves, when you're able to be a threat both as a poke champion as well as when you dive into the backline, as you mentioned, Fetty, I actually think there's a small window where the Maokai is like tanky enough to kind of deal with the Jax.
Sure.
But once Triforce is done, it gets a whole lot harder.
T1
and in
could,
a team fight, he'll be able to.
and I say this again, they could try and sneak a Baron on the Drake spawn.
And we need to talk about
But there is no way in any universe Gen G falls for that again. Absolutely impossible.
This is where he's going to have to dig deep and make sure he continues on that streak of
There
his.
is no way they're going to fall for that again.
That 2-item spike, it feels better than it used to, but definitely wants 3 items, 4 items, needs armor penetration, Infinity Edge, and then he feels a whole lot better. It doesn't get better all that soon here for T1 in this game.
What you see though, T1 have been in this position before. They're trying to look for these small catches inside, as Zeus could be in big trouble here.
Yeah, it does have a sapling in position. Actually a bit lazy.
Not enough damage.
Yeah. Mega tank rat.
So, yeah,
Alright, 50 seconds on the Drake. Surely T1 won't sneak Baron over the wall, right?
So
and Kindred won't jump over with
I wonder if
Caitlyn.
they even feel strong enough to contest the next dragon. They're setting up on the top side of the map. Vision is spotting them out completely. His owner is walking over wards right now. Going to clear those out. Chovy
they see
respects
top
the
side.
fact that he is on the weak side of the map as Lehens makes his way up towards
Bro,
the top
I know
side.
these mother suckers are calling a Baron
to push
somehow.
in the bot wave. It looks like he's heading
Gen
towards
G
the
is
Starak
paranoid.
second,
Look at
which,
this.
To me, that's kind of the break point for Jax when he's got the Trinity Force and the Starax. He just becomes this really difficult to kill bruiser.
Yep, and I was actually going to say, if this was the Infinity Edge back for Gumayusi, then maybe there's an opportunity somewhere.
Oh, Kai'Sa has
He's
W
not quite
evolved
there,
as well.
sitting on the pickaxe and the BF sword as the Baron is about
They're going
to
to push
spawn.
T1 back as far as
Until that
possible before they
dragon
go
is
even
good
near the
sidestep there
Drake.
from Lehens.
Don't you dare.
This is Gen G dealing with the fallout and trauma of last game. Look at the amount of vision control set up as they are heading towards this for a dragon. This time around, no opportunity. And T1's Baron damage is so much worse. Last time, they had an incredibly quick Baron. This time, that's not really going to be the case.
Okay, they secured it and they didn't lose anything. T1 couldn't rat the
As
Baron.
soon as everyone saw that those timers
Soul
were matched
Point
up,
Hextech is
they were like, oh, T1's gonna try for it.
game
Gen G,
changer.
of course, saw as well.
That is a
So they
horror.
were able to stop that one from
T1's
happening.
bleeding out now. They're running out of
limited
options.
resources to lock down Soul Point for themselves, continuing that monopoly on the neutral
They can wait
objectives,
4 or
and
5
this
minutes and
is
full send the dragon fight,
really
or they can
looking
try and
good
do
for
some
Gen G
schizo
here in
play up
game
here.
number 2, which, if you're a fan of
Engage on them with a Maokai TP
is pretty good.
and try and force the
It's,
fight for Baron.
I mean, if you're ever interested in getting into super high-level league, both of these teams showcase through Game 1 and Game 2 how important the early game can be and how effectively you can snowball from that point depending on the strengths of your champions. Because both teams
right there?
have, throughout this series,
that rat right there?
demonstrated an effective way of how to play
It's gonna
through
fall
that
off that
strength
ward though, it's dead.
and
They
snowball
saw it.
effectively. It's just, it's been a beauty to watch. It is a low-kill game, but the map control, the decisions that Gen G have made, the
They're close to
tactical
2 items on
decisions
everyone.
and the execution has been near
Is Kindred
flawless, and it's
going,
resulted in a 3k gold lead 20 minutes in.
Many have credited one of Gen G's current coaching staff for being one of the original reasons why Vision in League of Legends got changed for exactly these type of games. And if you think the map is lit up now,
Damn.
go back, watch
Yeah, I mean, they're waiting for Cosmic Drive, Triforce, maybe Warmox, IE, get 2 items, and I think they're going to send it.
Let's have a conversation about control wards and how much they're bought and stuff like that. I think that's a good idea.
And knowing T1, what they're going to look for now
2 item spike and send it.
quote-unquote, oh no, someone's caught in the side lane, followed by an immediate fight and an immediate collapse. They have dispatched of many
You just watch these items when they complete.
When they were feeling like they were in a position of power. The problem is that
They're
generally
all
Gen
just
G
going to try and wait for those 2 item
really
spikes.
bite. They just let you play
it's
it
time.
out, keep their patience.
Finbo Winter, sorry, yeah. Did I say
The way
Warlocks?
they love
I'm
to
completely
play,
cooked.
particularly when they are looking great on their carries, like in this game.
Almost a Nashor's Tooth Kai'Sa, though. He must be very close.
I believe Guma's about 200, about 100 gold off.
So he might have Finbo Winter now. Here comes one.
Wave. He's waiting
There's
for that
one.
wave to be pushed in.
Here comes
The question is,
Triforce.
he's going to get it in time because the next Dragon's in 3 minutes, and I feel like Gen G's not the time to just sporadically force
There's
this Baron. Now,
Triforce, there's two.
It's a great window for them to do it, but Malignance
Where's
is
the
almost up
third?
for Chovy. I
And the
imagine he
fourth.
wants to get that
Here comes the
finished
base on
before anything
Gumyushi.
comes
Here comes
through.
the
Summon
IE.
Sky actually going to be the itemization from Keen, also something we've been seeing
And
from
then
him.
after this
And then he
top
goes
wave,
into
I
the
think
Zhonya's
Faker
Lurk,
bases
which
for
is also
Cosmic
a very
Drive.
effective tool.
And it's a full send for T1.
So a lot
There's
of
the IE.
damage for this Jax in a side lane. Does
One
make
more
him a little
pit stop.
squishier. So,
And T1's going to
It's
send
like
it.
the 1v1 build.
Yeah.
Not going for that Sterk. So Keen going
Also,
to be
big
midding.
murder AD carry build.
Yes. yes.
One
And
more
there's
pit
a
stop.
couple of those. So
Yes.
it's got some options.
It's also the role
It's
kind of
brewing.
because in longer fights, if you can
I'm
get
thinking
the
one
proc
wave
of
here,
the
Faker
Summon
clears
Style,
his bases,
multiple
Cosmic
people,
Drive,
it actually
and
adds
now
to your
it's fucking
extinguisher, saying
Armageddon
that
time.
If he does get
We go to
focused
war.
with Sterex, you can get away from some really, really rough
Gen G
situations.
versus T1.
Already gonna have
2 item
the
spikes
same
apiece.
level of playmaking as the
But this Kai'Sa is going to have Nashors in base after this. Here comes the Cosmic Drive. Oh, not Cosmic Drive. Yeah, Cosmic Drive, I think, right?
And I can guarantee you, Faker
There it is.
not really
T1's ready.
interested in trying to kill
It's fight time.
Skarner.
And here comes Nashor's Tooth on
But for
Kai'Sa.
AD
So it's going to be
carries,
2
it's gonna
items
be
on everyone,
quite
3
tough.
items on Kai'Sa.
Hayes might be mega close to his
Full
Nashors.
send.
Does he
Should
have
be,
it
yeah.
yet?
Oh my god.
Carrier
Carrier got kind of caught there.
Get out of the way of Canyon.
All right, big fist fight now. T1's just going to take it.
And that could
Here
be
it comes.
important moving forward because
Volume
we know
increase.
that Carrier loves to play engage Braum. We don't like looking at it necessarily,
not
but
great.
now without Flash, he's definitely not going to be able to utilize it.
Volume increase.
So Gen G, they have so much control of the tempo of this game. As Lahan's
Do you
gonna
see
have
how
to crash
aggressive
away
they
from
are
this
now?
one. T1
He
just
took
attempting
Reld.
to bully them out of the river.
He doesn't want to drop top wave though. Gen G aren't giving them the fight. They're not giving them the fight. 1 minute on their soul.
Guma would love another item.
Gen
He's
G
not
just want to
getting
wait
it.
for the dragon.
The soul is spawning in about a minute's
Carrier no
time.
flash.
There will
He's gotta be
nothing that
careful here. He could
buy
die.
in that window to be able to really be much stronger.
Rat Boy is just standing there.
T1's not buying
I don't know how he got there.
They're like, you're not going for this.
Carrier dead. Maybe. Oh, he got the
see
shield
what they
off.
can actually get done here is it's going to be
Insta
Carrier
dead.
blowing up.
Someone
like
had
a
to face
balloon.
check.
They were not.
Yeah.
They were not doing it.
No. They did
He's
not want
up
to.
for soul,
And now
but is he
Gen
up
G
for a
might be
Baron
able to just
Force?
head over
He can
towards this
gate
Baron
to the
and try and
soul.
take that one down. Chovy still with that Spirit Rush running. Faker able to
They
dodge
got
out
a
of the
force
way.
here. Ari ult's on cooldown.
Keen.
Oh god, this flank angle is absolutely terrifying.
Carrier's up
Of
in
course,
10.
All of the things about T1's
Owner
team
can
fight still
jump in
kinda
the
stand,
pit
but without
and
the
pop his
Braum,
ult.
That's a big piece of that puzzle missing. We'll see what they're able to do here as the
used.
nature is grasping. Does manage to stun up
Owner
Canyon. He can
wants
get over
to
that wall
fight.
pretty
Charm
comfortably as now they've
misses.
just singled
Rat Boy
out Zeus.
down.
So much damage.
Carrier's
Lahan
up though.
takes the kill.
Dragons
And
in
T1,
20.
they had the trap set
Owner
up,
still
but
can play
Gen
the
G
steal.
don't
They don't
go
have.
there.
They have
As
Skarner ult
now
actually.
Owner trying to dash
damn that
back. He
checks.
says, no, I'm going to buy time for my teammates as Carrier
Baron's
comes
gone.
over,
Gen
which
G
is
are
why
so
does nothing
clean.
again.
Baron's gone.
He just wants to fight again. They'll take the
Now
Baron.
here comes the
And
force
Keen
out from
gets
mid.
back
Faker's
into
dead.
position.
Down
And
goes
now
Owner, and
Canyon
here
is
comes the
crashing into
beautiful
them.
Skarner ult from
The two-man
Canyon.
Impale as well.
Hey, they played it
And
perfectly.
Gen G will destroy the
That's Baron, that's Soul, that's
destroy the
GG.
team
That
fight.
game
I
is
think
over.
They're looking for the
Maybe
game.
they just end.
Gumayusi is not going to stay undying.
There's
this
Guma's
world.
first
It
set.
is a systematic dissection of
It is
T1.
really well played
One by
by Gen
one
G.
they fall.
Game over.
One by
Just
one
like that.
the
Maybe they can't end, actually. I think
follow.
Maokai can clear. Maybe they just have to go to Drake.
Calm, calculated,
Yeah, Maokai clears.
just eviscerate T1.
Oh, and
Super
that's straight
calm.
into Soul as well.
The Nexus might
To be
not
honest,
fall, but this
it was on
game
Gen
really
G
should
to
be
fuck that
over.
up.
Baron
They
here
played that
for Gen G.
perfectly. They had a task
Hextech
list.
Soul on top of
They
it.
played the task list perfectly.
And
They checked every box.
Let's be fair, this is what we all
It was
wanted.
on Gen G to make a mistake there.
This
Only
is
way T1 could
beautiful
come back.
execution of this draft as well.
So
from
really
Gen
good
G
big props to
start
Gen G.
finish.
They played it well.
As you You can see T1 4 versus 5 desperation, but they knew if they let this Baron go, they're just going to slowly but surely lose the game.
What's crucial here is Gen G giving absolutely no window to flip the game. With Kindred in particular, it's so easy to get over the wall, and we see that he is just being
they've shown their cards in game 1 and game 2. They've shown their priors.
This Jax does so much into these AD
T1 will get blue side for game 3. I talk like this because the game is over. I'll shave my head if Gen G lose this game.
It's kind of like his aura is saying,
he's menacing!
You know? And the problem is when you lose that Brawn, you lose a crucial part of your front line. So there's no way for them to approach.
He's stressed out, man. Always fantastic to check out the Gen G coaching stuff, but like you say, once again, back in position. Keen with the Counter-Strike now on cooldown. But
absolutely unthrowable.
That was insane damage. We've also now got to see his arm guard on Hayes. They really want to finish this game right here.
Like,
right
look at
now,
this.
Look at that. Another Void Seeking going to connect.
That's one spell.
And Zap onto that Caitlyn. They can't walk up. Like, what's going to happen?
How are they
supposed to stop this freight train
Absolutely
from
zero damage for
crashing
Jax
into their
Garner.
base? Gen.G have taken two inhibitors in a matter of seconds. It's a 10,000 gold lead plus here with this Hex Dexol, and T1 once again throwing out some grasping nature. They try to line up behind their tank, and it is absolutely working. Paze is indeed unstoppable as Carrier goes down. The Killer Instinct is named well as theirs is his second one. The Lambs Spike going to keep them alive for now, but who's it healing? It's only healing Gen.G.
All right, go game 3. It's 1-1
in this series.
Both teams have shown a lot of cards.
I like the idea of T1's composition, but in practice, the way in which Gen.G executed the
a lot of cards have been shown here. Now T1 is blue side.
And then they just
I think that Jax is a problem. I think that Nidalee, if it comes out, is a problem, and the Smolder ban will stay. The only difference now is I think that Gen.G will ban Yone. T1's at a crossroads here. Because in game 1, didn't T1 ban Aurora on blue side? Or did Gen.G ban it? Who banned Aurora in game 1? Gen.G banned it? Oh, okay, so it's gonna be Yone Aurora then. Ashe. They get Kalista, first pick. Winning draft for T1 probably. They love their Kalistas. So how do you stop that? I mean, to be honest, if I was Gen.G, I would flip game 3 and I would ban Yone, Ashe, Kalista. And I would open Aurora. Oof. This is going to be a spicy draft. Because I think T1, by the looks of it, do not want to give over Smolder for the whole series. Which I agree. Jax ban on blue side is great to force the Yone ban with Smolder ban. And Nidalee ban, I think, is good to avoid any wild cards. So that leaves 2 options. Option 1, T1 get Aurora. Option 2, T1 get Kalista. Option 3... I don't think there is an option 3, is there? Alright, get me into game 3 now. Now. I want some more pace in this series, though. I like the chess games, but I need more fucking scrapping. I need more scrapping. Option 3, yeah, you're right. Option 3 is the Gen.G run it back and they give Yone over. I doubt that'll happen, though.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. Kalista's a bait pick. Kalista is definitely not a bait pick. If you see Gumasusi on Kalista, you should be scared. I can't open it. Maybe we can show you. Look. Owner's stats. It was MSI 2023. He played Kindred. It was not good. It was really not good. I don't know if you remember these games, but there was one versus JDG. Is it this game? Maybe it's this game. They played the Kindred. It just looked so... You remember this play? The Kindred just didn't look like T1's comfort. He got vision played and Kanavi killed him. And then after that, he played it again in that series and they lost that game as well. So they went 5 games against JDG. And 2 of the losses were on Kindred. And it was from that point onwards they dropped the Kindred. And then I haven't seen Owner play Kindred since. So I'm surprised he pulled out the Kindred. Has he got any Kindred games? No, he doesn't, right? Well, that was T1's plan. Kindred, Braum, Caitlyn. Chat, why is my hair so cooked? Guma died? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. So yeah, I think T1's kind of locked. What did I say? Smolder. I think Genji have 2 options. That's the first one. The second one is this. What do you want to play against? Kalista first pick or Aurora first pick? Either way, they're getting Skarner again. Unless T1 change... Nah, there's no way they change the Nidalee ban for Skarner, right? I do think that Skarner is a problem, though. That Ahri looks very powerful, though. Ooh. I wonder if we get some kind of... Now, there's no way they would give up Kalista Aurora, right? For Ahri? Nah, there's no way they would do that. Ahri looks like a pretty important champ for Chovy. I think it just hurts Faker. His Sylas pick didn't work into it. Maybe try something else? Drop the Jack span and let them have it and play Gragas into it. Yeah. I mean, they kind of had that option in this game, no? Or was Gragas banned? Where is Azir? Azir's not meta. Bro, look at Faker. This is Faker's POV during game 1. You know how I say you should use your F keys? You should really use your F keys. The amount of information he's taking in from tab and from F keys while he's just running to lane. I bet you guys in fucking silver and gold, you just have your camera locked running to lane and you're just like fucking changing song or you're fucking taking...
Genji saying you thought this was Worlds? No, this is the LCK and will bring you back down to earth by beating you the most exceptional way we know how, by macroing you until you fall asleep.
Hey, I loved that game. I'm also 10 of the most boring people I know. No, but this was
10?
All 10. This was
Watch out,
classic
Shox.
Genji,
Watch
right?
out.
Like they set up exactly what they wanted to do in draft, and they executed it really, really well. They knew exactly where they wanted to be on the map. They got a little bit of help from that nice like drive-through smite steal. But yeah, like this is the Genji that we saw in LCK. This is the Genji that we expected.
Just so people don't get angry, I also love seeing great macro play. I was just leading us in, okay?
It's a joke.
Yeah. On the opposite side of the draft, I felt like T1 weren't playing to what was their strengths, right? Like when I looked at Red side coming in, I thought they were going to set up really nicely for like a carry, a counter pick. On my bingo card was not carry a blind picking Braum at any point in time in this tournament.
Yeah,
and I
same.
felt like it was a lot of missed opportunities because as they came into it, you can see it on the bottom of your screen, they could have just gone for the Sylas in the position that they picked the Braum. You already know you're up against the Ahri and this is something you want to go for. Then you're still able to go for the Maokai counter pick into the Jax on that last or on that or 5, and you keep that counter pick for carry where he's been so potent. And you can bring out something funky like a Nico or like the Pyke that we saw the other day. But that's not what we got. Instead, Carrier just felt invisible, was getting caught out of multiple positions, and did not look comfortable on this Braum pick whatsoever.
I completely agree. You know, Carrier has been so good on things with lots of mobility. You know, Rakan and Bard and roaming around and making a lot of plays that are quick for them, but then sticking them on Braum. And then you also look at the other players. Zeus, to me, is the most dangerous player on T1, and you're putting him on the tank, and you're putting a Kindred early pick in the hands of Owner. When Owner has been so good as you're engaged, it feels like a lot of things are just kind of swapped around for the actual players that you would feel like. That being said, the early lane swap, Genji got such a big advantage lane swap wards were great. They saw T1 trying to go for match. T1 were so dizzy, and Gen G got a massive,
they maybe overcooked a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was glorious. They did send 4 people also to kill Zeus this time instead of 3.
Yeah, but, well, yes. The big point for me on this one was...
Oh yeah, the level 1 was rough.
Befuddlement that T1 had in the early stages meant that Keria didn't hit level 2.
Yep.
Because they didn't know if they're supposed to go top or they're supposed to go bottom, he didn't get onto mid-wave. He gets caught on the level 1. Then they get the dive here onto Zeus, who did play really, really well to manage to almost turn this around, but he still falls. But it was a lot of that indecisiveness that came back to bite T1 in this play, and I think it was a great from Gen G to try and set up that confusion in the early stages.
Yeah, I thought this was in particular really good for Gen G. They've classically been really, really good in these lane swap situations. We were talking about them as the best lane swap team in the world, which is why it was really interesting to see them so dizzy on the map at times in game 1. This is a very restabilization for them.
It's true, and it's like you got everything you wanted.
Faker.
All you had to do was play it out, and you are the most adept team in the world to do that. It does make me think, and we had this conversation backstage also, Rob, you're like, oh, I think all of us were a little like Keria on the bro. I'm a bit disappointed, but I feel like this is one of those things that T1 would do in a draft 2. After winning the game 1, right? Because if this series gets played out, there's 4 or 5 games and Keria hasn't pulled out that trump card, that tells me a lot about the general ability of T1, because that has been their strat, is one of the reasons why they won Worlds 2023.
Yeah, I think this to me was T1 trying to test the waters and say, hey, look, if we just say we are going to absorb the dive and try and play within that space, maybe we can find something different. And as Kobe was already alluding to, like, a carry pick for Owner was not what I expected when he's been incredible on picks like the VOD thus far at the tournament. So it definitely felt like teasing the waters in the same way that we saw Gen G do so game 1 with the Yone. But now coming back into it, I think I'd want to see T1 go back to early game control, having Keria open up on the map, because it was actually Lehens who dictated a lot of that support matchup for me in this early stage of the game.
Never watch that hand just queue up solo queue when it's got Faker's germs on it, it's Faker's bacteria. Big win.
This game open for Gen G.
Might bless you with a win.
You had called it out before.
I wouldn't wash my hands.
I had to just disappoint you.
Oh, just queue the fuck up. I would run home and queue up.
I also think it'll be interesting now as we saw T1 going back to the blue side. I don't expect to see Gen G leaving the Yone up again going into game 3. So I'm curious to see if a changed ban strategy affects what T1 want to get on that blue side of the map.
Yeah.
And if they're going to continue to put a lot of effort into these level 1s and these lane swaps.
All right, get us in, get us in, get us in.
I really feel like the information gathering at the beginning and getting the wards down, you know, allow for this kind of domino effect that we see in the game here for game number 2.
Say drop a
if
follow.
Gen G are able to come out with a really good level 1 here, this is where you could kind of like take control of the series, because, you know, 1-1, blue sides, but now we get into the real meat of a best of 5.
Yeah, first it's like the entrée, the course, right? And we're going to get to the main dish indeed. I just think the demarcation lines that have been drawn, if you look across games 1 and 2, because we can't forget, after that kind of Zeus repel, Gen G was also firmly in control before T1 brought it back. They were completely in control. So for me, the momentum feels a little bit shifted towards a T1 that has to make something happen.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is going to be trying to get access to the map early and trying to play for some of the early Void Grubs and getting in your control that way, because it was a big risk in this game as well, where they gave across all 6 of those Void Grubs, trying to cross map to a Jax that's going to be able to match up with the Maokai. Like, there was a lot of risk taken by T1, and if you actually think back to the start of game 1, it was T1 off to an early lead. I think it was mistakes at those Void Grubs that came back to bite them. So there's definitely ways T1 can control this game coming into number 3.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Things are heating up here. I wonder if Atlas has taken off his jacket yet, or
we're going in. All right. Nidalee Jack Smolder. Likely it's just Yone Aurora. Xayah ban already.
I've won it on 2 other occasions.
Xayah
one was
ban.
a world final, the other one was my wedding.
They're going to do Xayah Kalista Ashe on red side.
I guarantee.
So Yone Aurora's up.
Those were the other 2 best.
Do you ban Aurora here and just play the Yone first pick, but Jax is open?
Greatly appreciated. As going into this game,
they ban the Yone.
Draft, no surprises.
Now, if they ban Ashe, they get Aurora. If they ban Aurora, they get Ashe, which is pretty good for Guma. So they're going to get Ashe. They trade for Skarner. I wonder if they'll pick Jax. They get Gragas, Renata. Then they early rotate the Ahri.
Jax available. Skarner Jax would be the kind
Yeah,
of
Skarner Jax, Gragas, Renata, Ahri. It could be a similar game.
As we like to call it. Certainly a favorite for them in their semi-final.
Okay, so Gen G are committed to this Saya ban.
We'll see
They're
whether
committed.
That is exactly where Gen G are going to go. Not deciding to switch up the picks here, as it will be the Jax to be locked in first. And I think that, you don't talk about hovers is something that we sometimes talk about. This is a hover that you can probably talk about.
Yeah, I think you can be pretty confident with that one, Atlas.
I wonder if Gen G are thinking, should we take the Skarner or should we take the Ahri?
Will it be a third game?
I wonder if they're scared that if they take Skarner here, they will take Gragas Ahri.
Of course, has showcased a wealth of different champions. His Maokai
Because that could happen.
Year is almost as good as his Nidalee win rate. I mean, the man is very versatile in terms of the jungle role.
They're scared of it.
Based on
So Owner can get Skarner.
On that lock-in, Chovy's
now,
win
do you
rate
do
with
Skarner
Ahri so
Renata,
far in the best
or
of
do you
five
do
hasn't been the
Skarner
strongest, but
mid?
Last game, he had
Or do you do
Veta
mid
over
Renata and
Faker.
just
He
drop
was
the
able to
Skarner?
have a lot of mid control thanks to the Ahri pick and what was happening around the map. And we'll see what the response is here from T1.
Skarner, Gragas.
Also ties into Chovy's approach often as a player.
Renata. So it's Gragas or
we'll
Skarner.
Just keep picking that until
I would guess.
The antithesis is proven. Renata coming through again.
And they get Skarner anyway.
Game,
oh my god.
We'll call it for this, and I love it here as well. Always gonna feel strong. The only thing for Gen G, you do have the opportunity to pick up like Ezreal here. Doesn't mean your jungle pool is gonna get pinched, but getting a non-stationary AD carry, I think, is gonna be a really big deal because otherwise the team fights are gonna be really hard to play out.
Depends what he has planned. Could be something else here
Gen
as
G's
well.
gonna go Nocturne instead.
That Ahri Nocturne
Oof,
combo
that hurts
that
Ahri Renata a lot.
Through Swiss with
That hurts Ahri Renata a lot.
Is
that is scary to play against a double range bot.
I could understand, no shade cap, but I don't know. It just doesn't do
Ahri Nocturne. Did I say? Sorry, my bad.
The Nocturne, who does slashy.
You are setting up very clearly for a Kai'Sa pick here for Gen G.
Renata. Yeah, they'll ban Kai'Sa for sure. I wonder if they'll ban Ziggs. Do you ban Kai'Sa, Ziggs, or do you ban...
It's a really good matchup into the Nocturne. You just went out on the skirmishes, so they're going to remove that. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Vi removed, to be honest, with the amount of mobility on the side of Gen G.
I don't think they'll ban Vi. I wonder if it's better to ban Skarner. I don't know how jungle matchup is.
Bans as well, because T1 basically
could ban Skarner, could ban
and so it's going to be relatively telegraphed.
Akali maybe
what they're
would
going
be a bit
to be
annoying.
Into this game, of course, T1 not too worried about it because Ashe Renata is just universally strong.
Yeah, I was about to say. Ezreal's another, but I think the Ziggs makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, Ziggs is a good ban. Ezreal's a good ban.
So far, and
then you get Ezreal. So I guess that's the 3 picks that they were happy to grab. And if you've got 3, then you're not too worried.
Noteworthy as well that the Silas did still get banned, even though Chovy did a really good job in that matchup, still going to deny it, and I think it's because of the Nocturne, right? So much of the value...
I think he'll go Ezreal or Ziggs. Pretty easy. I wonder what T1 cooks mid-jungle.
I think it makes sense.
What do they have? Let me think. They have some kind of Akali Sejuani.
They thought that Lehends was going to
They have Lissandra, which I think would work here. They haven't shown it once, though.
That makes a lot of sense.
Vi is good into Ezreal Ahri.
It's not going to be
I like this Gen G draft.
I don't know what they're going to cook. They could do some kind of Vi Lissandra. They could do some kind of Akali Sejuani. They could do some kind of Nico, but with Nocturne on the enemy team, it's hard.
Faker has had a phenomenal world so far. Pairing up alongside Ona, they've been doing a good job together. The question is, what plan have they got for Canyon Chovy?
Let's just see. Wanting probably a little bit of physical damage from that mid lane. We'll see where T1
it's Faker's
are
Akali.
Okay,
no way, it's Faker's Akali.
The Akali really
it might be Akali Sejuani.
I think if you were watching Worlds last year, you understand this is one of the ones that Faker's pretty good at. Hasn't been playing it very much this year, however. Still, this guy has played competitively.
What are you last pick? What are they going to do Akali Vi?
So he's fine, and that's going to be the Vi locked away for Owner. Although they do have a bit of time to think about it, I still think that they don't need to worry. And so it's relying on...
I feel like the Vi doesn't... I mean, it makes sense, right? You have double AP solo lane, so you can't need AD jungle. The Sejuani wouldn't fit the triple AP topside very well. But I do think the Vi doesn't have that much follow-up.
It's such a peak T1 comp as well. So much upfront burst, allowing you to play towards that bailout, which is something they love to do.
Chat, I'm going to run ads quickly. If you want to avoid ads, you can use your tier 1 on Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. You'll be back before the game starts. We're just going to be yapping about draft. Appreciate all the subbers. Rel, last pick makes sense.
But it looks like instead they're going to go for something a lot more well-rounded, and he did have a really good game on it in-game.
I like the Akali. It does well into Nocturne. But I wonder if T1's comp makes sense.
Is a really good idea after what we saw in game 1 and the rest of this
I guess Gragas can nullify Jax on side lane.
here for Gen G.
Akali, Vi can kill Ahri and Ezreal.
Carry that one forward does make a lot of sense.
But that that top side of Gen G scares me for T1. Jax, Nocturne, Ahri. I feel like Vi is just going to get blasted in that.
Is definitely up there in terms of a champion that he's had a lot of presence on.
I can see Vi going in, Nocturne ulting, and then no one following up, and then the Vi just dies.
What this champion can do to an Ezreal. And that is what T1
But they have very good pick. Like, Vi is good with Ashe.
Their level of
Can definitely punish the Ezreal or the Rel.
Incredibly high. And when you've got a Vi there to dive
I'm expecting Gen G to lane swap again. Or at least force a lane swap. Can T1 match the lane swap?
But it's about being in a position to really execute on that. Because Gen G have a lot of skirmishing threats themselves. The Jax was a huge
Can they match the lane swap?
in the previous game, and I can tell you right now, Ashe isn't going to have
They struggled last game to get the winning lane. Can they get the Ashe Renata into the Ezreal?
And I think that again, Gen
That's
G
what you have to keep your eyes on for level 1.
Easy comp to execute.
I would agree. I think that there is a lot of pressure on T1, but I want to go back to what you were saying, Chronicler. This is a T1 draft. We were watching the World Final last year. The only difference about this one in comparison to that is that was a mental snowball that they were rolling on, right? This was a T1
lane
that was
swap, lane swap, lane swap is all that matters now.
This time, they have to utilize it to come back from a deficit here after losing game number 2.
Grasp
Here we are onto the rift.
Ahri again makes sense. Now T1 need to match the lanes somehow. How do you do it though? It's such a 50-50. You don't know. The Ezreal won't show, the Rel won't show. They'll hide in jungle. So right now we see them here. They're hiding here. Do you go bot and match? Do you go top and match? It's a 50. It's a gamble.
You need to log into your Riot account on
It's a complete gamble. You can invade and put deep wards to try and match by sitting mid.
Capsules, all that cool stuff. We've got a little bit of time here. You're not going to miss too much.
Right there.
So you can hop on over and you can get that one done. Just to get some free stuff. It's really cool.
Oh,
okay,
Zeus
is standing on a ward, and there are a lot of bad guys
my
in
rat.
the brush.
Uh-oh.
There's the charm that crashed down as well. It's a dead.
Now, what does Gen G do? Do they all just base?
Because he's relatively tanky, but still.
Ezreal first blood hurts. Do they all just base and run bot? Do they stay top? Where does Ashe go? They need to match these lanes. It looks like
crucial. Spotting Zeus out. I don't think Chovy's
they're trying to fake them. So they showed Ezreal Rel top. They're going to base and run bot to try and mismatch. They took a gamble that the Ashe is thinking, oh, Ezreal's top, I'm going to run top. T1 didn't call that, and they will get the match. So that's good for T1, but obviously Ezreal got first blood, right?
5 levels. So he should be absolutely fine navigating this one. He's also, Chovy does kind of like the laning phase.
They match the lanes.
As we're going to see standard lanes here.
They see the Ezreal on the ward, and I think T1's pretty happy now.
Do have Pace now walking up. Tear.
Now this lane phase is going to be hard for Gen G, but the first blood helps a shit ton.
What it means for
Look at this Ezreal when he walks up.
Obviously doesn't really give you any combat
Renata
stats
can
early.
EM,
And in this lane,
Ashe will spam W, the Rel can't really help him.
The waves, don't be diveable.
Yo, mods, drop the Gamba.
And get to your items. 2 items for Ezreal is always the main breakpoint. From that point on, he only gets stronger. And we do see
Vi full clears the bot. Map setup is great for T1.
Map, although Canyon, I think, started his Raptors, then path down. Whereas Owner just doing a full topside clear.
Pulled him out of it.
Looking to impact this bot side, and these trades are actually really valuable because it could set up for a possible dive towards the bot side of the map.
I will say, it's nice to see move away from the lane swap, only because while T1, I think, in the Swiss stage, really had phenomenal execution on the lane swap.
Akali's pretty safe early. The Ahri just gets free grass stacks.
Ahri's,
yeah, it's pretty hard to punish the Akali.
So incredible. And while I think there's Summer, of course, question
full clear
marks
the bot from the Vi.
when it comes to T1 and Summer.
Here comes the 3-wave stack into poking. It's going to hurt.
2 versus 2 has been a joy to watch. And you're seeing it right now. They know the strength and the advantage they have. They don't care about the tier.
Faker has electrocute, no fleet, so that makes the lane a little bit harder. W used to try and avoid the grass proc.
I think that this is the biggest benefit of not having a lane swap this time around, and it's curious that Gen G didn't decide to opt into it themselves. Maybe just saying that now that we've got a kill on our Ezreal, we're going to be okay. But a tier doesn't really give you a
Zeus wants to stop him getting that cannon, but he used E for the minion, so he's not going to be able to stop him.
And Paze can pick up a bunch of
if that hit, that would have hurt.
Faker only hit by the non-true damage part of the Orb of Deception.
First game against standard. Ooh, Faker. He wants to proc electrocute, but he can't. He has a pot still. CSing from Paze is not too bad so far.
It's pretty interesting because once you get to level 5, you can actually start winning out very easily on a lot of trades for the Akali. Just because the bonus movement speed from the W makes it very easy to sidestep.
Pokes coming in. Ezreal pot is gone. Owner's hovering for a ward, I think, before he bases.
It's very easy for Chovy to kind of chip away at your HP
yeah, no
bar
fleet
when you're
footwork
trying to farm, and it means the Faker's in this awkward spot
Ward on
where
Grump
he now needs
respawn,
to wait
Canyon
to
full
bounce back
clear.
into him, which is happening, fortunately.
Canyon will do Raptors, Croaks, and base, maybe.
awkward middle ground where he's now relying on his Doran shield to
feel
kind
like
of
Faker could
mitigate
die
and
here,
heal
but obviously
back up
Canyon
in
just wants
this,
to power
midterm
farm.
mid laning.
It's also, again, the grasp. And
Faker's
I do
playing
think
so
that
cocky.
We have seen in the past players really get caught off guard by just the extra amount of health that can give you. Akali in particular plays around kill windows so well, but if your first couple of plays don't end up working out and you fall behind the curve,
Zeus is
it can
maxing
be
Q on
really
Greg
hard
S.
to play out as...
He didn't go to
Canyon
Krugs, he went to
just wants
Wolves.
to do
I guess he
exactly
skipped
this,
Krugs or what.
which is just
Ash
farm.
E
And even
misses,
though they
but
don't
that ward will
spawn him
spot him on the
directly,
Grump
if they see
if
his
he goes
top
there.
side is down, we'll know that he's on the bot side of the map, but it's an early game Nocturne. Not really expecting a lot, but that does mean that Keen is actually in a really awkward spot. His wave state not looking
They see Nocturne
good,
now. There can be
already
pings on
chunked to
Nocturne.
half,
There it is, pings on
and
Nocturne. They
Owner is
see
on
him.
the top side of the map.
And full information
He's
over to
walking
T1
in
as
to try
well.
and take
Canyon
reps to
was over
respawn
that
on
wall.
Vi. They should be
knew
spawning
exactly-
soon.
They had an
But
idea of
Canyon
where it
hasn't
was, but
based
then
yet.
they get full confirmation. Now Canyon going to try and clear that one out. Does get information.
He'll clear the wall and go to Grump.
Yeah, read the movement.
Yeah,
I wonder
as a
if they're
result,
basing
Keen
here to
actually
swap.
just going to go for a recall right here, not wanting to risk too much. And despite the
gonna
fact
go
that
back to
Faker
bot.
is sat on below half health for the majority of this lane, he has kept these minions really pushed towards Chovy. So it does give a lot of control over to T1.
Yeah, it's very awkward for him because
Faker should retire, he's washed. Yeah, I think making 9 worlds, and out of those 9 worlds, making top 4 at every single one of them at least is pretty washed. That's crazy.
Finally bounce back, but he ticks over to level 6. Ideally, Faker wants to back now so that the wave will freeze here. And now Chovy's back is a little bit awkward. He's going to try and interrupt Faker. It will be crucial if he does.
Oh, he actually got him.
Wow.
Ooh.
He was on that ward. As we could see, I thought he was actually just a prophet, but no.
Oh, they've actually
So Guma
brought
takes
the
over
bot
mid.
lane over towards mid to catch this wave. Faker can now actually TP bot and go lane against Pays, who can still...
Oi, Zeus, that was disgusting.
Body slam going to miss.
That was
could be a big deal
disgusting.
here.
Oh, he has TP still, so he's
Evening out
fine.
the health trades that have been going pretty consistently in Zeus' favor.
Chovy looking to TP back towards his lane. Will be able to do so.
They're going to put a Kali bot. He's going to save TP. So Canyon will start Drake.
Drake's there as well.
Chovy's under
You
tower.
can argue either team
They get
is
grubs,
very happy
deny
to
them
just
from
wait
Jax.
to level 6. You have a Vi composition on one end, a Nocturne on the other.
Faker catches
There's
spot
gonna be a
wave.
trade
He
here.
gave a lot of minions over to Guma
Does
there. I
mean
think that was a
this
pretty
time
stacked wave.
Gen.G not gonna have the Jax with an unreasonable
Pretty
amount
happy
of
deal
procs.
here.
Even early trades here.
Certainly feels good for T1.
Canyon gets a crab,
This
which
time it's
helps.
going to be a trade, so it's not going to be the, the Grubs team picking up all of the dragons.
Faker lost
as
a lot of
well,
minions
feeling a
by
lot more
giving Guma all that XP and gold.
Grub secured. And I think both teams are
Guma
quite happy
full
with the current
rotates
game
the top.
state. Obviously,
They
T1
just
are
dropped
setting their
all mid
sights on
push.
top lane
I'm
play right now.
a bit
Keen level
confused by what
6.
T1's doing here.
Resistances, no Ash Arrow available yet.
This is really weird by
looking to get
T1.
himself into position. I think they had an idea.
Keria is
Something's gone
laning
down.
mid.
Notably, Canyon not quite level 6 just yet. Doesn't have that paranoia up and available as T1 don't opt in for any sort of dive attempt. But Keen still wanting to get aggressive on Nagumiushu. Does have to cleanse.
They lost one
Pushes
wave
him
mid.
away. So just
Does
gonna be
Zeus
able
have the
to
base and
settle
TP
for
mid
the,
here?
Summon a spell and just move off.
He's just going to get cancelled again.
Nicely
They're
as
losing
well.
another wave
Gen.G
mid.
have moved Pays
What is
out of
T1
the bot
doing?
lane matchup in towards mid, where he's much safer. That means that they can keep Chovy into the Faker matchup, where the Ahri can continue to bully out on the
Zeus going to have a
Akali.
TP mid and then it should
With
be
level
okay.
6
But
coming through and level 7 being a crucial breakpoint for
took a
Akali,
while.
just because she's going to get her Q at level 4, which I think it's either about 80 energy
Ooh,
or
hide
about
on
70,
bush.
but it makes
They have
the
Ash
Q
Arrow for
rotations much
Lehens.
more comfortable
They know
when
he's
it comes
there.
to trading in the lighting phase.
Vision control here for T1. Do you have Canyon?
they have
He's
owner behind.
backing.
Keen might be dead
Wanting
here.
to spend his earned gold.
Here comes the
from
Ash Arrow.
Players.
Oh god.
Here comes the
okay,
Vi.
Arrow is going to connect. The counter-strike
Oh,
wears
connects
off,
before the
but
flash
there's
as well.
a cease and desist, and he can't flash leap strike out of
Kill
that
to
one,
Guma.
and even though he had
Oh,
the
Owner took it.
Master's Might, he's still going down.
Big play there from
That's gonna be a
T1. Nice
kill to Owner, but
overstay.
equaling things out for T1.
A classic
They just tempo
T1
trap there.
trap springs on Keen.
You think they based? They
Get
haven't.
a kill onto Vi and also get the flash out of Keen.
They're not going to be able to get any plates though. They're just going to have to drop a base here. They're going to have to drop a base.
T1 makes it look like they've gone back to base, but they stay on the map a little bit longer to catch you pushing that wave out, and it works to perfection. They're able to equalize
Yeah,
the
I
kills.
think maybe
and
giving that to
T1 find
Guma
their
would be
first in
nice,
the
but it's
game.
okay.
And I love this. I feel like it harkens back to something that Chovy was
Grubs are
talking
in
about
2
in the
minutes.
tease earlier on.
Maybe they just
the
open
fact
mid,
that,
yeah.
Faker was known so much for these mind games that he plays. I think it's all of T1 that does those mind games now. It used to be maybe a little bit too much with excessive Barons being started every single game. Becomes less of a mind game and more of a you do this every game.
A bad habit,
Yeah,
perhaps.
kind of. But they are always just trying to push these advantages, trying to to find opportunities where their opponents don't
Zeus is
have enough
pretty happy
information,
against Keen right now. No flash
to be able to
jacks,
do
and he's
what they
also
want.
half a level
Really
up.
nicely done here from T1 to try and
The
control
Gragas
back
is in a
bit of
great
control of
spot.
this game, but right now, Plate should be
Chovy's
going over
got a
to
small
Gen.G
lead over
to
Faker.
Chovy
Nice
here.
charm. Doesn't deny the cannon though.
As Guma not going to be too worried. Canyon, level 7.
I don't know if Faker wants to lane against
it's a
Ezreal,
relatively slow early game.
Yeah, Nocturnal
kind of
still up.
What we come to expect from these two
Grub's
teams.
in 130.
They prioritize farm,
Yeah,
but
Zeus
also
is really happy
it
in
just
this
goes
lane.
to show how difficult it is to kill these players. Like,
Absolutely
there's a
fine.
reason why Gumayushi went deathless for so long, and he still only got a single death to his name, even though Gen.G absolutely
definable
stomped.
KDA.
Yes, it is.
Oh, you love that.
And it's a situation where both teams just play the map very well. They're constantly fishing for opportunities. They're playing for these early plates.
Grub's in a minute. Keen kinda needs to get a base off, I think.
The Grubs now become the next big point of
Zeus'
contention.
mana is
Minute
okay.
away. Both junglers already setting up some vision around the top side
Faker
of the map.
has TP.
Keen
Unleash TP in 20
actually wants
seconds.
to get a quick base in before
Carry
the
has basing
objective
to
spawns, but
get
that
his
could be a
wards
window for
refreshed.
Guma to already then
I think they can
push
kill
out
this
Maiden and
Jax.
set up on the top
He's
side
being really
river.
greedy.
As we get into this fight,
But they don't know where Nocturne is,
on
so.
one hand, how is Gen.G going
And
to be able
Rel's
to
hovering.
absorb the amount of backline threat that's there? Because T1 can split up a fight very easily with the Greg Assault.
Oh,
and
ult him.
obviously he has Owner
Oh,
to start him out.
Trying to come on through here.
They might have to
Zeus
Nocturne
looking to
here.
take the fight to Keen. Does find some nice body slams. There's the slowdown as well. Leap strike just to try and escape, and you can see Canyon.
They almost knocked. Oh, the
he
Ash
was
Arrow! Look at the
looking for a
arrow!
potential angle as Keen able to sidestep, but that does buy some space. Still, Owner not going to be committing.
Oh, Keen has TP here. Zeus doesn't. They're going to have to base on Zeus quick.
I'm actually
Should
very
be in time for
surprised.
Grubs.
Keen had no flash, and Owner with ulti was in range. I think he could have committed, but
Nah,
I guess
they would have.
because
The
Keen
Rel
hadn't
was
used
first.
his E
The Rel
yet,
was first.
They were hesitant to really fully commit to the play. Regardless, the damage was done. Zeus has already gone back to base. He's now back out onto the map before Keen has had an opportunity to, but Keen's TP is available.
Here's the Grub start. No arrow. Faker's
Are they
moving.
going to contest this?
Canyon wants to fight this. Rel's level 6 with flash up. There's the Jax.
Flank angle is coming in here. Keen.
Carry has in trouble here.
Position to start this one off. He's just beelining right in
Nice
there.
flash out by Owner. Good hostile takeover as well. They don't have much damage here though. There's Faker. Down goes Lehens. No flash on Keen. I think Faker has E up still. There it is, the E. Oh my god. Oh my god, Faker! Kill! Oh, that Kali was clean!
And that is Faker calling
That's 6 Grubs and that's 2 kills.
Team response from
Drake in
T1.
10.
That's the biggest
Are they
thing
going to move to
here.
Drake or they're just going to hit top?
Join that fight. I think Gen.G was
Chovy's TP was like 20 seconds on cooldown. He couldn't join.
But T1 said no, we can take it, and they take it.
They're just going to farm top tower. This bot wave is bad.
This composition
Maybe Zeus has to clear and go towards mid. First blood tower to T1 maybe. Oh, Faker, a lot of damage here.
Wasn't there in game
First blood tower to
2.
T1.
You can see
Canyon's going to have to start Drake, but that's a huge gold swing. That's a huge gold swing.
Carrier, though,
that Akali
has the
was
passive
fucking
to be
clean.
able to reborn, and then of course
He actually
also
has
the ultimate available
he has
too. So even though they're getting
what is it?
collapsed
Presence
on
of
by
mind
every
that when he
single side,
R1s
the TP comes in,
the
a
Rel,
nice
he can
flash
kill the
comes
Jax
out.
without
Carrier doesn't care that he's getting focused
with just
on
R2. Look at
Gragas
this.
then arrives,
Just runs it in.
and crucially, as you
R2,
said,
Auto Q,
Chovy can't join
W,
the fight.
Auto Q,
Yeah,
E,
and Keen and Lehens
Auto Q,
spent most
E,
of that fight fighting each
Q.
other. Because of that
With an
hostile
auto attack for
takeover that
Grasp.
came in,
Damn.
Faker gorgeous on the 5-point strike.
Oh,
there.
Reckless is feeling it.
See T1 with Reckless in the back. Feeling pretty happy about this one. And Helper and Mata.
Reckless on T1, yeah, crazy, no?
This game goes on. Still, a lot of game left to play here. We are tied up in this series. We'll see whether Gen.G can claw their way back to an
Triforce
even
Ezreal.
game state after that big lead has been acquired. About
But that kill for
2.5K
Faker is really
now lead.
exciting, and he played the mechanics well and happy days, but
He's gonna have to do a lot
he's
of
just
heavy
even
lifting.
mid because
A lot of the
Chovy had a
goal
pretty
for
solid
Gen.G
CS
is on
lead over
him,
the
but
Akali.
into a fat Akali, and Owner also getting bigger and bigger. They're
they
looking
gonna
to
dive
punish
this
Keen
Gragas against
again.
Nocturne?
This Jax not having a great
Oh,
time.
this
4
Jax,
men
sorry?
at the ready.
There's no dive here, guys. You're fucking... Is Zeus going to TP on this wave? Absolute psycho if he TPs in here.
This is a big gamble if Gen.G do decide to go for it once again. Chovy is very far away, but this time has the
Chovy has a good TP ward here, good TP angle here if they commit.
To come through there as Keen now with the counter strike on
I think
cooldown. They're trying to deal with
someone
these
needs to
waves,
catch
but another
top.
one conga lining in. This war of
They're just,
attrition looks
it's
to just
interesting,
be
isn't it? No
going
one's
in
catching
T1's
waves.
favor,
They did the same on top. They're just
with all
4-man
those
laning.
grubs, the void mites and everything
Can't
like
press
that.
Nocturnal. They
Gen.G's
were
gonna
grouped
back
up hitting
away.
your tower with 6 grubs.
Gen.G seeding more, and T1 no, like we don't have to dive this, we can just poke them down.
And
The
Zeus
only
can catch
way
mid and
with
run
the,
top,
range
and
that
Guma can
Gen.G
base and
has,
open
that they
mid,
can
and
never
Faker
really
can
push
stay
back,
bot.
is that they actually
They
hard
lose one
commit.
wave and they get a
But
full tower.
Because of the vision, T1 knows everyone
Yeah.
is in the area. Chovy was showing on
Solid.
top wave, and they weren't worried about a possible collapse.
Really solid.
Timing was fantastic as well. T1 had gotten a deep push into top side, which meant that Chovy went to go and answer. Bear in mind that he's a large part of Gen.G's wave clear, so while he's present
They haven't
top,
really been able to
gives
use
T1 the
Nocturnal at
ability
all
to
this game.
stack bot. They then keep Zeus in mid, he catches the wave there, and
Now
they don't
all
really
T1 have
lose
to do
anything.
is play the
Sure,
Herald
Zeus
fight.
lost like half a wave in the top side
Maybe
of the map.
Zeus bases
And
here,
crucially,
takes
Chogi
over
does
bot,
have an
Akali opens
experience
top.
advantage over
When they get the
Faker,
Herald,
but
they
he
can
should
open the
be
mid
able to
lane.
claw that back
I
as
think
long as he
Gen.G's
starts
going to have to
matching
fight
the
this
side
Herald, you
lane.
know,
He's got
but they
his
don't
fully
have Rel
completed
Flash, so
rocket
it's kind of
belt,
hard.
which means that he's now going to be a much more of a
It's
threat
gone.
in the 1v1.
They're just going to give it.
Telling that the Ahri Nocturne
Maybe
Jax
Ahri
composition
TP
doesn't
spot
wanna
is
fight
their
for
opener
Herald. And
on
when
the
you
wave.
look at these two compositions,
Try and kill
it
Rat
does
Boy.
really feel extremely volatile because
Nope.
they are both so short range. You
Yeah,
really
TP bot,
once
just
you
hit the
find
tower,
yourself
get
in
it
a
quick.
deficit,
But they're going to
have to be
Herald mid here. Gen.G didn't think
extremely
about the
clean with
response
your
of a Herald
fight
mid.
selection,
So they're going to hit this, but this is going to get procced and die, and then they can go top.
There it is.
Yep, that's going to be even
So now
more
Jax
money
might
going
have
over
to TP
T1.
top
They're
or
happy
base
to
and run
trade
top.
these
Mid
turrets
tower's
because
dead.
this is so much more map control as Canyon's doing his very best to try and clear things out. Dustbringer should be able to help as there's the charge, and this turret's not going to be long for the
Oh, wait,
Wild.
Lens is
God,
dead.
the damage. The arrow's going to connect. And
He's
Lens
just
trying to
dead.
crash his way out.
And they're going to Herald mid tier too as well.
He has his
Oh, Carry, I thought about it. Oh, it's got smited.
Not another charge. That's
Oh,
a smite coming through.
oh, straight in there. Straight in there. Straight in there.
He's able to get the arcane ship, but just barely
Instantly backs him up.
clipped by the hostile takeover.
And they're still moving top,
and
though.
Gen.G cannot do anything this game.
Can they get
I mean,
this?
it's just a beatdown from T1. If game
TP
2 is
from Rat Boy is good.
Okay, there's going to be 5 people towards
They just
this
need to
top
get the
side
tower
of
and get
map.
out.
Paze are going to try and get on.
Oh,
in.
they're going for the dive!
Kane is just
What
being
has happened to
turned around
T1?
like a
What is this
ragdoll.
aggression?
And it's another kill for Gumayushi as
They're
a
just
result.
diving them.
Gen.G
Faker,
not able
oh,
to
he's
do
playing
anything.
cocky.
Faker just utilizing the second
Man,
portion of
Gen.G
his
are
ultimate
getting
because he
bodied.
can.
What do you
And
want me to
it's all of
say?
a sudden a 6,000
Lehens walks up,
gold lead.
T1 engage.
It's just a
Canyon tries to smite the Herald and go on carrier.
barrage of punch
T1
after
engage.
punch, and
Jax
T1
tries to
are
clear
not
top
letting
wave.
up.
T1
They
engage.
use the Herald mid. Lehens
Like, look at
with
this
a
Rel.
slight
You would think
overstep
that it's not
gets
too bad of a
collapsed on.
positioning, but the damage is crazy. And look at where Canyon's standing. Look at how far back this Nocturne is. He's right underneath the tower.
The way in which Ona turns this
Insta
around,
engage.
connects
Boom,
the
gone.
Q, the ulti to follow, the Ashe passive is stacked.
Wow.
And they're able to get a double
Wow.
for Guma. And what's
This is
crazy is they
solid
didn't even slow
gameplay.
down there because Faker was pushing out the top wave.
This
They
is
turned
really
to
solid.
top. They get that objective as well. They get another
Gen.G,
kill.
they lost so much on the
It's
map.
gone from bad to
Look
worse,
at the map.
for Gen.G
Top tier
in this
2.
one, but
Alter is dead.
T1 really showing that this bounce back was
All they
real.
have to do
And
is
coming
just
into
deny this dragon.
series, they'd only played on blue side one time. This is the 3rd time they've been on blue side this whole Worlds, which is kind of crazy.
All they gotta do is
to
deny
me,
the
because
dragon.
They do love this side of the map, and they are demonstrating to us that in this series, it is not going to be any different. And hope, like what I'm trying to get to here is that we might have 5 games, and that'd be super cool.
T1, when they are playing a comp that feels like it
Side
fits them
tier 2
versus
as
the
well.
T1
Oh my
that
god.
is on something like we
They're
saw last
6
game is
scrubs,
night
man.
and
They are
day.
using 6 scrubs
there is,
beautifully.
like,
What a
perfect
fantastic example
for
of a
this. We
game
have the stats
for
Kane
6
on
scrubs.
Jax in the last game. If you compare that
The way they just
to
4-man
what
lane
he's
here
doing
and here and
now
here
in
and
this
here and
game,
here, it's
it
crazy.
is absolutely night and day. And Zeus on this Gragas
They're opening
in
top a bit hard
comparison
here
to the Maokai
because of
is
the arrow, but he has
incredible.
Mercs,
Speaking of which,
Lamont,
he's
and
gonna
Drake
get
spawning.
tagged by that arrow.
They need to be careful of going.
Still,
Oh, they
those don't
defended the tower though.
So he's just going to
Jesus.
be denied a turret
Rat
take.
Boy, he's
It's,
fine.
going to be down very, very low, but still not going to be the money going over to Gen.G.
Look how scared
Look
they
at
have to play
T1,
as
look at
well.
that.
And the only
5
saving grace
sweepers.
for Gen.G, which by itself
No
is not
wards,
enough,
just
is that they do
carrier.
have 2 dragons.
No
The
blue
problem
orbs,
is
just
they're playing
walk in and
against
sweep and
T1,
fight.
And we all know that as soon as the Baron is online, they're going to just start pulling it consistently. This Drake,
Mad Lions
obviously,
tech,
Gen.G
it's
never
true.
going to contest. But
I guess they have
don't
Ashe, which
think
helps a lot.
Gen.G is ever going to give, or T1 rather, is ever going to give Gen.G the opportunity to get to the point where these gold leads
So this top
matters
tier 1
less,
will
right?
die.
When you
But
have
if they
the 2
show
items
too many
on
numbers,
base,
look at this
I'm
Ashe.
sure we can
If
get
you can
to a
hawk
next
shot up
item.
and spot this top play, oh my god, the hand is dead.
Yep, it's going to
Just like that.
continue, not
Gone.
being very possible to be able to make those advantages.
And now they're going to play through mid tier 2. Oh, almost cancel his base. Oh, he wants more. Oh, he's angry. There's no tower here, man.
It's just Faker at the moment, but
And there's a Vi!
They make their way in. The paranoia comes down.
Look at how far they're diving now!
Hostile
takeover in
Vince Kane is dead at the same time.
What on earth?
He's almost hit by that handshake. It could have been worse, and it's still a disaster.
No mercy will be shown to their
They have no tier 2 tops, so if you are trying to cross map a tier 1 and they run through mid, they're going to chase you the whole way.
There is no Barret for them to get. 18 minutes in, and they are slaughtering Gen.G.
Wow.
And Gen.G,
crazy.
The only reason why Baron isn't taken is because we're 18 minutes in.
Yeah.
It's 9-1.
It's so mind-blowing to me that Gen.G's banning all these Zayas and they're giving them the Ashe, and the Ashe can open place like this with Vi.
Was systematic dissection from Gen.G. They controlled the map, they were patient, and T1 were suffocated. But in this game, T1 are just brawling.
It's a sledgehammer.
It is
yeah, T1 pulled out a sledgehammer in game 3.
A bit of
Gen G macro masterclass playing chess. T1 go game 3 and they just get a fucking axe, man.
He flashes to try and cancel the back, doesn't quite get it in time, but he says, guys, I'm not letting my ulti be wasted. You better collapse here. Here comes Ona, and then the follow-up comes through.
T1 from these winning positions are always going to be looking for more and more aggressive side lane punishes. And Gen G, not respecting pace, just has to watch his teammates die. Nothing that he can do there.
And the travel on the shuriken backflip there as well from Faker. This guy,
Gen G don't really have many options.
At Worlds, it is just... It's
hard.
just a beauty to watch.
Oh my god, we're back. Keria has flash. He's probably dead though. How's Keria died here then? He has bailout though. Kenyon's dead. He's back. He's alive. He lives to the ignite as well. And it goes down the end. They're running out of ult show. Ona goes down. Red Boy completely runs in, but will allow it.
Just to remove Paze, and Gumayushi is on a rampage. Keen
he got
is
Paze's
on
flash.
the floor, and T1 are looking to shut out this game.
Keria doesn't even die. Gets
6
the
scrubs.
full value.
Needs to be careful of a Chovy flash. Oh, Faker TP to secure it.
And they're not going to.
They're going to have 6 towers in 20 minutes. 6 towers in 20 minutes.
Their teammates
Didn't get
fall
it.
one after another.
It's so low though.
After another.
T1 is just crushing Gen G with their wallets right now. Gen G admirably try to find a pick, but you said it yourself, Atlas. Keria way tankier than they were expecting.
Yeah. Wow.
And while they expected to one-shot Keria, he bought enough time to allow T1 to collapse and turn it around. Now, the Baron is on the Rift.
I don't know.
Another bad fight for Gen G.
I think you have to 5-mana play and pray. Like Jax cheats tempo, chops spot wave, groups. You open top and just send a 5v5. I don't know how else you can get back into it.
To just try and make sure they have some semblance of information.
But Ezreal wants the base for Muramana.
Something won't get swept.
Yeah, Muramana spike for Ezreal's coming in here, I
Even a
think.
good fight might mean Baron
I think just go for it. They're going to have to go for it with Rel Flash. I think they're running out of time and they're getting caught out way too much. But Chovy's going to bot wave. I think they should just take a fight here, Gen G.
Oh, handshake going to connect there. Not a lot of follow-up on Delahan.
It's so
they didn't
hard.
have a lot of information. Red buff is the prize that they're looking for, but it's going to get reset, and it looks like
there's the TP. Here it is, the all-in from Gen G.
Into the shroud.
Chovy's TP is a bit far.
Paranoia. They think they might have them.
Kuma's dead.
Where they want them is over the wall goes Chovy's got
This is the big fight they needed, Gen G. That's one.
To start off the fight, but it has to be paid for by Keen.
They want more,
now,
but
4 versus 4 as
it's
T1
hard.
look to
Lehen's has
rally
flash
back
though.
into position. Can they win the fight?
Faker still has
Without
ult.
Guma is the question. He's so much of
No
their consistent
ult.
damage. Is now Chovy dancing around, not able to find too much more, and T1 back away.
You're completely right, Atlas. Losing Guma is a lot of the damage gone, so T1 have to be a lot more careful. Faker had his ultimate available, but they chose not to take the fight any longer. A crucial flank from Chovy. He's been largely invisible in this game, quietly farming on the side, but you look at his itemization, he is on I mean, he's ahead of Faker in terms of itemization.
Yeah, he's 1k up from that shutdown. He's a level up as well. Chovy's just been pushing side lanes.
To find more picks like this.
A very deep TP starts this off, and it's hard to respond for T1 because they don't have the vision. The Nocturne denies them so much. But this is
the
where
Jax
the wallets
pick, it looks
come
like they didn't
through.
ban it. The Gragas pick into
Even
Jax is working wonders.
The carry being taken out immediately, Gen G don't really have an opportunity to chase further because if they get another kill there onto maybe Faker, you turn it into a Baron, the game might be playable. Instead, it's a moment of
Here it is again, Gen G, just go fight. They're bleeding on the map. Oh, Faker too deep, I think.
Looking for Chovy
Maybe.
here as he gets into the shroud. The rest of T1 now
Arrow
moving up.
misses.
The arrow not going to connect. As Gen G
Engage kind of scuffed here for T1.
Turn to start a bit of an engage with a body
Watch out for
slam.
Rel Flash.
And this push and pull, Gen G putting that phalanx
That's
back
Ariel
together.
down.
All about this Baron right now. No one really being able to get too much ground.
Crucially, the Dragon
They
is
do have the traction into
exposed.
mid-wave though,
has been
so they will
pushed
get
in by
mid-tier 2 and they can go to Drake
Faker
after.
commits his ultimate to try
That
and
should
force something out
stabilize
from Chovy,
everything.
but he holds his nerve, doesn't get dissuaded, still has his ulti available, but the problem is all of Gen G was shepherded
Akali,
to the
did I
top
say Ari?
side of the
Yeah,
map,
Akali, yeah.
leaving the mid lane exposed. T1 get the objective, and
Yeah,
now
but there's
they
no
can
threat
turn
on
to
a
the
Baron
Dragon.
from Gen G, so it's pretty easy to just go mid into Drake there.
Exactly what T1
They don't really have any
intending.
threats. They
Only gonna
can't
start
really
that one
force
up,
anything.
But you can see Keen so far away from this on that bottom side of the map, and it's because the map is so incredibly wide and
The
dark
pace is slowing down a little bit. It feels like Gen G's getting control of the map. They have a big wave top pushed in, with big wave pushed in top.
Side.
Gives them some
will just be taken here, even
vision around
that
here.
Count 2 for 2, but next one going to be
Faker's
very,
not been
very
farming.
scary.
He's just been grouping and fighting.
Hextech Soul sounds.
The Ashe
sounds
missed them.
unbeatable.
Oh, but they find them.
Shattering Strike going to get a fair bit of
Akali
value.
ults back up.
Still in a whole
There's
lot
a
of trouble
W.
as Faker looking for them. Still dashing
Engaged
forward.
by
The Paranoia
Owner.
does come down the stun.
One down.
It's
He hits.
gorgeous. The
Faker, don't take it. You're a psycho.
execution is perfect, and now Chovy looking to try and get out of there with that Spirit Rush, and T1, they play
Is
it
there a
slow.
Baron
They
Force?
accept
It's hard.
that they're going to take that pick,
It seems in the fights, it's very easy for T1 to kill the Jax or the Rel, but going deeper into Ezreal Ahri while they're getting poked down is really hard.
In all of this,
Look at Chovy, he's level 15. Faker's level 13 and a half.
Chovy has a 2-level lead over Faker.
Chovy is so strong.
Overgrouping, and he's been denied a lot of farm. Even that top wave just now, he conceded over to Zeus to make sure that he was getting the resources. And while there are advantages across the board, Chovy becomes the sole win condition for Gen G.
Chovy is a big piece in the puzzle.
If he's able to find those picks,
it's really hard to get on Chovy as well. He has stopwatch, he has 4 dashes including flash.
And while the Baron damage for T1 is pretty solid, right? You have Vi passive, you have
but they're holding on, Gen G.
Fairly quickly. It's so hard to deny Nocturne access to the pit. True. And we saw T1 themselves show that a single Baron steal can be enough to turn a game on its head. And T1, I imagine, is going to be looking, unless they get a really good Baron opportunity, just start stacking these Drakes. Because the Baron actually does a ton of damage, even as we get this late into the game. You gotta have to really respect it.
T1's Baron Rush is not the best.
Dragons, but
what's the plan?
Even if you end up going
the easy fallback plan for T1 here is to stack Drakes, right? Like he's talking about.
That's 8.5 minutes from now.
That's a long time.
And
that gives a lot of time for pace.
The gold lead isn't going to be quite as useful. I think T1, they're going to look for a pick onto someone.
They're going to have to force a Baron, I think, T1.
And truly
I agree with Chronicler.
the back of Gen G.
Well, Chovy hasn't been
they
back
need to
base
kill this
Feels
Ahri.
like a decent
I feel like
amount of time.
Chovy's sitting on a lot of gold.
Exactly these items for the
Bro,
last
what the
feels like
casters are
7
just fucking
minutes or something
mind-reading
like
me.
that. But
Or
now
I'm
Gen
mind-reading
G
them.
are poised. They're in their jungle.
I feel like Chovy's sitting on like 1.82k gold.
They do have control vision of the area.
They have TP, but they have no wards. Is this the Baron Force here? No, it's not. They're dropping midwave if they do that. Okay, they're dropping midwave. Fuck it.
Paranoia can get Canyon into that pit anytime he wants, but they do need to get vision
They have to be careful of a steal. They pull off, they're scared.
Immediately back away.
Yeah.
The amount of respect being shown this
game
is incredibly high. T1 not wanting to give an inch.
They can just keep doing
Chovy,
this.
watch his items. Watch Chovy's items. What's he got?
Eventually, going to run out of wards, run out of scryers, and they are going to have to face check.
And needless. Okay.
Yeah, they
Nothing
don't have
too
the
big.
blue trinket on Pays.
I thought he would have way more
gold. It looks like that on the
gold.
bottom of your screen, but it is unavailable. It's the only one on their side.
Still a level up.
There you go. Ezreal, just a check.
Yep, that T1 are playing with the pressure that they have well.
Oh man, they have a 7k gold lead, but it feels like Gen G can fight back a little
Resets
bit.
have come through from T1. Vision replenished now for Carrier as he makes his way back out onto the map. Faker going to go and catch the bot wave as Chovy gets ever closer to level 16.
Only picks up a needlessly large rod, so maybe it hadn't been.
Like I said, it's very easy for T1 to kill Jax or Rel. It's maybe too easy if you invest Vile.
It's
just the Ezreal Ahri are cooking them.
Considering the gold deficits that Gen G find themselves in. And I really do think it's because you just keep looking at Chovy. You see how strong he is on this Ahri.
He's one-shot there.
You have to respect it. T1, though, doing what they've done all game. They move into Gen G's jungle and say,
Drake's in a 1 minute 30. They should secure the Drake. I think Gen G will keep stalling. Look at this. Sterak's almost finished. Maybe some kind of double Sterak's would be huge for them.
Yeah, and this is the thing. This is
Or
the
Thunder
slowly
Sky.
but surely drawing out
Jax.
the advantage, right? This is the safe way to win the game. T1
This is the
have
safe way
been
to win the
known
game.
to take some liberties as far as advantages are concerned.
I think T1 have decided, let's stack Drakes. If they give us an opener, we'll go for it.
Giving Pays time to get farm, giving Chovy time to get more levels and farm himself. And so maybe when Pays has 3 items, Chovy has 3 items, that could be a time where a fight can be better here for Gen G. But I still think that T1 have a lot of great tools in these team fights later on. Zeus on his Gragas has made magic happen. T1 and on his Akali needs no introduction. And Gumayushi on this champion that, if given the space,
being built
can
for
really lose
Pays.
control.
There's the Sundered Sky. Here comes Chovy Zhonya's.
A recipe for success for T1 unless Gen G does something miraculous.
I love that you said T1 on Akali as opposed to Faker on Akali, which actually
it's synonymous, right?
It's synonymous. It's
30
perfect.
seconds on Drake.
And the level 60 now hit, as you pointed out, Vadi Chova's getting those 3 items hit. And
this game
really
is Chovy, man. Chovy Pays. They're going to have to do so much work. Keen and Lehens are dead weights. They're just going to die instantly, or at least maybe they can get some CC off.
And I don't think Gen G really has
and
any
Canyon's just a tank bot with an ult.
About that.
It's the carries have to pull so much weight if they want to win this.
There's got to be a point where the inhibs have to start falling, or the Baron has to be threatened.
Ezreal to try and cancel a Kali base or scout the Drake.
Obviously quite early, not really going to spot anything.
Those 2 dragons were so valuable because it kind of just bought them time. They can choose to concede
Zeus
this
is going to mark the Baron while they do Drake.
The top wave being pushed
there it
in,
is.
Gen G playing the side lanes.
Now 5 minutes are on Gen G's clock.
Not over-forcing their hands.
They can stall. Ezreal will get his 3rd item here.
What felt like a beatdown earlier, it felt like that we were going round for round in a boxing match and T1 was just generating point after point after point. But now we're kind of in this back and forth. A lot of dodging's been happening, and Gen.G have been able to stall out enough where it feels like their stamina has been regained, and a single good punch from them could be enough to swing the whole game.
Especially now.
I think if I'm T1, I think they're going to have to dive on Ezreal.
Feeling a whole lot better
if you violed the Jax or Rel, I think the fight's already kind of hard.
Pretty ridiculous
They're just going to have to full send it onto
on,
Pace.
Thanks to Elk for letting us know. Pace is no stranger to it. This was, in fact, one of his first mains that we ever saw him in Challenger.
Oh my god, Sterex, that's big.
Will not shut up about.
Double Zonya, Sterex.
I was going to talk about it, actually, but thank you for...
no mortal reminder on Ashe yet, but they don't have too much armor.
Oh, no, I don't have to.
I feel like you've cast with him before.
Yeah, no, I've seen him around.
Every now and then.
He looks like an imposter. He looks like Chronicler from back in the LCK, but he's got this moustache, so it can't be him.
As T1 desperately tries to catch someone of Gen.G off guard. For T1, though, the guarantee of the next Drake setup is amazing because Gen.G has only 2 Drakes, so they can very happily give that up. Whereas Gen.G, 100% is going to have to
3 minutes, 45 seconds on Drake.
In theory, you can do the,
There's nothing else for T1 on the map other than Drake and Baron. They can't play for tier 3s.
We saw in the previous game how hard the game becomes to play
Oh yes, mortal reminder. That's a 4-item Ashe.
Are going to be an absolute nuisance if you're trying to play, particularly if you're trying to play very far forward, very aggressively. The slow makes it so hard. Gen.G still setting up
Gen.G's just going to have to pray they can trade 1-for-1 in fights. If Rel dies for Gragas or Renata, that's already a win, and vice versa for Jax.
It's Faker on a flank angle, taking control.
This Renata's really valuable.
And you've got the split push and Gragas, that nimble large man moving in the bottom lane, trying to put pressure on Gen.G.
I don't know if you guys ever get this, but I have this weird feeling that Chovy's going to do something really crazy.
Like in your waters?
Oh, they could have committed onto Ezreal there. They got Ariel. That is huge. Oh, he got the pull. He got the pull onto Pace. Oh, maybe it's too deep though. Oh, there's Sterex. Oh, there's Faker. Can he find him? Oh, Pace is out. The front to back lens goes down. Pace on the side. Zeus. Oh, he connects. They have a top wave as well.
You cannot take this belly.
They have a top wave as well. Chovy's TPing out. He still has Zonia's here, Chovy. It's Chovy versus the world. They could play for the end. They have 6 grubs. It should be done. Renata might flash, handshake, push Ari back. There it is. Pushes Ari back. Flash traded.
Not going to let Gen.G claw their way back in this game.
Chovy, can he clear it? 1Q. Keen trying to clear the wave. Nice knock. They have grabs. But they don't have the minion debuff.
Left on his lonesome.
Rel's up.
He's going to need to be that hero.
Faker's trying to block. Zeus wants to base and recall and TP in. Lens is just 1 shot. 3 kill. There goes Chovy. T1 is on match point. Oh, help Faker. Oh my god. He just dove him on the Nexus. He just dove him on the Nexus.
Exemplified by their mid laner on the fountain of Gen.G.
He just dove him on the Nexus.
I just love that Zeus ended the fight with a beautiful combat. The Gragas ultimate to set up on the Keen. Just a fantastic team fight. But I mean, gentlemen, that game was tense.
T1 match point.
So you don't go anywhere. We'll be back
match
in a bit.
Point. What? It's so true, no? This motherfucking team was 1 game away from not making Worlds. And now they're 1 game away from a World Final? Are you fucking lying? Are you lying? Huh? How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Huh? It's scripted! Scripted as fucker. Scripted as fucker. Scripted as fucker. Live reaction. Damn. Jesus. We might not get Chovy versus Knight. Looks like we might have Faker versus Knight. But Gen G is blue side next game.
Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. I just hand in my zone. I'm going
Gen G blue side is strong. Very strong.
I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, evil. I'm on the move.
How does T1 deal with it?
I'm on the move. I'm putting in work. I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power. I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way.
I know everyone's being really flashy. But can I just say, I think carry as Renata is absolutely pivotal in T1's wins this series. I think carry as Renata in game 1 and 3 was the reason they won these games. He plays Renata like he's playing a 6-item fucking Lucian. He's in their face. I wouldn't be surprised if they start targeting this Renata. This is such a big problem for Gen G. This Renata is the biggest problem. I can't believe Faker Nexus dove Chovy at the end though. That was crazy. The Nexus dive? Really? You gotta do him like that? The mental diff. Bro, it's T1's world and we're just living in it at this point. I'm just one-shotting my food real quick.
Guys in the brush. Oh, no, there's the charm. The crash down as well. It's a dead Gragas. It's going to take a little bit of time. And now Faker is caught onto Kane. Lands the Shuriken. And he's going to wait for the leap strike. There's the backrange Q. And that's Faker's Akalia Worlds, ladies and gentlemen. But now you can see they make their way in. The paranoia comes down. Decent little utilization of the counter-strike. But Faker's going to get another kill on Zal takeover. Means Kane is dead at the same time. It took a little while, but I think they're just going to move through and win Game 3.
It's no use denying the T1 magic. When it's at Worlds, it keeps happening. When in the last game, Gen G tried to remind them what happens in the LCK, they snap back and tell them what usually happens at international tournaments, and especially at Worlds. And we find Faker and T1 to be the first to match point. I mean, sometimes when I watch this game and I watch T1 at Worlds, I just think, how did they do it? Because this was a shellacking in Game 3.
Wasn't it?
Well, they did start out with getting Owner on Vi instead of Kindred. I think that
thank you so much for the 100 gifted. You're fucking crazy.
Big.
Yeah, I do want to go
thank you a
through
lot.
some
I
of
really
the
appreciate
drafts
that.
in the series.
Yo, if you got gifted a series, I gifted a sub.
You
say
know,
thank you.
Gen G were really tested
Say thank
by
you.
FlyQuest to do something like super creative. But here, especially in this last game, we see them returning to this kind of combo here, which we saw from them. This is kind of the skeleton of that Aurora and Twitch composition that we saw them bring out against HLE. I actually really loved the Twitch ban here. I thought that was smart. And then to your point, Kobe, I think this is great. I think Vi is such a good champion for Owner, but the big pick for me,
The Ashe Renata.
for Kumayushi.
I think it's the Renata as well, though.
Has been stellar, and then the Gragas.
I think it's also been a really cool swap up for what Keria traditionally plays. Like Renata, Braum have been the two picks that he's gone towards. It is consistently, I know that Gen G only have one style. They are going to play dive. They are going to jump in on us because that's what we've seen from them every single time. And T1 are basically saying, hey, yeah, we'll catch you with a Renata. We'll try and set up with the Braum, which didn't work as well. But it is countering what Gen G have brought to the table every time. And Gen G do not have an answer for what T1 are bringing.
And mainly also, it seems like they are getting more questions thrown at them, maybe even from their own decision making. Because let's look at a sequence of play, right? In grubs and at the grubs, and then also in the mid lane. I did not know, or I did not. If you took the nameplates off, I wouldn't believe you that this was Gen G.
So T1 are way more coordinated than Gen G were in this game. Like it's undoubted. And honestly, like,
sorry,
Gen G,
I'm just
but why isn't Canyon ulting earlier on Nocturne to try and lock Faker's teleport out? They also don't teleport Chovy in very early. And so T1, another really good engage for them, turning around. But it did feel like really weird to see Gen G be the ones that are so uncoordinated.
But also here, like, Lehen's getting caught as they try to go underneath the tower. This reminds me of, like, game 1 against FlyQuest, where Lehen's tries to engage on towards quad in the mid lane. Seraphine ulted, completely shut down. These over-aggressions and just not being in position as they try to take these plays. It's really strange because this is not what we would usually see from Gen G domestically.
And by contrast, here you see the coordination from T1, not just in team fights, but they know exactly where they want to go on the map. They use these grubs so well. I did call them out in the last game for being like, why are you fighting over that 6th grub, right?
Hey,
you already got 5.
If FlyQuest never took Gen G to that game 5 where they played Smolder, T1 would never have had the information to realize Smolder is that OP to ban it in this whole series. So FlyQuest is the reason that T1 are winning this. Yes, Chovy played Smolder once in the Swiss stage, but he lost, and he didn't play it ever since. If they won in 4 games, they would have never have showed that Smolder.
As well, like, the magic is really there. We'll see again.
But FlyQuest was also 2-1 up.
But it really has been, like, difference in play.
It has. I mean, and things like Lehen's, right, who we know is very good at macro, who calls a lot of the moves of Gen G generally. The one to be out of position. A big discussion that we've had here backstage is, for me, there's a difference between ADCs in terms of Guma and Pays, in that I believe in Guma and in that bot lane, even from behind or from even, not just from ahead. And even though Pays has done things to dispel that in summer, right, Emily? Outside of the finals, I don't know. You know, when he's... And here he had an opportunity, right, if they scale further into that game. But then it's him who gets caught out again. And I don't want to put everything on him because the whole team lost that game, right? But it is these differences that you need to look to make.
But I think that's the thing. It's like, pressure makes diamonds, right? And unfortunately, when we look at finals in LCK, Pays didn't step up. And then you look at the game against FlyQuest, it feels
pressure
like, you know, Hanwha kind of
diamonds. That's why Worlds is different.
FlyQuest
the
managed
pressure
to crack
is so much
and it feels
different.
like T1 are finally breaking those foundations here, where you're not getting the big performers. They're not finding Chovy these lane matchups where he can be super successful and take over in the mid to late game. You're not having your carries perform, and now T1 are saying, no, we're going to go to the style that's worked for us. We take over in the early game. We play through our side lanes well. We get these cheeky Baron sneaks when you're least expecting it. It feels like T1 are still playing to their identity on an international stage, whereas Gen G feel like they've just lost themselves because those doubts have started to sink in.
Yeah, and I want to pull up Gen G's record over T1 in the LCK and internationals, because I think it makes T1's performance here so much more impressive, right? They are the 4th seed. They are 1 game against KT away from not making it. And here you see MSI 2023 highlighted. We had already set it up in one of our prior thing. I think it was you, Dagda, that said that, where they got the better of them at an international event at a very crucial moment. And now they're on match point once again, now at Worlds, defending their world title.
It all hangs in the balance again for Chovy, you know. I wrote down under Gen G in my preparation as a logline, if this team can't win Worlds, who can, right? But I feel like in the course of the tournament, we've seen other teams perhaps adapt better. And I think for me, that's what they're going to have to show. In the same vein, though, I'm not ready to write this one off because we haven't seen a team break the red side situation yet, right? So T1 would have to do it here.
Yet, I mean, if they can't, then T1 or BLG can.
That's for sure. The adaptations are proactively being taken away by T1. Smolder, gone. The draft is already set up where T1 go, we know what you are like. We know Gen G inside and out. We know what they're going to fall back to, and they're stopping them every step of the way. T1 are in their heads, and I don't know if Gen G have a comeback here.
And all year, we've been talking, or I mean, I know I've been talking about Knight versus Chovy, right? Like, we want to see this matchup. We saw it at MSI finally. This was going to be our destined world final, but in the way stands Faker, and this is a rerun of that Chovy quote where he, again, would know this more than anyone because he's had to deal with it domestically. Now he has to really step up, prove himself against Faker to make it to finals.
Chovy has to step up. Gen G as a whole has to step up, and we have seen it from Gen G before. Spring this year, Game 4, it was the Kha'Zix pick from Canyon that completely changed everything in that series. Gen G are never counted out until that bell rings, and this is where they have to find that magic once more.
We're in draft.
Beautifully said.
Where's my pen?
Head over to our casters.
So Yone Aurora bans from T1 likely.
Everyone some faith that we could be going to a game
Kalista, Xayah, Ashe is what they did before.
We're already straight into draft.
Yone, Smolder, Aurora is what they did before.
Going to be banned away, and I saw that little look on your face there, Chronicler. I'm also not that psyched about it. I want to see a little bit more.
Don't ban Ashe, just first pick it. You're a good Ashe team, Gen G. What are you doing?
Guma's performance and how comfortable he is on the champion, it makes sense, but I'm a big believer in when you see a champion consistently be an issue, and in this case, it's the Ashe. Even in the games where Ashe wasn't able to actually get over the line, I feel like the pick has just felt so strong. It gives so much utility while also being lane bully.
Well, now they can first pick it.
Finally,
now
they're putting some prio on Pace.
Hey, by the way,
so Aurora ban Ashe first pick.
Do you want to ban Ashe? And
T1 get Ari, Skarner, or Jax. I like the Vi though.
T1 now have the choice around.
I also love the Renata. I wonder if they'll play some kind of Varus Renata.
What is their answer into it? Because the truth is,
or MF, nah.
Hasn't really shown something like an Ezreal, right? This is not something that he goes to, which we've seen as a typical answer at Worlds. Jhin would be his likely response.
Now they have very big pressure in bot lane.
Would be his usual. Maybe a Draven could come through.
I would love Varus Renata.
Given the current meta,
I would love it.
The presence of the lane swaps,
with an Ari, oh my god, please do it. The Renata was massive.
Say, this is something that we've seen come out sparingly this Worlds.
I think if they do that though, Gen G should do Maokai Blitzcrank or something.
His Varus steals Barons, steals Hearts, it's incredible. As Ona just playing with ours just a little bit there with the hover of the Kindred. We'll see whether he does go back to that one. As he's hovering over quite a few options.
Sorry, I'm almost
could be a
finishing.
great pick away, and he is going to
Is it Nidalee time?
Is this a, in case of emergency, pick Canyon Nidalee situation?
I agree.
Again, we saw it come up against FlyQuest.
I'm
seeing a very slight smile on that man's face, and this was the pick
that is
brought Gen G to Silver Scrapes.
He is the best Nidalee in the world by miles.
Just running it back.
He is unbelievable at Nidalee.
Yep,
I would pick Renata here.
You know?
I think this Renata pick was so massive for T1.
They know exactly what to expect.
I mean, Canyon's Nidalee. What else is there really to say? I mean, you're 100% right. Jax would be a great pick.
Jax is also a good pick. Yeah, Jax is a great pick. Actually, Jax is an insane pick.
Jax loves
Jax
those,
is an insane pick.
So much value out
ban
of it.
Cassante, ban Gragas against Keen. That's a strong pick. He loses the Renata, I think, though. What does Faker play?
The ban of the Cassante is so crucial for Keen. I think that it's such a safe top lane pick, just in general, but in Keen's hands, it's also
maybe
a
it is just
devastating
Ari
threat that you don't want to run the risk of him getting. Now on the
I
side
think
of
they'll ban
Gen G,
Renata and another support.
The mid lane pool a little
maybe
bit
Renata,
more.
Rakan.
Maybe they remove the Ari for themselves.
Renata
They're
Bard.
actually targeting Keria. They're really trying to limit the options.
Brown ban screams Leona.
Yeah, playmaking for Keria.
If you ban Renata, they take Leona.
Especially when Keria is coming off a win. Because when he has that mojo, when he's feeling it, it can be very scary to go up against this guy when he has confidence. As Braum is going to be taken away from
really
the
good.
hands.
And also from Keria. I actually really like that ban there from T1.
Oriana ban.
What feels most likely here is the R4 on Renata.
Do you take the Renata here?
Strong 2v2.
Or do you take the Ari?
But it does
is it worth? Do they have a counter pick to Renata?
That's something that I don't
and is it Pike? They're going to go for the Ari.
And they're going to save the Keria.
What is Keria cooking? They're daring Gen G. You can have the Renata. You can have the Leona as well. We banned Brown for you. Take it. Take the Leona. Take the Renata. Take it. See what happens. That's what they're saying. I think they'll pick Gragas or Poppy top. And then Lehends is going to have to go Leona or Renata. And what is Keria?
The Poppy, I think, offers a decent amount of value here, both into the Ahri and into the Jax.
I think if they take Leona, he will take Renata.
Team fighting as well, I think, is a really good idea in this game, because I think that when Keen is under
Is it time for Keria Jax support? And then Zeus Malphite top into this?
They need a Leona or a Rel right now. They need some engage to come through from
He played Jax support in Champions Queue.
I think T1 might be thinking about a Rakan, which is
nah,
why
no
they
way
saved
they're
the
gonna
pick
Rakan.
for later as well. Because crucially, the Maokai is
Into
off
Poppy
the
already, it's hard.
once, but
oh, is he cooking?
Oh, he's going to go for the Maokai as well.
He's going to lock in the Maokai anyway.
Is it just a Renata game?
You're right.
How hard are they cooking?
What's going to go where, and it also locks out the Rakan pick. The main reason
they could go Varus Caitlyn bot.
Is because it is so strong.
They could go Varus Caitlyn. They could go Varus Renata.
So, actually,
they could go Varus Pike.
Scenario. Normally, this is where we would go Bard, particularly into the immobile AD carry of the Ashe.
Yeah.
What's not available?
It's Pike.
Is it a Pike angle?
Yeah, it's. I think it could be a Pike, a Caitlyn, or a Renata.
It's a
Pike! Oh my God!
It's always a Pike angle. For Carrier, it is.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use the T1 on Twitch Prime. We have 7 video 1 thing. We're back from Modern Game Stars and make kiss. I'll see you in a second. He picks Pike.
This could be fireworks on the bottom side.
I appreciate all the subs. If you sub now, you won't get ads for now or Worlds Finals next week.
He
picks
right
Pike.
Now, it looks like the Maokai is going to be going into the support position. And Keen will be taking the Poppy into the Jax on the top side.
Someone
in the
hold
LCK,
me.
This is seen as a really good matchup for the Poppy, and so something that Keen has played around before.
I mean, I think even internationally we've seen it do
Keria Pike is absolute cinema.
Well, especially if you're confident on
it's
the Poppy.
amazing to watch. His mechanics on that champ are unmatched.
Ash, you need lane prior.
Unmatched.
Sorry, Ash. When you're playing with Nidalee, you need that lane prior. We've
now,
seen Canyon succeed.
Let's not discredit what's going on here. The enemy team does have Poppy into Jax, Ahri, Pike. That is great. This team does have Nidalee Tristana, which is insanely good early game into champs like Ahri. Okay? They are pretty fine. Gen G is absolutely fine.
So the Canyon could keep farming, right? This is a champion synonymous with this jungler.
The Maokai support locks down the Ahri. The Poppy top locks down the Ahri. They do have good answers here, Gen G. But the way T1 plays the game is the wild card catches you off guard.
Then I don't know what would have, right? I know that Tristana
and the wild card is the Pike.
Before, but you somehow
the
get
Keria Pike.
And
It's cooking.
Which was a combo that was basically never be allowed to play.
Who lane swaps here? Does anyone lane swap?
That is definitely an incredible thing. However, this is T1
Volume up.
Worlds and T1 with match
and
point.
lock in.
Moving into this game number 4, a date with BLG next week in London is what's on the line, and there is only one step left to take.
And they are double Halo Bladesing.
Oh,
God. From spring 2023, when you see those keystones, the enemy bot lane is about to have
double
a
Halo
bad
Blades.
time.
No, that screams. That screams level 1 all in, level 2 all in, level 3 all in.
It's just unbelievable that T1's even in this position. I feel like that so many fans that only watch internationally think this is just another year for T1. Like last year, reigning world champions here in the semifinals at match point. Of course, why wouldn't they be here? They were also top 3 at MSI.
Well, the thing that's ridiculous as well is that last year, if you look at summer, it ain't a great time for T1 either. So maybe fans are just like, oh yeah, we're used to this. You just have a little bit of a lull
the late invade is good here. Oh, they just saw the Maokai.
Spot him with the sweeper. I think they spotted each other.
Information now going.
Oh, no, he has the hooker! That was the best target to hooker.
Play them.
The invaders come through.
This is a horror for pace. No flash against Halo Blades. The good news is what Gen G have done is this late invade splits the map. So now Skarner's going to have to lose blue and stop the split map. If he goes to Nidalee's blue, it's a split map and the Varus Pike loses all pressure.
Is a lane bully
he
in
has
his
to
own
cross.
Right. His E gives him a lot of control over the lane in the
watch out for Keria's all in.
So the Ashe.
Keep that camera bumped, because when the waves settle, that Pike flash is huge.
As the blue is taken away,
Pace is going to have to stand so far back.
I think we're going
Look at how far back Pace is on the minimap. You see that? Maokai standing in front of him.
In Game 5 against FlyQuest on his Smolder. We're going to need to see absolute domination, stay ahead of the curve, make sure that these items come in at exactly the right times. All right,
that's good. That's another flash. Oh my God.
They'll take that, and this is
Canyon took the blue and Raptors and crossed up to clear back down. So he needs some time to cook here.
For a long time.
Pace even went for Halo Blades himself just to try and be able to trade a little bit better. stack up that passive early.
Gen.G's big trouble in
The main
bot.
thing for Gen.G is that
They're
the
not
bottom lane
diveable
is
yet,
still
though.
alive and relatively healthy. We also have Owner on the opposite side of the map.
Not diveable
and
yet.
Canyon is starting, or should be able to build a lead
You
once
okay
the
up there,
actual
Zeus?
full care comes through, because he got
crash
that
that wave.
early buff on Owner's or in Owner's jungle.
You can't crash it.
Owner, I think, actually expected his Gromp to also be
This is
taken.
sketchy.
He
Nice
took
charm.
the walls, then
Ooh,
packed
very
back
nice
up
trade from
towards the top
Faker.
side,
He gets the
which
cannon
is
as well
most
here, I think.
frustrating thing for T1.
Big.
Because you look at that bot lane matchup,
That's what
and we're
Chovy was
like,
trying to deny.
Owner, dive now, please dive. But because of his pathing, it's hard
No
for him
jump
to
on
actually be in a
Tristana.
position to really set that up. He's setting his sights on mid after Faker got a really nice trade onto Chovy.
Yeah, Owner now driving in, looking
No
for
flash
Chovy
on
to get the
Tristana.
flash. I think the rocket jump must have
He's
been
got a
on
pace.
cooldown. And Owner is just going to take that explosive charge and be absolutely
Nice trade
fine.
by Guma.
Meanwhile,
Look at the
setting
hooker.
up for a potential
Ow.
dive is another max range
Bit
bonus
of damage.
going to connect.
Varus
From
mana's quite
Carrier.
low here,
This
though.
guy- it's targeted, right?
The pressure in bot is slowly fading, I think, though. This Varus mana bar is going down. Maybe push out on base, not sure. But Xarner's coming. Maybe they force.
You have so many lanes to play for.
Carrier's
Owner.
mega strong.
Will Canyon
But Canyon's
hold off?
here.
They are going to know with the saplings. Canyon, I think, is going to try and play through the fog, not try and show himself.
Uh-oh, they see the Nidalee. Just get out.
Was hit by one of the
Varus kind of wants the
there,
base,
so
I think.
information was given as to his whereabouts.
He's going to stay, I think.
Just back away.
If that back completes, that bot lane is not surviving.
So momentum-wise, you feel like everything's going the way of T1. The bot lane 2 versus 2 is winning out on the skirmishes. They got both the flashes. In the mid lane, Faker out-trading Chovy. I mean, not resulting in a huge CS lead, but still going well overall. What's crucial to remember is that Canyon is continuing to farm. Canyon's Nidalee is not terrifying within the first 4 minutes of the game, but for every minute that goes by, this champion will continue to get stronger.
I think they're going to swap the Varus top now. Just start the Grubs fight, maybe.
It's a tough matchup
Nope,
for the
they're still
Jenks
going
as
bot.
well.
Grub's still a while
so
away,
Gen.G
but
definitely don't have to be too terrified, even
maybe
though the bot
Gen.G
isn't
goes
going
top,
the way
though.
that they would like.
I'm also wondering if Canyon thought that Owner took his blue, because his blue has actually been up since the start of the game, because they they read the early play from because Carrier caught pace,
No
right?
grub
So
fight.
I assume Canyon made the read. I figured when he went to his Gromp, he would have seen
Carrier's
it,
here.
Keen.
Oh yeah, there's another bonus Q.
Oh, he tried to predict him to step back.
Miss outright. And Keen will survive.
Ice cold.
Yeah, I like that. Just continuing to walk. It's the continue to walk strategy, one that we haven't seen for quite a while. No jukes abound.
And Chronicle has been talking about this, the impact of the supports, right? We saw it from Carrier game 1, game 2. We saw the hands very active on the map.
Yeah, Canyon's going to get a big
Game 3,
camp
I think
lead here
both
if he can full
supports
clear
were
to
trying
bot.
make plays around the map, but with Carrier
Chovy's scared of Pike, but the wave's coming into him.
T1 was finding advantages.
Rat Boy, you good?
But now Carrier's on a champion that has so much agency, but his AD carry is low.
Oh yeah, Gumayushi in a lot of trouble. Does have to use that cleanse. Okay, he's going to take some damage back though.
Oh my god, trades back quite hard there, doesn't he?
Remember
Still,
they did
summon a spell advantage.
He did do that thing last year.
Yeah, I remember
where he
that thing.
outplayed.
I was about to say they did buff the lethality virus a little bit more, and as you rightly said,
yeah, it's hard to crash that
wave.
wave.
A bit of a history on this champion.
I wonder if they just want to swap out of this.
I'm actually surprised it hasn't come out
Zeus
more this
TP's
well,
top.
to be perfectly honest. I think it's in a decent position, especially in the hands of players like Gumayushi, who are so incredibly good at it.
We talked about it on the way here, didn't we, Atlas? Where like the mobility and how like in the meta it feels it can be difficult to play, but in a position like this.
Yeah, Faker looking for Canyon, trying to find that opportunity, scaring him with where the charm might
Oh, the charm hit! He's dead! He held the charm for so long! What?
Goes to Faker's Ari, and it's Faker's Ari. That's the biggest
He
thing
held
here,
the charm
because
for
Ari's
so
been
long.
Such a curse
Canyon
for
wasn't
so
sure
many
when to flash.
teams. We actually have the stats here
Wow.
for both Faker
That's a
and
grub
Chovy,
secure then,
and
isn't
it
it?
is a different story.
Lehen's
When
no
it's the
flash yet.
unkillable Demon
Into
King
the
that
stun,
has it. It's
into the
another
charm, into the arrow. Faker's knocked out. Guma has to flash up here. Chovy can chase him. No flash on Chovy though. He's out.
But T1 is still standing their ground.
They lose the grubs though. They're out of fighting
For the
tools.
defending world champions as
Oh my
Gen.G
God.
do manage to get back
What
some
the
control of this grub pit, and I believe for the very first time we're going to trade a couple of grubs instead of just taking 3.
That's such a hefty prize, though. Lehans
kills.
gets blown up, but it's the kill on Canyon in
They can
particular.
open
that
towards
is the
Drake
biggest
now as
thing
well.
Here. Early on, getting taken out. Faker further accelerated than Chovy on a nerf Tristana. Not able to find the impact as this couldn't be a better time for this graphic to come up.
No, exactly right. Here
Faker's
with
Ari
match
at Worlds
point
is
in hand,
insane.
Faker on a champion that he's been synonymous with for a very long time. There's quite a few of those, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Oriana, Azir, Ryze, like
but
there's
this one
plenty.
has a special
Zed is a
skin.
pretty good one. This one does have a special skin.
The momentum is really favoring T1.
Special skin.
Look at bot wave as well. It's slow pushing into the Jax. Poppy is homeless right now, no job.
So world skin aren't special
But Zeus has no
anymore?
TP, so Poppy's using the stack wave bot to try and play a dive top. Owner's here to cover, Faker's on the way. Maybe Gen G can call a dive.
To sort of redefine where it lies, you know?
Now Gen G have a stacked wave on the top side.
No, they can't. Poppy's bleeding gold. Look at Jax.
Faker's on the rotation. Carrier.
Yeah, can he charge it? He does.
Oh, he ate the Maokai into the tower. Oh, Lehens! Oh, he's just styling on the man. He's pulling you into the tower.
Seem to do no wrong.
They're winning on both sides. There goes Poppy's TP.
Zeus is pushing on the bottom side of the map. 3 kills for T1.
Jesus,
and we
man.
talked about the momentum earlier, but it feels like that this train just continues to ride in the way of T1's victory.
And Lehens, that was a journey he did not want to take. Trying to punish Carrier, but
T1 is just different at
we've
Worlds.
seen this. I think with a lot of the jungle Maokais, you learn the lesson pretty quickly. If the enemy champion has a dash, do not just W in.
Carrier Pyke has 1 hook. No, it has 2. He pulled Ashe and Maokai.
Very heavily punished, and now we already have.
When did they change Pyke?
Gold lead here for T1, only 8.5 minutes in.
The fuck?
You wouldn't think, watching this series, that Gen G have been the father of T1 for so long in their domestic history. Because Worlds T1 is just a different beast. They are the only team in the world where the plot line truly seems to be unbreakable.
Yeah.
Yeah, the script really just seems like, as much as you talk about it, it still
want to flash
seems
with
infallible.
Maokai?
As all right,
He has
for a
no
bit
flash,
of
but he has
towards
cleanse.
Komushi, but he does the walk strat, moves away.
Carrier's
coming
to cover.
Back up again, trying to dodge
So
vision
T1's getting a lot of cool kills, right? It's really fun to watch it, but
on the edge of that ward. So
they haven't really snowballed it into much yet. They got kill gold, which is good, but Drake's still up.
Slightly less action.
They'd only got 1 grub.
Towards maybe a dragon take. Of course, that hasn't been looked at.
It's been a bit tricky for them to do Drake, right? They had to cover the top dive, which was correct. But they haven't really blown the game open yet.
Is that
their comp is strong though. With putting Nidalee behind is always good.
Pyke game we saw, and
T1 Jax is getting pretty strong.
Closing that one out.
They
Pyke,
did.
As good as Pyke is, and for as long as we've seen Carrier play this is type of the game state that you want, and I think we need to see more objectives, right? Like, I think the gold alone is nice, but I want to see dragons being taken early, and I want to see that Rift Herald take down that mid lane, because the moment that control of the map is ceded and vision starts to drop, that's when the Pyke feels unpunishable.
And I also think that this whole series has been about who can play the game plan that they wanted to play coming out of the draft. And I don't think that either team has been denied just yet. In the shellackings that we had games 2 and 3, it's because Gen G and T1 both enabled their win conditions so incredibly well.
They should have a pretty
this time around, we haven't quite
good
seen that
setup for grubs here,
Still an
T1.
opportunity for Gen G to try and turn the
This
tides
Poppy is just about to hit level 8. Zeus is about to hit level 9. He's laning versus Ashe with TP, so the setup for T1 is great for 4 grubs.
The only problem for Gen G right now
Ideally,
is
Canyon steals 1.
They have just secured the Dragon, which is a nice pickup for sure. However, on the top side of the map is T1's bot lane. Zeus does have the TP available. I mean, I'm pretty sure he has it available at the very least in a few seconds. So this is going to be a difficult objective to contest, meaning that 4 grubs will go in the favor of T1.
Don't let it go.
4 grubs buff with Jax.
No possible contest, and a Nidalee composition that isn't able to snowball early
really
objectives.
Solid. And a Tristana composition that doesn't get a decent amount of grubs.
Yep, quite rough, and there is vision. Gen G obviously knew that this was happening.
Oh, no flash Poppy maybe?
Oh,
nope, misses again. A bit hard with W on Poppy, right? She has a lot of move speed, but he predicted that she would dodge up.
Canyon pathing back towards top, ready for a potential dive. Knows that Keen needs to catch this wave.
Faker.
And he's working with Chovy to clear out some vision. Nice spear connects.
By Canyon.
We're going to be saying that a lot this game, I feel.
Yep.
We'll see how impactful those spears end up being, though, as now these neutral objectives fall away from the Rift. We turn back to a neutral game state, and these teams turn their attention towards the remaining plates. 2.5 minutes remaining until those fall off completely, and you're going to be seeing teams cross-map. Look to try and secure as many of these as possible to funnel that early gold injection to get ready for those first items. As you can see, Malignance and Heartsteel already completed for Faker and Ona.
And it's so interesting thinking about where team fights are going to go later on in the game, because I feel like any time a Poppy exists,
2 minutes on Herald, set bot lane top.
Go towards the Poppy team if that ultimate is going to be used effectively, especially when it's, you know, say Owner gets an amazing ultimate and then gets just Poppy ulted away, and then, you know, if it's a 3-man ulti, he just dies. That could be kind
Faker
of funny.
stacking his
Certainly
Dark
some
Seal.
interactions that could work out there, but
Zeus
it really
gets another
does change
plate.
the tide of how this game is going to work.
There's also a lot of champions on T1
That's 2
that
plates,
rely
I think
on
you
their
just got.
mobility to
1k
make plays
gold
in
lead on
fights,
Jax right
Pike
now.
is the most obvious one, but
And
even
the level
for Ahri,
lead.
it's the case. As I don't know if they really have an angle.
Zeus is a dangerous player on side lanes.
2v2 could not go their way, but
he's a good player.
The fact that the Maokai, even with Lahens having a really rough performance,
they're getting plates in top as well.
Fights in theory should be able to do something like, look at the game
state, Faker has TP ready whenever you need it.
Is everywhere. Paze just keeps having to drop waves. Owner's looking for a possible punish now and reinforcement on the bay. I don't know if they're in time.
Flash has to come out because those
Paze.
Chains of Corruptions would have just killed Paze, especially with the Scorpion making his
No
way in.
Triforce on Zeus yet. The trap will spot carrier. Herald in a minute.
His lane partner still just plates going over for T1. As man, that bone skewer very,
the
very
Pike
close.
will fall off. His pressure is now. He can be anywhere and everywhere.
That's what you do, right? You lop down trees.
Yeah, it's correct.
Any second of the game.
Perfect terminology.
Sure.
Herald, going to be the next objective that lobbing.
So when all the altars are down and you're just waiting for Drake stacking is when the Pike kind of loses his
members are resetting.
pressure on the map.
Needs to be replenished. Gold needs to be spent.
They're going to open their bot lane mid and put top lane Faker with
TP.
TP.
Access to the top side river.
That gives him a flank on Herald.
Had that opportunity to base, spend
if
some
they
gold and look
overcommit into river,
between the 280 carries.
Zeus
no
is just smashing Keen.
Yet.
Not in terms of health bar, but in terms of push, there's something Keen can do to push him out.
And we'll see what direction he goes as...
that helps a little bit, I guess. But
onto that single item
okay,
before
Zeus,
Paze
time to
gets
stop
there
trolling.
as well. We know what this guy can do with his Varus. He is just exceptionally strong on this pick. His carry continues to be annoying, and like you were saying,
but the Varus
this guy is
poke
pretty good
hurts.
on Varus, as we can see.
He's somewhat familiar, yes.
Yeah, somewhat.
This feels like a Hail Mary here for Gen G. If they lose
can't
this
start
fight,
a Baron though, because Gumayushi's
why does he have the Gen G logo next to his face?
He can't do that.
Gen G
We're
Guma
talking about
leaked.
plot
What?
armor. I mean, that's to bridge too far.
Zeus is basing. He might have Triforce in base, and he's ready to TP in for this grubs fight.
Back to base. He does have the TP available. He's going to commit it now to the top tower.
Faker will get first blood tower top.
Before he makes that flank
easy.
Happen.
There's Triforce Zeus. They have a good pincer on this fight here. Gen G are going to have to play this beautifully. The Maokai ult loses its power when there's one person here, one person here, one person here. They're getting sandwiched in. They're just getting collapsed on. Hurting them in.
Onto this Rift Herald.
Oh, Lahens is dead already.
Onto Lahens. He's dropped down the ulti, but he's just dead. There's nothing you can do.
Knockback is good. Carrier might die. Chovy doesn't get the finish onto Carrier.
He's burning.
The Poppy ult saved them.
He should be absolutely fine. Regens that health because he's out of vision. And Chovy still in a little bit of trouble. Zay's going to take
King flashes the stun.
At the same time.
And they're going to get Drake.
Take the Rift Herald, but at what cost?
Way too much cost. They give up 2 turrets.
This game is a horror for Gen G.
And the Herald alone is never going to be able to recuperate all that loss.
Outside laned, out team fought, and they're even in Drake's down and grubs.
Position for Gen
they should open this Drake here.
The lane economy snapshot represents the difference
that
in gold
lead
right
is spread perfectly for T1.
I would say there's an economic advantage for T1.
That there is. And T1, they do sacrifice the Herald. It was an awkward position for them to really get in because of the Maokai ultimate. But they secured the top tower, they secured the mid tower. Honestly, T1 was a little greedy even trying to contest that because
Faker said prove it.
They committed both top and mid to securing those outer towers. They got level 11 and then I thought they were trying to collapse. But of course, getting a pick is still worth it after securing those objectives. Second Dragon of the game will go towards T1, equalizing that up. But the goal difference is the most crucial thing.
Oh God, another one!
That's crazy.
We got the big souls in this series, and
T1
also this means
BLG
we've got
finals
Hexgates, so
on the
teams
cards.
Can fight a whole lot more.
All they have to do,
than
T1.
they otherwise would.
It's
Also
Hex
gives you a
Soul
little bit of
again.
leeway in your movement
God, that
around the map
stings
as
Gen
well.
G. They just got to keep this 1-3-1. Varus can hold mid waves, and Pike can move to either side whenever.
Carry animation, Kraken Slayer secured for Paze. Going to be the first.
That's how they have to hold the game.
Of course, the additional
it's very hard for Gen G to stop it unless they commit 3 numbers on either side with an Ash Arrow and try and kill.
We've already seen how AD carries fare when playing into this in game 2, when T1 tried their hand at the double AD carry into the Jax. But the presence that Zeus is going to be providing in these fights
Bot tier
is
1 down. They could Ash Arrow it, but
to play optimally.
Too far, too quick. This tower dies.
Going to be able to clean up the last remaining outer turret here as well. Faker going to claim credit for that.
More
one
gold to Faker.
On his Ahri, now looking for a back angle. Is he going interesting itemization here? A little bit of a stretch away from what we have seen otherwise as the Lich Bane does come through. This is something that used to be in vogue a lot, but I think a lot of players have moved away from it towards the Liandrys instead. But Faker has really liked Lich Bane for a little bit of extra side lane power.
And I know we've mentioned it a lot as a hold that.
Yeah, Varus ulted only get his flash, but he got slowed by the sapling.
Looks like he's going to be okay. Although Guma
doesn't flash it.
Manages to catch him on the
Lehens is getting murdered this game. The Varus ults, the pike hooks, the charms. He's getting caught all the time. Even in game 1 on the rel, he was getting caught. Or game 2, I can't remember what it was in the grub pit.
0-4 on this one.
Lehens is really struggling this series.
Not able to be where he needs to be, but I want to hone in on
5K gold lead in 17 minutes.
Because this team was, and if you experienced it, you'll know, but the team that played against KT could not be further away. And I know they do it every year, but that doesn't take away from the fact that it is such a transformation, because it wasn't just the meta, right? It was also the cohesion of the members, the confidence.
I mean, remember that in a world where there is no 4th seed, T1 isn't here.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
It's just Damwon takes their spot, or D plus Kia, my apologies. Yep. But the addition of that 4th seed, allowing T1 to be here, for them to be in this position. In the past, they were denied that when they did have those slumps. They didn't make it to the World Championship, but they are an organization, and that man in the mid lane is a player that has never missed a semi-final.
And also, if they manage
the
to win
1-3-1 is pretty strong. The pike hovers on sides. It's so suffocating to play against a 1-3-1 when both side laners are this far ahead. You're just juggling, catching sides, and you're losing mid push as well.
We are getting a bit ahead of ourselves.
You can't really open up any part of the map.
Nervous. I apologize. I know I'm like not even allowed to tweet about this team anymore. You know that.
But the
as
point
soon as
is,
I say anything positive, they lose.
The reality is that the position that they're even in is already in and of itself ridiculous, considering the path that they took to get here. Which is why their performance right now should be reveled, given how well they've been able to level up. Now, as you rightly said, 5-0 is the score, the lead that they have. 5K is the gold lead. Baron spawns in 50 seconds.
We've got to increase the volume a little bit more if this could be the last game, right? We've got to get mega locked in.
Tools to turn the game around. It all comes down to whether or not they can punish T1 for their mistakes, and if they can find a good angle to turn these fights in their favor.
And Gen.G
Herald spawn, Gen.G group mid.
Year.
Not much side pressure for T1.
5 games at MSI after a 2-0 lead. They were able to persevere.
Oh, Faker looking for the chant, doesn't get it.
He's trying to make Canyon panic there in flash, but he didn't get his flash.
Deception.
Here comes the collapse.
Drive once again. I don't know about it.
Lehens caught again. Flashes out. Varus ult. Nice knock from the puppy. Here comes Red Boy. Oh, he gets taken into the tower from the hook. Owner almost dies. Flash from Poppy down. Flash from Maokai down. Spear misses.
And Gen.G, I mean, it was dangerous, but they get out of there after the charge, just not earning that much.
A very tense back and forth as T1 is able to protect their mid-tier 1.
They didn't have any side pressure there, T1.
The idea was pretty promising there. The Ash Arrow didn't actually connect onto the Skarner. If it had, slightly further away from the tower, that could have been an opportunity for Gen.G at the very least to get a pick. But it connects onto Carrier on the back line, which they really couldn't follow up on. Ultimately, though, no one ends up dropping. Gen.G have good setup for this top tower, but the TP is committed. Can they dive?
We'll see. It's going to be a fair bit of damage
onto
this
spear.
one.
No ult on Faker yet.
Coming out
Flashes, he's dead.
There's a twisted advance.
That's a shutdown for Chovy. Or for Canyon. Zeus just went in. Knocked back. Flash gets Canyon.
Catches Canyon with the counter-strike stun.
Leaves him to die to the tower. Connects on Lehens as well. There's my rat. There's my rat.
Double for the other solo lane. And they may have got Faker.
Are they going to call a Baron here? Canyon's down.
Them into death.
TP from Chovy into mid. They're going to try and get mid tier 2. This is going to take a while. They have Lethality Varus. They're going to get a lot of pressure on the map here, Gen.G. They're also going to get a Drake, maybe. They're answering pretty well here, Gen.G, I would say.
Gen.G just wanted the tower. Faker TP's in. They sit there and say to themselves, this should be an easy pick. His ulti wasn't off cooldown, but the collapse was
good answer
crucial.
from Gen.G.
Gen.G, I don't think you can do this dragon.
They can't get the Drake yet.
They're going to start it, but the collapse is coming through. Faker's back out onto the map.
They have no TP,
as well.
All right. Gen.G do manage to make their way back out. As Keen also
still worth for T1 to get the Baron,
this is only the start of the devastation.
Ooh,
We've got
TP top from Chovy, no TPs. He might get a top tier one as well. I wonder if Zeus or it's Keen.
Take down this dragon with the resets coming through from Gen.G. There's not going to be an opportunity.
He might be dead though if he keeps going here.
We'll start to make short work of it.
He just wants to kill as many waves as possible.
Lethality Varus.
Stop the Baron buff siege as quick as much as possible.
Really just have Gen.G exactly where they want them. This is such a change from what we saw in this exact matchup in spring of this year, but that was a very different Gen.G. That was a Gen.G that looked impossible.
They're just going to send it on a bot tier 2, but Zeus has no TP.
They're looking to only miss one in this series if things continue going the way they're going. Gen G with opportunities to try and create miracles, but it's looking like they're going to need exactly that. They want to make their way back into this one. Only a 4,000
Keiria's doing a lot of work here. He's buffing mid waves and marking everyone. He's just trying to find all the players of Gen G.
T1 is even getting revenge for a rivalry that has been so Gen G favored domestically in and of itself is impressive. As we look back at the dive, the idea, I mean, it makes so much sense from Gen G. Dive onto Faker. He's an easy pick. Even if the TP comes through, we can turn it. But they don't expect Owner to collapse this quickly as well. A beautiful flash from Zeus to get that stun for Canyon. He leaves the tower to finish off the kill, and they convert it onto Lehends as well.
Canyon actually, I think, got aggro because of the Leandries. So, because he hit the perfect spear to set up the initial damage, because there was a wave.
The woman in the crowd was going, Maokai no flash, Maokai no flash!
But as a result, takes so much damage. Baron still here for another minute. Gen G just desperately clinging on to their world's dreams.
Steadfast presence now on cooldown
they
for a
could
little while as
here.
T1 look to set up a 5-man siege on this inner turret.
There it is.
It's 23 minutes. Sieging
Connect on the first target. Oh, that poppy ult was gorgeous by Keen. Big trouble here. Zeus is going to go down.
Now with only 2 stragglers here, Zeus will explode.
Keria, he has the ult.
It's Canyon.
Oh, Keen
locks up the kill as Keen dives in once again. Pei is able to take down
That was smart by Keen. He didn't give him the reset.
Gumayushi standing tall and taking down Keen.
Still 2 for 1 in favor of Gen G.
Gen G is still huge news.
They stopped the siege as well.
Actually diving in there, denied the ultimate from Keria. Otherwise, Keria maybe could have gotten the resets.
Keria would have just fucking raw dog pentakilled them or some shit there.
No resets for Keria. He ends up getting focus going down, and it's not enough. But think back to that previous game where Gen G held on tenuous for so long.
He might die before the second.
T1 have shown
the Poppy played that perfectly. Keen, that ult was insane.
They throw the ultimate out. A beautiful response from Keen to create a numbers advantage. They have the confidence then to turn it back as they get a kill onto Zeus. And you'll see here this play. Nicely done from Keen to avoid the resets from Keria. He knows how dangerous that could have been.
Stressed.
And sighs of relief as Gen G stay fighting here in Game 4.
And Helper's not even there. I think that guy is just completely overly stressed at this point in time.
Faker Rabadon's third, Glass Cannon Ari.
This game does go on, but there was a little bit of a grin
full damage
on Marta's face. Coach Kim as well, not looking all doom and gloom. They are still in this. We'll see. T1. Baron has worn off 2.5 minutes until that one's back up once again. Still a 4,000 gold lead, 5,000, something like that. Not end of the world, but 2 items now onto Chovy. 2.5 on Pays. 1-0-1 now, actually picking up a lot of that money in the last fight. Could be huge here for Gen G.
Death kept done here for Faker.
He's pretty strong.
He is very strong. I would argue also just now the transformation for Guma. So T1 do have an opportunity. The one Drake, not as good of a
they won that top tier too.
But still is
Drake in 130, they might get it in time, but
they probably should be able to get it to free
Gen G are 4-man stacking with Keen TP.
Carries. The issues don't stop there though, because Zeus on this Jax in a wonderful position is building towards
the arrow
that
misses Pays.
as well.
Yeah, they should be able to wave clear this. T1 probably just have to turn to Drake.
The problem I see for Gen G is this poke is a problem. And Keen.
The Pike's pressure is kind of fallen off now. He doesn't have that much spread on the map.
The problem, and not only is it a problem, like, they don't have the best engaged tools. T1 have a lot of ways to just run away
Owner
from
flash to try and get Canyon with the E, but he missed. Arrow cleansed as well. They should just go to Drake.
Need to be forcing this hard.
T1 needs to chill out a bit.
Dragon spawns in a minute's time.
They need to stack Drakes.
Owner committing his flash there, I think, is
They're
a bit of a fumble,
too
because now he
excited.
doesn't have the potential play set up with his ulti later. And like, this is a tendency we see with T1 sometimes when they have a big lead. They sometimes overforce. They did the same thing against Top Esports. They ended up still winning because, again, the gold lead is theirs. But they need to calm down because, as you both have already highlighted, Gen G
no cleanse on Varus.
Team. They will happily weather the storm.
I want to go back to the last game as well, though, because T1 were playing very patiently, very slowly, only taking the guaranteed advantages from around the map. This feels a little bit different. Might have something to do with that Pike being that good sidestep, but the charm is going to land here.
Really good damage.
That one chunks King.
What?
That's those
no
3
magic
items
pen?
that you guys were talking about. Faker also starting to get some Death Note stacks put together.
One of the few
10
tools
seconds
that
on
Gen G
Drake. Jax has top push, so essentially you're at a loss here as Gen G. You lose top tier 2 or you lose Drake. Keen goes to Drake. Keen goes to top tier 2.
If you are chunked,
and now you're going to lose TPs. Maybe Zeus has to TP in early. Canyon stealing this is psychotic.
And it looks like they are not giving over soul
Here
points.
Here comes a mega fight. Keria needs to be careful. Almost got W'd by Maokai there. He could pull him back. Keen
so
TP's
incredibly
in.
squishy. There's
Hook
the
hits
teleport
Canyon.
from Keen. The front line
Oops,
will arrive.
misses.
Chains of Corruption do
Lehen's
go
chunked.
wide. As now Lehen's,
Faker chunked a little
he's
bit
chunked
too.
out just a little
Carrier
bit, but he's
portaling
going to throw
over
his
the side.
life away for a good position
Zeus
in
is
a
in a
team
great
fight.
spot.
On a
Owner
flank
gets an ult on the
angle.
2
It
and
is
steals
going
it.
to be Owner
He stops
taking
Canyon with
Soul
suppress, but
Flame
Faker's
on the
knocked out.
side.
Faker's knocked out.
Phenomenal ultimate from Keen.
Chovy, he needs to get the checks. Carrier can't find anything. Faces Faker, TP's back in. Zeus! The charge stops it. Faker dives in, but he doesn't get it. It's Guma versus the world. And he's going to go down. They're going to get down on that Genji. What a miracle fight.
Baron up and available.
Unbelievably,
What a fight from Genji.
In their favor. They punish the
What a fight.
execution.
The Pike can't find the impact and the Jax can't get a kill on the
Genji
backline.
say, we will not
Faker gets properly ulted, so he TP's
You
in.
might kill Lance 5 times without getting punished, but that 6th one, he's got
Wow.
you right where he wants you. As the Baron is
T1
gonna
got the
come
Drake and they're on
through.
soul point now, but Genji are so back.
And look, he may not have got.
Oh my god, drop the replay now. Owner's ult was good, but Faker couldn't follow up because of the poppy ult.
It seems to be something that can work out even when it's not supposed to. Late game Nidalee is not supposed to be a thing, but man,
So here it
Keen
comes.
coming in
Skarner
as such
walks
a
up and
hero.
ults.
The ultimate from the
The
Maokai
Nidalee,
was huge.
Poppy flashes
They're
out.
coming in from all
He
angles,
knocks away
Owner
Ari.
dying first. The
Jax
target
misses the
selection
flash
is great.
down. Oh, Pace,
They're
does
all
he
in the
flash down
dragon
there?
pit. They then turn their attention to Zeus. A
onto
reset
Lehen, doesn't get the
come
kill.
through. Faker, he's only got, well, he does get 2 charges
Pace's
off.
positioning
He
was
tries to collapse
crazy.
on the Chovy to get the reset.
Oh, he tried
but
to
then a
flash on the
nice
Chovy,
flash
but he
away
matches
from
the flash.
Chovy. It was simply a matter
Guma
of
couldn't get any impact.
Genji targeting
Oh,
the person in front of them.
whoa.
And with the double AD carries in a front-to-back composition.
Oh my god, Genji's kind of...
Guma just
Oh,
doesn't
the
have
arrow
the
missed.
consistent
Faker might have to ult
damage.
though.
Arrow going to go wide as once
Sidestep.
again Genji are
Nope.
looking for Faker.
Not
And
again.
yeah, they're just like, no. We,
Look at that.
We
Canyon.
remember what happened. Yeah, how? Like, what?
It's the most
Game's
damage
even now, but
in the
Genji
fight.
have a bit
It
of a
is
level
absolutely
lead.
nutty. Maybe when he puts on
In
Primal
mid
Surge, he
jungle
gets credit
and
for
AD
all of the extra attack
and
speed that he
support.
gives his
I mean, I
his
wish
AD
that we
carry
could watch that
friends.
fight again.
The
'cause I feel
Pike's
like there were so
strength
many
now
things
is
that
kind
we
of out of
missed.
there.
But all that
Oh,
matters
Faker
right
tried to
now
forward dodge
is
to
that
kill Canyon.
Canyon's level 16.
That's a 3-item Nidalee, ladies and gentlemen.
And now it's Genji that can
Wow.
begin their offense. The poke from them. We talked about Gumayushi's poke. Well, now it's Canyon's turn to get a bit of revenge.
And Vedi, in the previous game, you told about the waters, you know, the feeling
The spears
of,
are hitting.
What if? Because
Maybe it was just a game delay.
Faker no
Yeah.
TP, no
You
level
were just-
16 yet
you were
either.
right, just a little bit early. Genji hasn't
T1
done
just
it
needs
yet,
to
though,
slow
'cause
it
all
down.
this has done is
They
equalize
need to
the
wait
game,
out
right?
this Drake spawn.
Now, but
Play the
look
Drake fight.
at that
But Genji
jump
have double AD
upwards.
carry.
And the double AD carry now have hit their
Maokai.
spikes.
All right, Boneskew are going to connect, but the spear
Nice
does
block
too.
by
That is
Owner.
a
Lehen's
decent
maybe
impale,
dead here.
only on to one
Doesn't
there.
get charmed on the tower.
able to eat some turret shots, and he'll be okay. Man, that
Jax is holding Poppy. They defend the tier 2.
And
But
the
for how
siege
long?
will
The Nidalee can just keep
continue
healing them up.
As Chovy getting more and more stacks into that
The
pack
spears
as well.
keep hitting
Level
as well.
16, and the spears are hitting one after the other. Faker, he wants out. He's going to kill that siege minion, and they will back away. Carrier, yeah, not wanting to stick around when he is seen on vision.
The charm
tier
from
2's
Faker
dead.
didn't actually connect, even though Ono was able to land the ultimate. The top tower is now exposed as they turn their attention to
2
mid
minutes
to try
on
and
Drake.
defend.
The siege is over for
T1's
Genji now. They'll base.
Is
This is the
beginning
game
to
state.
fall apart. They
Crypt
still
Bloom
have some
almost
towers
complete.
remaining. But as you rightly said, Chronicle, we turn to an
MR
even
for Skarner
state.
coming in.
And the Dragon Soul is on the horizon.
Big thing here for T1, they
maybe a bit
didn't
too much
lose
for
any
some here.
inhibitors.
Dunno.
So this brought Genji back in
Zhonya's
the
for
game.
Zeus is
but
big.
T1 still will get the opportunity to get a straight up
3-item Ash.
5v5
Guma knows
for
Cyril does.
this Dragon. And they can
Maybe
even
it's
afford
worth
to give it
going
up. I don't think
multiple
they will,
reminder
given
against
how this
Nidalee
series is
Maokai.
played out. A minute and a half until it's available.
1 minute 20
As an
seconds.
elixir of
Maokai
Iron,
both
thank you for
QSS.
pointing it out, Vedi.
T1 need to see that
Just
quick,
trying to
especially on
be as
Varus.
beefy
Look at
as
how
he can
tanky
be.
he is, though. Like, it's
Yeah.
crazy. The Sundered Sky, this
Keen's
front line
carrying
is
this game
exactly
mega
what they
hard.
need. I was worried
With
about
pace.
Genji's ability to engage, but around these neutral objectives, they're still able to find the fight. And what looked like a devastating collapse from T1,
Keen's fighting has been
Genji
insane.
handled it so beautifully. Summoners are coming up. Maybe T1 can find an angle before that flash is back up for Chovy and Pace, but I don't expect it.
T1 haven't
It's
been able to use their
Genji with
1-3-1 much.
control
This
around the
tier
track.
2's alive and they haven't had much side lane threat. The Poppy's holding the Jax so well.
Shut out. Yep, lights go off. And
40
there's
seconds.
Glaive here
There's a
for
world
Carrier.
where
They have
T1
ways
just
to
give
cheat vision in this game, but he's on Pyke.
But I don't think we're living in that world.
Without
surely T1 fight it.
Yeah, particularly into both Maokai and Poppy. Another thing is that T1 doesn't actually have great hard engage. They have really good pick, which is why the game felt so one-sided. But outside of Owner going in, or like Guma, you know, going in with an ultimate, Faker hitting a charm, that is a lot more telegraphed, or it puts you in a position of danger.
Kuma's almost level 16, Faker's almost level 17.
Is also a nightmare.
We'll catch up a bit to
is notoriously
Gen G.
hard to collapse on. There's a Poppy and Maokai combo in the
Here
game.
comes the mid push. Zeus is spacing. Is he going to open mid with TP? He's an open box with TP.
It's just, it's ridiculous.
But they don't need to go for this.
Carrier trying to fish for vision.
T1 can buy their
Spots
time.
out Gen G.
I just don't think they
Maokai
will.
ult in mid.
Yeah,
Arrow
Nature's
hits
Grasp
owner.
going to come out the arrow, connecting on
There's the
Donor,
QSS on Lens. Flash onto Faker. Flash onto Faker. Oh, he dies. But Lens dies too. Owner gets a good ult. Carrier's going to get big reset. Just on the base. He flashed the wrong way. Paige flashed the wrong way. King's down as well. That's soul for T1. That's soul for T1. Carrier just clutched the game. He's looking for Kenyon. He gets shot instead. They're going to end mid. They're going to end mid. Can you conclude London? Can you conclude it?
Trying to get the fight.
It's over.
But it does damage are too long.
What?
Oh, it's only
Carrier
Canyon
just completely
versus the
clutched
world.
him.
Here is T1.
Carrier just carried the game
down their
alone.
first inhibitor of the game. They
They're
are not
gonna
done
go to
yet.
the World
Nexus
Finals,
turret
bro.
stand
What?
between them and another final. He goes golden.
They
He's
have no
holding
minions.
onto
They're
the wave.
coming
He
though.
wants to take it down.
Lens
He
is
does.
up.
But
Lens
another one
is
is
up.
conga lining in.
10 seconds on pace, 50
He
seconds
knows
on
he
pace.
just has to move it
Lens is trying to slow
away
it
from
down.
these Nexus turrets.
10 seconds on pace.
And he is
It's over. Faker TP's in.
Faker does
Faker
come back.
TP's in.
And they'll now get their time.
What?
It is Guma that's able to melt these turrets. And Gen G for the last 2 years have been the kings of Korea. But we know the world is T1's home ground.
They fucking did it.
What an incredible final game! At the brink of a comeback, Genji's final fight is shut down.
They did it.
And in such poetic fashion, they catch Faker. He was the first to fall, but then the rest of T1 rose to the occasion and turned the fight around. Once again, T1 will return to the World Championship final.
And I was getting flashbacks, gentlemen. I thought that maybe Gen G were on that path to a Game 5, but it did not happen. T1 just said, no, you will not do it again. It is our date with Destiny. You guys, what did you think? T1 back at the World Final again.
Oh, Atlas, this team is absolutely unbelievable. I cannot believe they make it back. Well, they're making me believe, Jesus, that they're making it back to the final after coming into this World Championship as not the team we were looking at just like last year. It is an absolute enigma.
It was absolutely insane. And even then, when Faker was getting caught, I was like, this is 2017. It was Samsung who caught him in that same position on the Karma. But instead, it's a different form of T1 with different members that rally around Faker this time and pull it through to the end.
Gen G down. BLG T1 Grand Finals
to defend their title.
Knights versus Faker.
BLG now.
The 5-time or the first time. A chance to talk about, unfortunately, Gen G's exit later, but I do want to first take a look at something that was crucial. He's on screen right now. Carrier won the fight in our HyperX Reflex replay because you were talking about you needing difference maker in a moment like this. And how many times has Carrier been that?
And that's the thing, you thought it might have been Canyon on the Nidalee, but it was this height pick, constantly catching out Gen G, playing spectacularly in the early stages, roaming around every year. And I'm shocked he had this performance, because I looked at that man as he stood up from his seat, shaking, shivering. I thought it was Worlds 2022 with the way he was shaking. Like, that man put on a hell of a performance here today.
Yeah, as we see a nice little highlight reel of Carrier in this game. He now is second in
He's almost crying.
performance assists.
2 years after the finals against DRX, he just solo carried T1 to the finals. That is consistency. That is world-class form.
His face. Look at he's so.
That is GOAT
it's such
status.
an emotional moment for these guys. They've been through so much this
He's
year.
unbelievable,
the
that guy.
of defending their title.
Bring it on!
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
Guma egging on the crowd. You could just see the entire coaching staff coming out, all of the emotion behind them as well. It makes it so much sweeter to overcome the adversity.
T1 has made 3 World Finals in a row.
Like, to have them be able to be
that
one of the few teams go back to back. It's them. It's only them.
Already.
They've been able to do this. T1
3
the
Worlds
org,
finals in a row.
back to back to defend a world championship title.
But think about how many doubts have had to be on them throughout this year.
Reckless world champions. It's a path.
Think about it. You come into summer, you barely scrape in.
Yep.
You go to 5 games against KT. You then you get knocked out by Hanwha in playoffs. You don't even make it to
3
finals.
Worlds finals
Everyone
in a row.
is thinking this is the year T1 fumble, and we've got to look at a team like Gen.G to step up and take the mantle. A team like Hanwha, who were coming fresh off the heels of a first place in the LCK. But no matter what, it feels like once you get to internationals, it is T1 who will always represent the LCK and always be the team you have to take down.
That's why we predicted T1. And
exactly. Big brain
people who don't see it just don't see it. What can I say?
Magic. And World's magic is so real. I feel like we've had so many stories like this. I mean, like you say, T1 were 1 game away from not even being at this tournament at all, and now they're back into finals. We also get BLG actually getting what they asked for.
Yep.
Bin wanted T1.
Bin was laser focused. As he was watching this game, we saw him with
Saturday next week. T1 versus BLG Grand Finals.
What you were saying about that magic, it's
you
true.
are mental
Convinced me, and that's
if
why
you're not there for it.
T1 also today also, you know, kind of, you can never
You
count them
are
out at Worlds,
mental.
but last week being here, seeing the way they handled TES, right? And seeing how everything here was so electric, right? Those enigmatic players stepping on stage and kind of willing everything around them. I think it's crazy, and it's going to be such a sick final.
I also, I really like the way they did it, right? Like, their draft adaptations have been really, really good. I think they've found stuff that's super comfortable for them, and maybe not stuff that we would necessarily expect.
Bin's going to throw his jacket again.
Watch them all year. Dagda, you mentioned
Yo, thank you all for the gifted subs. You're crazy.
Right? From these range supports to melee stuff like
the
Mike.
most melee. But it does feel like that flair is back, right? It's like the T1 that they have a strong understanding of the early game. They can snowball through these leads. They have that magic in the draft where Kerry can bring out a Pyke or anything that he really wants to. And it was Gen.G who weren't able to keep pace with so much of that throughout this series.
And I love, Shocks, that the magic that you're talking about for this T1 team, it shows up in team play. It's not like individual players, right?
Drop the interview.
The coordination from this team, from LCK to now, is so much more on point. And in this game, you know, we're getting Bone Skewers getting picks, Charms getting picks, Guma's Ultimates getting picks.
Grub Prio demolishing turrets.
Guma is going to be interviewed on stage with Lauren G. Sun in a second. So listen. Guma. I mean, what a bit of a showman also, the way he was just clapping to get them going.
Guma is that
I think they're ready. The arena sounds ready for it. The Verizon post-game interview.
I bet you 10 gifted. Guma says T1 never loses to the LPL.
Paris, un tonnerre d'acclamations pour vos 2e finalistes, 3e fois d'affilée, T1 et Gumayushi. Gen.G les a battus 10 fois d'affilée, 10 fois d'affilée, avant qu'ils arrivent finalement à les battre aujourd'hui et se hisser une fois de plus en finale. Quel a été le facteur déterminant aujourd'hui? Gen.G beat you guys 10 times before you finally defeated them today. Tell me about it. What made it special? What made today different?
젠지가 사실은 오늘 경기 전까지 T1 상대로 10연승을 달리고 있었습니다. 오늘 어떤 점이 달라서 다른 결과가 나왔을까요?
이곳이 월즈이기 때문입니다.
Because this is Worlds.
C'est les Worlds et on sait que pendant les Worlds, T1, c'est une bête absolument différente. Mais qu'est-ce qui les rend différents? Est-ce qu'ils sentent, eux, justement, quand ils jouent ces matchs, qu'il y a quelque chose de différent? I have to follow up on this because we keep on hearing that T1 at Worlds is a different beast. Do you feel anything different when you play on the world stage that makes you pop off the way you guys did so far?
말씀하신 것처럼 T1은 정말 월즈 무대만 오면 더 특별한, 더 강력해진 모습이 나오는데요. 선수분도 스스로 월즈 경기를 치르실 때 뭔가 다른 느낌이 들기도 하나요?
개인적으로는 좀 그런 느낌이 생기는 것 같고 좀 더 게임에 집중하고 몰입할 수 있게 되는 것 같습니다.
Personally, yes. Somehow I get to focus up even more, and also I kind of get into the flow state.
The flow
Il arrive à
state.
vraiment se mettre dans le bon mood, ils arrivent à vraiment se mettre dans le bon mood de façon générale et c'est ça qui leur donne la force d'arriver toujours à avoir les bons résultats, les résultats attendus pendant les Worlds. Et je me rappelle que quelque chose qu'il a dit l'an dernier en interview, c'était justement avant d'arriver en finale que c'était T1 qui dictait la méta aux Worlds l'an dernier. Et je me demande dans une méta aussi ouverte que celle qu'on a cette année, est-ce qu'il a un sentiment similaire? I remember that on stage last year, when you did the interview, when you reached finals, you were saying that T1 is so strong right now because you are dictating the meta. Do you have a similar feeling this year, especially given how open the meta has been at Worlds?
작년 월즈에서도 결승 진출을 확정 지으시고 무대 인터뷰에서 구마요시 선수가 T1은 월즈에서 지금 강력한 모습이 나오는 가장 큰 이유가 우리가 메타를 지배하기 때문입니다 라고 하셨는데요. 지금도 비슷한 느낌을 갖고 계신가요?
저희가 지금 메타 이해도가 가장 뛰어나다고 생각하고 지도하고 있다고 생각합니다.
I can say for sure that we have the best meta read so far and we are dictating.
Is that a red? Ils ont la meilleure vision de la méta et évidemment, dès qu'il s'agit de dominer, c'est le cas de T1 et c'est encore le cas cette année pour les championnats du monde. Et je le disais au début de cette interview, c'est la 3e fois consécutive que T1 arrive en finale des Worlds, 3e fois consécutive que ce roster arrive en finale des Worlds. Quelque chose qu'on n'avait jamais vu par le passé dans l'histoire de League of Legends. Il y a forcément quelque chose à dire sur
the last fight. Yeah, the last fight was a faker for Nexus trade.
This is the 3rd time in a row that you guys make Worlds Finals. 3rd time in a row that you make Worlds Finals with the same roster. How do you reflect on this achievement and what it means to you?
3번 연속 월즈 결승 무대에 진출하셨고요. 같은 로스터로 3번 연속입니다. 이런 성과에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하시나요?
월즈 결승이라는 게 참 프로게이머들에게 꿈의 무대인데 이 로스터로 3번이나 올 수 있음에 감사하고요. 이번에도 좀 좋은 결과 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
Worlds Finals is the dream stage for every professional player. I am very grateful that we pulled it off together on the same roster for 3 years in a row, and I hope we can have a good outcome this time as well.
Arriver en finale de championnat du monde, c'est le rêve ultime de tout joueur de League of Legends et il est vraiment heureux, honoré d'avoir réussi à faire ça
semi-finals MVP
avec, avec le même roster et il espère justement que la semaine prochaine, il arrivera à honorer justement cet achievement, peut-être avec une victoire à nouveau. Et je me souviens quand... En interviewant Bin hier, il les attendait. Il attendait de pouvoir affronter T1 en finale des Worlds et c'est chose faite. C'est le match que nous aurons la semaine prochaine. BLG contre T1 et on sait ce que T1 arrive à faire contre la LPL. On va voir ce que Gumayoshi peut en penser. When I had Bin for interview yesterday, he said that he wants to face off against you guys. He wants to defeat the world champion and bring pride to the LPL again. Do you have any message for Bin and for BLG, your opponents, for next week?
어제 이제 빈 선수가 인터뷰에서 T1을 결승에서 만나고 싶다. 월즈의 T1 디펜딩 챔피언 T1을 잡고 또 우리 LPL에게 엄청난 그런 위상을 높여주고 싶다라고 말씀하셨는데요. 혹시 빈 선수 또는 BLG에게 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있으실까요?
제가 작년에 했던 말을 잊지 말아야 될 겁니다.
You better not forget what I told you last year.
Last year he said T1 never loses to the LPL.
C'est ce que je t'ai dit l'an dernier. Voilà le message. Du coup, Paris, pour conclure.
Oh, that's loud. That's loud.
Je vais avoir besoin de vous pour cette dernière question. On a passé 2 semaines absolument incroyables tous ensemble. C'est notamment grâce à vous. J'ai vu tout le soutien que vous avez apporté à T1, tout le soutien que vous avez apporté à toutes les équipes. Donc j'ai préparé un cadeau qui n'est pas que de ma part, qui est de notre part, à tous. Vous allez voir. I want to say thank you to all the fans, thank you to all the teams, but also the fans wanted to say thank you for everything you brought them. They were so hopeful and really, really looking forward to seeing you. So we have a gift. France has a gift for you.
That's a big croissant! That's a big fucking croissant! Go and take a bite!
I present you a normal size croissant.
프랑스 팬분들이 감사의 마음을 담아 평범한 사이즈의 크로아상을 준비해봤습니다. 먹고 후기 한번 들려주시죠.
Delicious! Est-ce qu'il aime bien? Do you like it?
It's good!
It's good! Et c'est fini pour nous ici. That's our first game on the Paris stage. BLG versus T1 will be au 2024 World Finals. Paris, une dernière fois pour T1 et Guma.
Yo, clip it, I want to see that, clip it.
Oh my god.
What an inspired ID. I know. Like, wow, she's been talking about this for weeks, by the way. She said, what if I get this huge croissant to
Where do you even get a croissant that size?
I don't know, she's French. Ask her. My head.
Best two interviews heading into finals that we have ever had. By the way, we do not deserve Bin and Gumayushi. Those were both amazing.
They're both such showmen. The way he was hyping up the crowd too was amazing.
Isn't it crazy? Like when you kind of think about Guma, right? You had the beginning. Sometimes he wasn't always the absolute pop-off star. Then he turned into this super reliable player that got them a lot of their victories, including a big part from the bot lane in Worlds last year. Then, you know, I know we laugh at the stat, but kind of the unkillable demon god over there, like the prince. But then also...
Man, look at Carrier. Look at Carrier. Look at Carrier. That one meant the world to him. That one meant the world for him, I think.
Gumayushi has
I haven't seen him so excited like that. Holy shit. The last time I saw him that excited was when he plays against BlazerCC New Jeans.
By himself, enable carry to open up on the map, and still get all the resources that he needs to be a mega star when it gets to these team fights is incredible, and that's why I thought he was impeccable today. He was incredible.
Admit it. You can admit it. We were gonna give it to Carrier, but you saw his smile on stage and you changed it.
You know that
to Gumayushi or Upo. Oh my God. Oppo player of the series is Gumayushi. No, just kidding. We decided it beforehand, but it was hard, right? Because all these players stepped up today.
I thought that the replay was going to start with a big fight. Of course,
maybe we can get it.
Yeah, I think like it was these kind of fights where Gumayushi was just absolutely insane. The entire time we're watching this, is like, oh my God, this is the moment Genji turn around. But Gumayushi, his positioning was incredible.
Guma gliding
behind this front line, and again, it's the fact that he can be so reliable with so little investment. That's what makes him so special.
Go, we gotta watch the replay, chat. We gotta watch the replay.
Do you like it?
It's good!
It was so crucial, him on this Ashe pick, as we talked about. The picks that have dictated the meta, him and Elk. I don't think you want either of them on this champion just because of what they're able to do with it in and out of team fights in terms of crucial, like, a lot of people over-focus, I think, on Ashe arrows, but both of these guys know where and when to hit based on setup from their team. I think that's really good. And then going forward, he's had such stellar performances. I cannot wait to see these two bot lanes go up against each other.
Exactly.
Maybe that needs to be the new sub mode.
Playing in Elk, and you mentioned also the Varus, very big for Guma, very big for Elk as well. So it's going to be a very fun clash.
It's going to be amazing in the O2 in London next week. I do want to, because I forgot to do it yesterday.
I think after World 10 chats will make that the new like 100 gifted sub alert sound.
But for Genji, I mean, it's unbelievably heartbreaking, and you had that, I think, feeling in the back of your head, right, going into this best of 5, knowing that actually the odds are stacked in your favor, knowing that actually this should be yours. Oh my God, it's just horrible, but they just weren't good enough again at Worlds.
But I think that's it. It's when it's almost destined to be
the two best teams in the world right now.
That's really what got to them.
We're drawn against G2 in the Swiss stage. How is that fair?
But MSI they wanted one more trophy, but unfortunately, when push came to shove, it was that pressure that broke them. It started with FlyQuest. It's now happens with T1, but genuinely it did. You could see those struggles already starting, and it was just blown open here today by T1.
And it even started earlier with HLE in finals, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So everyone's talking about the golden road all year long for Gen G because of how good this team looks and because of winning MSI. And then you see the first pebble drop in finals versus HLE, and people are like, I still think Gen G's, better stuff. But then also here, you just feel so bad for those players getting so close and having to go up against that.
Golden road, maybe there was no road at all.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, the road goes through T1.
Yeah, it sucks, right? And it's the typical one where it's like you get judged on your last performance when they were awesome for a lot of this year, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. I mean, and can we just, as we're about to sign off,
by the way, the golden
Faker
road is
could
getting
win his 5th.
Yeah, I know.
What the hell?
Or Bin and Knight could win their first.
Yeah. I mean, it's both
5 titles.
are great.
Yeah.
Both good, but it can't happen together.
I mean, it's just absolutely insane that again we see T1 taking to the finals after what was not a good summer for them, what was a disappointment for the fans.
5 titles.
They always seem to turn on when it matters most, but BLG is absolutely no pushover. And honestly, this is such a sick finals. Like, this is going to be absolutely insane.
Man, we're so blessed. We're so blessed.
Like BLG
what a
initially
fucking amazing worlds again.
T1
World 22, World 23, World 24 were all just absolute cinema.
We're seeing ramp up.
And they were unreal.
Finals, and now we have Laura and the giant croissant.
I mean, yeah, you have to see it actually. That's the
wait, if we have a piece of it, will we also be eligible to win the World Championship?
That's the best I can wish you.
So.
But yeah,
Laura, can you give us the lore of why you did this? Or
so basically, I saw T1 during the Swiss stage and everything, and they were telling me about French pastries, and I spent a lot of time in Korea, and I was telling them, you haven't tried real pastries until you tried French pastries. So I was like, why not bring them a normal sized croissant?
And can we say they have some abominations of croissants over in Korea?
Oh, smashed and everything. So it was about time they discovered the real thing.
Amazing. I'm glad you joined us. Is there anything you want to say about how your home city has treated League of Legends and the players?
It's every time we have international events here, honestly, we are blessed, and I rediscover how passionate French audience can be around League of Legends.
French fans are amazing for Worlds.
They support teams, but they support League of Legends, and they wanna celebrate League of Legends together. And I hope that's what you guys felt for the past 2 weeks, because God, it's been good.
So good.
Yo, London, you better pop off.
London, you better pop off. Hopefully a full 5 games of BLG versus T1. That's it. Anyone has some kind last words?
Oh no, Paris has been amazing. I'd love to hear. Thank you so much for everything. You've been amazing, Laura, in terms of welcoming us to your home city.
Shall we do a synergized Guma reaction to the croissant? It's good, okay? In 3, 2, 1. It's good! We are so cheesy. Oh my gosh.
We're terrible.
Yeah, we are. But I hope you enjoyed your show here from Paris. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to production. Thank you to the wonderful crowd here in Paris for everything, and the players. We'll see you next week, Saturday, the 2nd of November, in the O2 in London for BLG.
O2 Arena London,
T1.
next Saturday, Chad.
Merci beaucoup.
It's gonna be crazy!
Got a little bit.
Bro, if Gumayushi wins Worlds, his World skin better be the recall animation of him opening a croissant and just fucking him like eating it and opening it. That's gotta be the recall animation, right? That's gotta be the recall animation.
Gets back into position, and now Canyons is crashing into them. The 2-man impale as well. Oh, there's the charm. The crash down as well. It's a dead Gragas. It's going to take a little bit of time, and now Faker is caught onto Kane, lands the shuriken, and he's going to wait for the leap strike. There's the max range Q, and that's Faker's Akalia Worlds, ladies and gentlemen. Now you can see they make their way in. The paranoia comes down. Decent little.
What a series! Oh, Faker.
Through and win game 3.
Looks like it's going to be okay. Loguma.
Oh, manages to catch him on the juke, and he explodes one more. Owner's like, all right, let's just turn away.
I'm jealous of that Maokai.
And Pace is untouched. Still carrying explodes, pops like a balloon. Zeus has the catch. Double kill! And Gen.G will ace them with Baron up and available. Unbelievably! Chovy still alive, there's a bit of damage. Then he gets over the wall, flashes, but the bomb skewer finds him. And Gen.G for the last 2 years have been the kings of Korea.
ZOFGK, man. They are built different. ZOFGK. Wow. Wow. What an amazing day. What an amazing day of games. What a beautiful day of games. Man, T1 BLG. It's gonna be crazy. Are you gonna be in the arena? We'll see. I cannot confirm or deny that statement. What's on the Reddit? What's happening on the Reddit? I'm at a super lucky. Are the odds of getting Massacre chest higher this year? Takedown Faker is good. What? What is this? Okay. They thought they could do it again. Going on to Faker. Yeah, it's the same spot that he died. T1 2022 lose to 4th seed. T1 2023 win against the 4th seed. T1 2024 go to finals as the 4th seed. Is this current T1 roster the greatest roster ever if they win Worlds Finals this year? Yeah, I think if T1 win Finals this year, they're the greatest roster in League of Legends history. They just are. There's no other roster that has made 3 finals in a row and would have won 2 of them. And they're back-to-backing as well. That is just unreal. History is repeating itself. T1 beats Chinese team 3-0 in quarters and they beat the 1 favorites 3-1. We'll see if history is repeating itself. I don't want to think about history. Bro, Knight, Faker, Bin versus Zeus, Shun versus Owner, Guma versus L, Keria versus On, bro. I think that finals is going to be unreal. Feels good. The graphic I made was popular right before World started, but Rats, did I not cook them their predictions almost a year ago? Me, Faker eating broccoli. I don't want to watch you anymore. Gumayushi eating a croissant. Thank you, FlyQuest. Ben Smolder. Okay, that's a good one. That's a real good one. That was a really good one. That was a really good one. The 5th attempt for this emote for Sally to enable it. I'm not letting XD yoink. Oh my god, Gumayushi, best day ever. This isn't your era yet. Damn. The 10-year difference. Holy. That's a fucking banger picture. That is unreal. 10-year difference. Is that Coma behind him there? It's 11 years difference? Yeah, 11 years difference. Well, I'm just gonna have to yoink that, I think. What is this? 4th seed buff 3 times in a row. Jin's favorite number is 2 OP, DRX, Weibo, now T1. Gen.G wins MSI to get 4th seed, so he can eliminate the 4th seed. LPL quarters, ticket sellers. Shut up, man. Faker was caught at the same place he was in 2017, yeah, but the ZOFGK roster carries him through. Unintentional jinx. Strongest mid laner in history now versus the strongest mid laner of today. I shall never forget you as long as I live. You are magnificent, Gen.G Chovy. Wait, would suck to play both these teams in Swiss, right? Oh my god. What is this? I'm not watching that. Bro. If T1 wins Worlds, what skin will the hens choose? Bro, shut up. Shut up. 2 Worlds finalists, by the way. Let's go. 2-time World finalists. Lehens the moment Genji lands in Korea?
Oh, I guess.
Shut up. Appreciating Gen G 2024 and congrats to T1. Just want to say, as a Gen G Chovy bias fan, I hope there isn't too much of a wave of hatred going towards them and clowning on them despite an overall subpar performance in the semifinals. Hope people don't just wash away the fabulous Leo Chovy, Canyon, Keen, Pays, Lehens have had over one poor performance in the season. Fingers crossed. It'd be great that this roster stuck together for next year to have another go at it. I'm certain there's still a level they can improve to. One day Chovy will get his world title. That said, congrats to T1 knowing how to step up. Very nice Reddit post. Yo, thank you for that. Thank you for that. In a wave of negativity around the world. Thank you for that Reddit post. Yo, Gen G fan, I hope your team does stay together. I hope they come back stronger next year because that team was world class. Like, as much as T1 just did the impossible, that roster that they just beat is absolutely stacked. That roster is unreal. They've won everything all year except for one game against Hamalife, lost in the final, and they lost one series versus T1 now in the semis. But before they played against Gen G there, but before they played against T1 there, they had only lost one series all year, and it was one game that they could have been on the golden road. EWC doesn't count. EWC doesn't count. Everyone discounted EWC. Thank you, T1, for winning before my flight takes off. Oh, shit. This motherfucker was about to take off. We're fighting T1. You win those, right? Right? See you guys next week, the O2 Arena. Oh, chat, thank you for watching and following along this journey. It's been amazing. What a great world. The missing piece that T1 needed to defeat Gen G. Reckless. My goat will always be beside them. Sadly missed today's semifinals. Hi guys, Gen G fan here. I missed Gen G versus T1 semi. Interesting. I can maybe watch the games of Gen G comms when they upload it to YouTube. I hope they'll upload it soon. What are you on about there? Is that a troll post? Okay, we'll remove it. No troll posts, no flaming. Just respect it. Put some respect on both teams. JDG Rogue, T1 RNG, JDG T1. Yeah. If you think about it, T1's Worlds runs, they had to go through, in the semis, mainly in the semis, they had to go through a JDG who looked insanely strong, a JDG who looked insanely stronger, and then Gen G who was probably the best team in the world next to BLG. Their semifinals have been pretty rough. Can't wait for this motherfucker to make World Finals in 2026. 13, 15, 16, 17, 22, 23, 24, 25. Chovy will never win Worlds after this. I don't see a world where he wins one. He somehow always chokes in the most crucial part of words. I don't think Chovy choked. I don't think that take is correct. I think Lehens really struggled that series. I think the support diff was the important thing. I don't think Chovy choked that much. I think Chovy did his job in the RE game, which they were losing. The Tristana game, he was a little bit invisible. And otherwise, I don't think he had egregious moments where I thought, damn, Chovy's choking. He had a couple misplays, and he was a bit late to timers, but I don't think he was... I feel like they were set up... The last two games, at least game 3 and 4, Lehens really struggled. Like, you can say Chovy was choking, but if you actually watch, I think the support diff was really tough for him. Like, even in game 1, he was laning 1v2 the whole game. Keria 1 Renata was just laning mid and proccing Demolish in his lane half the time. And it was just fucking annoying for him to play. And he also gave over Yone and played Sylas into it. So already after game 1, he has a horrible start in terms of how the game's played. Game 2 was... Like, that Renata was such a fucking horror to play against for him. Game 2 was the Ahri game, where he was mega strong. And he was winning lane pretty hard. And yeah, I think he was quite important in this game in the sense that... he won his lane, he won side lanes, pace snowballed, and Gen G was just a well-oiled machine in this game. Game 3, he played Ahri into Akali. The whole map was bleeding, but I think, I wouldn't say that he choked, but I think that he did decent in his lane, and then he pushed sides, and he was just farming gold on sides while his team was dying. You could argue that maybe he should have grouped up more, but I feel like he's doing the best he can in some of these cases. Like he's TPing bot and dropping waves top to try and help them get bot tier 1. And when he TPs bot to help them get bot tier 1, his team dies mid twice, 3 times. And then, like, for example, how is this Chovy's fault, right? I'm not trying to be his lawyer, but they cross map here and he TPs bot. He pushes bot, and while he's hitting bot tower and getting it with his team, Lehens dies, Canyon dies, and then by the time he can get to mid already, Keen's dead, and now he arrives and they're all out. So I feel like this game, the only reason they were kind of in it was Chovy was pretty strong and it kind of slowed the game down. And then game 4, I think, is the game where I think he was, I don't know if it's uploaded yet, but game 4, I definitely think that Chovy was having a rough one. This was a tough game. He was put behind a lot by the Pyke roaming a bit and like him losing his flash, but his jungler also kind of trolled and gave Ahri first blood by not flashing. And yeah, the support diff was a bit rough to play against. So he had to drop a lot of side waves, and Faker looked insane. So I don't want to say that Chovy choked, and I don't like the idea that he's never going to win Worlds. I really do think that the impact support has on the map is sometimes a bit hard to see. Wait. Sorry, I just had to give a title to my editor for the video. But yeah. I will agree with the sentiment that Chovy didn't make world's best player moments, okay? In that sense. He didn't make plays where you thought, fuck me, this guy's the best player in the world. But I don't think he was bad, you know? KT fraud, my profit. Did Law predict the 3-1? Yeah, I went 3-2. I thought it would be a closer series. Well, it was a very close series already, but I thought that Gen G could take it to 5. Absolute cinema. Carrier, yeah, we saw that. Back-to-back-to-back finals, let's go. The 4 horsemen of the plot anime. Justice for FlyQuest is served. Heavy's the crown. If I had a nickel for every time Gen G lost to the 4th seed in the World Semifinals, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Yeah, true. DRX in 22 and T1 in 24. True. What is that link? Oh, someone made it into a motor. Wait, hold up. Let me get rid of some emote. I need to get rid of an emote to put this in. Hold up. What do I get rid of? We'll get rid of Nicoing, because that emote is kind of useless now that Nico's not being played. Okay, there you go. What is this? Is this Carrier losing his mind or what?
잠깐만 나 애쉬 한 번만 볼래. 싫어. 근데 좀 제발. 나이스.
Bro, Zeus looks like he's playing a solo queue game and he's about to get plus 10 LP.
잠깐만 나 애쉬 한 번만 볼래. 싫어. 근데 좀 제발.
You just beat Gen G in the semis!
잠깐만 나 애쉬 한 번만 볼래. 싫어. 근데 좀 제발.
Doesn't even crack a smile! He just fucking... Wait, is the series over? Was that 3 games or how many did we win? I can't remember. Nap time. Zeus is my spirit animal, bro. He's by far my favorite player in the world right now. Yo, Tony the Pony! 100 subs! Yo, Thank you so much for the 100 gifted. What the fuck? You're mental. It's good. Yo, thank you for the 100 gifted. You're crazy, man. I really appreciate that. Wow. Wow, thank you. Thank you for it. Much appreciated. T1 Gen G Game 4 semi-final match. No Cassante. What is this? Left ear Pedro, right ear Guma. It's good. Man. Wait, chat, did we peak at 372k today? What the fuck? Jesus. Jesus. Bro, the amount of rats that show up to these streams is crazy. We get one more blessing of a best of 5 next weekend. One more amazing series to end the year on. Like, actually peak series story-wise for ending the year on. What a beautiful fucking way to wrap it up. Like, if you gave me all the world teams and you said pick the most hype finals you can pick in terms of skill level and story, I would have picked BLG versus T1. Defending world champions versus BLG, who seems to actually do pretty well into T1. LCK versus LPL. T1 versus the LPL. Knight's first trophy with Bin. Knight from JDG looking for revenge onto T1 now. Like, honestly, you couldn't have had more. Like, Heavy is the Crown is probably the most fitting song for Worlds Finals this year I've ever seen for a song. The amount of shit T1's had to go through this year. The amount of actual dog shit T1's had to fight through this year. Inside and outside the game to get where they are now. It's crazy. Wait. Hold up. Let me check this thing real quick. I'm just gonna message... Okay. Finals will be absolute cinema. Yeah. It will be unreal. Faker and Carrier today. Wait, is Messi in Barcelona? I thought he was in NA. Oh, it's edited. World's viewership is saved. I told you, bro. Didn't I make that comparison for T1 last week where I said if T1 plays against Gen G, they'll probably win because T1 are the team that never do their homework except for the day that the teacher asks. But Gen G always do their homework, but the teacher never asks for it. And T1 will just ace it the one coincidental time where it's the most important. Mother suckers. They did it again. Those fucking rats. Okay, I kind of want to remove that. Stop it. With the fucking degenerate posts. Come at the king and you best not miss. T1 in 2024. LCK Domestic Worlds. Giga Chat Titans of Worlds. 8 straws. I don't get it. I don't see how Gen G can lose this Worlds. Okay. Same picture, different outcome. But how did T1 always keep making it the most insane story ever? It's not that they win, but they win in such a fashion that there's a story to tell, you know? Like when T1 beat JDG last year, it was Faker's a 0-1 ruler. And now when T1 beat Gen G, it's the first time in 10 series they did it, and it's an iconic ending where Faker gets caught where he did in 2017 again. But Zedo GK carries him through it. Like, how do they make these fucking magical moments? It's crazy. It's so timed so perfectly. my god. T1 at every other championship against Gen G. T1 remembering they were the knockout stage of Worlds. Okay. My heart died here. Finals versus BLG. You receive Faker dying. You hate my chatted Worlds. Bro, there's 300,000 people. There's bound to be Twitch degenerates that write things to anger people on purpose. Like, there's not much I can do about it. I feel like that's just the way Twitch chat works when you get over a certain amount of viewers. People will just come in on alt accounts or fucking troll accounts and they'll just say something stupid. Whether it's about this player or that player. Mods are trying their best. But that's a lot of people. So I apologize if you had a bad experience. We're actually trying our best all the time to try and fix it. What else? 07 FlyQuest. What does Caedrel use to write? I use Epic Pen. Game 3 in a nutshell. You ruined my perfect KD and I took that personally. Casuals after game 3. We're taking down Yen Yi. What was I going to say? Yeah. I think the finals draft is going to be really fun. We're going to do a lot of finals analysis later on in the week, next week. You're 3,000 followers away from 1 million, are we? Damn. Are we going to hit 1 million followers and have a world finals in the same week? Jesus. Oh my god. Shave your head for 1 mil? No, I'm not doing that. Yo, Tony the Pony gifted another 100 subs. Are you fucking psychotic and ill? Why are you gifting so many subs? Yo, thank you so much for all the gifted subs. You're absolutely crazy. Thank you for the 200 gifted subs. You are so mental. Yo, thank you so much, Ben. Big kiss. It's good. Oh, man. To be honest, I don't want to throw a party. I just want to watch the World Finals. That's like my party. That sounds like my version of a great time. Am I going to be in the arena? I cannot confirm or deny if I'll be in the arena. But just know that that World's Final stream next week is going to be absolutely ballistic. Shox's tweet is so good. She tweeted, "This giving Guma a croissant in Paris is great and all, but now we have to give the winner in London English food. Give him some baked beans! Give him some baked beans!" Nice poster. That's cool. I like that. Grasp or grasp. Chosy choosing his runes before a game start. T1's biggest lawyers watching the game? Yeah, Bean. Bean and Elk. That's an 8 deathless game in a row. Yeah, it got spoiled though. Yeah, it's crazy that Maokai got flexed to 3 rolls this Worlds. Oh, I love this song. Faker Chovy? What is that? Oh, man. Chat. Thank you for coming out to the stream. I hope you had as much fun as I did. Thank you for making the stream so fun. Wherever you're on the world now, I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. I will be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing a lot of streams next week. On the ramp up to the finals. The finals weekend is going to be one of the best days in League of Legends history. Today was already a crazy one. I hope you all have an amazing rest of your day, morning, evening, wherever you are in the world. Here's a big kiss. Take care. Thank you thank you for behaving today and being kind to each other. I hope you had a fun time watching the series, because I certainly did. And I'll see you tomorrow. If you're a co-streamer frog, I'll see you next Saturday. Remember, World's Finals is on Saturday, not Sunday. And thank you all for the support. You're all mentally ill. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. But here's a big kiss. Shout out to the lurkers, bidders, gifters, shubbers, donors, resubbers. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Chattermans.
Ready to fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it. Ready to fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Pog, let's go, man.
Ready to fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it. Ready to fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Pog, let's go, man.
You.
Ready to fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it. Ready to fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Pog, let's go, man.
Ready to fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled.